Gotta get up because old mom cat was hanging out, but anymore. This is the loneliest number. Oh, I was doing it. Gonna go now. Do it. Oh yeah. Snap into a slim Jim. Never do it. Never do it. Never do it. Never do it. Never do the meat now. Put it in your mouth. Oh man. Oh, what are you gonna do? Oh, Mama, get you some food. I'm looking kind of bigger. I'm kind of fat. I thought she was under the house, or I would have persuaded him to eat the other plate. He's definitely not eating as fast now. His mama still reigns supreme. Oh, something was thrown up out there. I don't know if it's meat. It kind of looks like meat. But this is what it looked like on the pavement. Come on, man. Is it really? Ham? Maybe. Because I scrumpled it up. I moved it. Like when I need to go out there and pick it up though, probably. I don't know why one of them threw it up, but it wasn't probably out of the trash or something. Ate it. Good. Good. Mama's getting some good food. Looks real, man, what a trip, dude. This thing is a trip. It must be the cage. It's a trap that she doesn't like. Maybe she's already been spayed and they didn't clip her ear and she's already been in one of those before. That'd be awesome. But doubt it. Careful, Simon's food up. Looks bigger though. Still sticking to her tail. Everything. What? Oh, she doesn't have poop on her butt. She really does have this extra wildness to her with her tail being the way that it is. Cut off looking and scraggly. And her, right around her chin here, how it toughs out. It like, none of the other cats does that. Like, more lion like, tiger like. Well, she definitely left a lot on the plate. Weird. That's what she looks like all the time. I've gotten her to hiss a few times. That's about it. Both of them left a amount of food on the plate. Very odd that they're not finishing their meals lately. Like, what could be the reason? Why would they want to just? They just want to go up under the house and hang out, man. It's a freaking party under there. Well, hopefully they're somehow helping to kill the flea population down there since they have the Cordelia in their system. Every flea that bites them dies. Oh, doing something for the fleas down there. Heck yeah. Oh, no. Good girl. You good girl. Well, now you can't bite. How about that? You bit me hard. Come on. No, go on. No. No. Second. Stop. What are you doing? Get out of it. Is that the other one? Motherfucker is trying to put... Dude, why do they fucking have to do that? He's trying to put dirt in the fucking food. Idiot. Only one that does that. So he's not even hungry anymore. Probably overeating that throw up shit. Oh, maybe that's it. It's over there to the right where he went. He might be snipping it and eating it. Oh, God. Whatever, dude. Mama's really not good at eating it when it's pre-mixed either. It seems like she's better at eating it when it's a full solid can of it. Eat it like that. It's smeared all over the plate now, and probably if I went out there and scooped it to the middle, like he would start eating it again. Weird, dude. A little annoying. He acts so hungry when I'm out there. Oh, yeah, they probably do miss the nutritional yeast. And the churro treat. But dude, man, we're going a little too far with the churro treats, but nutritional yeast, maybe I could try that again, see if it makes them want to eat more. At the same time, I mean, if they don't want to eat more, it's on them. I don't really, yeah, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry enough. Saturday, man, everybody's asleep.
Comes to that, but I'm really not.
Santa is live, dude, driving around.
There's some that are doing it. Those I'm so proud.
Oh, they coming down. Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. Look at those. They're not moving. I thought they were moving. No. I don't know. I've got anxiety issues. It probably helps. Well, it doesn't help with sleep. I don't sleep very well, so it helps me be able to get up in the morning. Plus, I have no choice. I have to do Simon's medication. Sick or sleepy or any of that, I gotta make sure I get up, feed him correctly. Like I have to abide by the schedule he's on, or it throws everything off. It's like having a kid, you know. Like people would do it for their kids. They burn both candles or candle at both ends, and they're somehow able to do it because their motivation is different. My main motivation is for Simon every day. And now she's in the mix. I have to get up at 11:30 or 12 every night to feed her and bring Simon's food back out. Probably seems crazy to a lot of people. Well, cat caretaker. And now for the outdoor cats as well. I feel like a lot of like life forms depend on me. These, I don't know how much they're really dependent on me at this point. It seems a little bit more of a luxury to them. Um, I don't know. I think I would have like Fluffy at least needs to come through and finish this up. They're saving me money though, not devouring the plates like they were. I don't know. Maybe it is just the fact that they like had. I never did treat them for tapeworms either. Still need to put a tapeworm pill in like one of the bowls and try to get one of them to eat it. I don't know. I've never actually seen tapeworms on his butt though. Kind of odd, but don't know about Momma. It probably wouldn't hurt him to give one round of tapeworm medication. Just none of the other stuff treated tape. But since they're not really eating a lot, I guess that's a that could I don't know if that could also be a sign of tapeworms not eating as much because the stomach upset or something. Israel prepares. Oh, Israel prepares to attack Iran. That's what it says. California Board of Pharmacy to vote on banning B12 formulation. Restrict access to certain medications that many in the firefighting community rely on. B12 shots and glutathione. Curb access. Weird.
These Category 1 sterile compounds. They've since revised their language to restrict access to it. In other words, they're saying firefighting community, they could still have access to glutathione, which helps them recover after a firefight. They just need to get permission from us, essentially, in order to do this. Seems like good progress. Why is that not good enough?
Okay, well, there's a few reasons. First of all, there's a lot of answers to that question, but one of the reasons specifically is something that they're not telling you, which is that the price is going to go up exponentially. They're requiring pharmacies to do extensive additional testing that's not required for other treatments, other drugs. And powders that arrive at compounding pharmacies will have to be sent right back out to do thousands of dollars of more testing, and this testing is redundant. These are tests that would have already been done on these compounds. So prices will go up and the consumer will feel that. And I think our estimate is it'll go up at least 3 times as high. We obviously don't have the exact number for that right now. The other thing that they're not telling you is that the whole point of them writing these regulations is to sort of codify their extreme stance that they've actually had for years. They've been enforcing what we're calling underground regulations because they're not actual laws, they're not real regulations yet, and yet they've been using intimidation to try and, they've been using intimidation and lawsuits and penalizing pharmacies for producing these substances, even though they're legal. So it's had a statewide chilling effect, and pharmacies are already too scared to produce these substances, and pharmacies out of state are also too scared to sell these substances in California. So it's already hurting us.
And there's no restrictions at all for B12 shots or glutathione in any of the other states. So no. California would be the most restrictive. And for those saying, I don't know what glutathione is, it's a natural antioxidant that helps many, as mentioned in the firefighting community, but things like chronic fatigue, asthma, cancers, autoimmune disorders. Let's hear from somebody. This is a Bay Area firefighter who is doing her part to get her voice heard.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Ensley. I'm a volunteer firefighter. I'm out on the park fire right now, volunteering. We're exposed to incredible toxins while fighting wildland fires and structure fires, etc. Please do not remove our access to glutathione, as it's one of the only things out there that will reduce the toxins that I'm exposed to and prevent me from getting cancer.
There is a lot of public support for your movement. If this, in fact, is restricted on Thursday by the Board of Pharmacy, how dire would that be?
It would be very dire because it's essentially what they've done is they've chipped away, at compounding pharmacies and their ability to just operate like normal in other pharmacies. And these are pharmacies that are depended on by people with very, very severe health problems, people who need custom medications, and it feels to us like the Board of Pharmacy is trying to drive compounding pharmacies out of California, because we used to have 100 sterile compounding pharmacies in California, and we're down to 18. Oh, and wow. So these regulations are still very, very stringent, and they're going to harm pharmacies and they're going to harm their patients. And the other thing, like I said before, is it does nothing. They've done nothing to undo the damage that's already been done with their underground regulations, which have scared pharmacies out of producing these substances in the first place. Pharmacies have faced lawsuits and a lot of consequences.
So how can people get involved? The Board of Pharmacy will meet on Thursday, and public comment is welcome.
Yes. So we highly encourage that people get involved, and they can go to our website, stopthebop.com/actnow, and there's access links. They can join the board meeting, and they can give a public comment. They're going to be allotted between 2 and 5 minutes. It varies. And the other thing they can do is sign the petition, which is at change.org/stopthebop. We highly encourage people to get involved, reach out to us. They can email us. We're easy to contact.
Okay, yeah, the website is simple. It is stopthebop.com. Everything you can find there. We'll follow up on Thursday. Be paying attention to the California Board of Pharmacy. Crystal Frost, thanks so much for being here tonight.
Dude, I want to be on that beta item, whatever. I mean, what is going on D-Live right now? Having a party without me. Oh, no. Almost died from septic shock from a small cut.
When you hear the word sepsis, a response to infection, you might think of major surgery or trauma. But a local mother is proof that it can stem from the smallest of sources.
During Sepsis Awareness Month, she tells our Courtney Friedman she doesn't want to scare anyone, but she does want to make sure that people know the symptoms so they don't wait as long as she did to get some help.
Sepsis isn't something that we talk about a lot.
But for someone who almost lost her life, mom and University Hospital nurse educator Ashley Britch feels like she has to. It started at a family trip to the river in 2019.
I fell, cut my leg, or it was my knee. Didn't even think anything of it because it was just such a small cut.
She woke up the next day feeling flu-like symptoms and leg pain, but later that day was violently ill.
My husband was like, "We are going to the emergency room."
Oh.
And I couldn't even really respond back to him. I was nonsensical.
By the time she got to the hospital, her organs were shutting down.
They were looking for other sources of infection, thinking it was something else, that this little cut couldn't possibly be what's causing this 28-year-old person to be dying. Sure enough, it was just spreading and spreading. It was strep A, toxic shock syndrome.
With infection to the bone, she was in the hospital for a long time.
And so what they ended up doing was they took muscle from my calf and they were able to rotate it over. And then they took skin from up here, did a skin graft.
Every day, symbols of how lucky she is.
Damn.
Not everyone survives this. No, I think they said one in 3 people usually don't make it through a specific strep A toxic shock syndrome.
So knowing the symptoms are crucial. High fever with chills and sweating, fast heart rate and difficulty breathing, bad pain in a specific area, and most severe altered mental status like confusion or disorientation.
That's a bad sign when you have an infection. I would just come to the emergency room immediately.
Dr. Christopher Dayton works in University Hospital's ICU, seeing the most serious cases, but sees
It happens so fast,
every
man.
day.
Across our city and across the country, at better recognizing it, and we have ways of alerting us as providers.
And educating the community.
You never know. You don't want to wait till it's too late.
Courtney Friedman, KSAT 12 News.
So things like pneumonia, even urinary tract infections, that can cause something that leads to sepsis as well.
Yeah, and that's why Dr. Dayton says getting certain vaccines can prevent the illness in the first place.
It's a crazy story. She is.
Be sure to get your pneumonia vaccine, dude. I've never gotten one. Big party over there.
Good morning, everybody.
Here.
We begin with breaking
Oh, I
news.
can't play it. Not letting me. Americans have lost trust in U.S. physicians, hospitals since 2020. Lethal species of yellow jackets found in Connecticut. Man crashes in the car, sexually assaults driver. Could imagine getting in a fender bender and the guy gets out and starts like groping you and shit. The fuck? Alright, I gotta know more.
First up at 5 o'clock, a Muskegon man is now under arrest after police say he crashed into a woman's car and then sexually assaulted her.
It happened.
Well, thanks for all the D-livers that came through and said nothing.
Today, News 8's
You guys are awesome.
Sanders spoke with the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office about those allegations and what's known about the suspect.
Deputies say it was in the parking lot of this gas station where the sexual assault happened, and it appears to be random. Sunday, a 24-year-old woman says she was visiting Duncan Woods in Grand Haven when she started to notice something was off.
The female had been at a park there and noted that the suspect was following her in a silver SUV. It's a silver Ford Edge. And followed her southbound down US 31.
Eventually, they both arrived at a stoplight at the intersection of US 31 and Lake Michigan Drive. That's when deputies say the man in the Ford Edge struck the back of the woman's silver Jeep. This caused the woman to pull into this gas station's parking lot near the intersection of US 31 and Stanton Street in Port Sheldon Township.
Believing that the suspect wanted to exchange information or file a police report because of the collision of the vehicles.
But authorities say that's far from what happened.
When she got out, the suspect approached her and eventually grabbed onto her and touched her inappropriately and assaulted her.
Sparks says the victim was able to fight the suspect off and sustain minor injuries before calling 911. The suspect, who is described as a 60-year-old white man, was arrested in Muskegon on Monday.
A white man? Yo.
The suspect's name has not been released.
If it would have been a black man, would they have said that? I don't know. Lately, they wouldn't. They were like, heck yeah, it's a white man. Get the rope.
Pending charges, but News 8 confirms he was out on parole for a previous sex offense. Sparks says they're still investigating what the suspect's intent was when he assaulted the woman.
There's definitely my concern that if she wouldn't have gotten away and contacted 911, that something much worse would have happened.
He credits the woman for deciding to pull over in a populated area and says if someone finds themselves in a similar situation, pick up the phone.
I know sometimes the hands-free law, people might get concerned about getting on their phone, but that's a reason to get on your phone. It doesn't violate that law if you have to summon help or call 911.
Workers at the gas station say their cameras did not pick up the incident. The Ottawa County Sheriff's Office says a person driving a green pickup truck with wood side rails may have witnessed what happened, and they want to hear from them. Deputies would also like to hear from anyone who has been the victim of any similar incidents. In Port Sheldon Township, Demetria Sanders, News 8.
Oh, I wanted to watch this yesterday. Looks really interesting. I kept it up. I had to keep it up. No, keep it. We want to learn how Iran strikes Israel.
Iranian ballistic missiles strikes focus on key Israeli military sites such as Nevatim Air Base near Beersheba and Tel Nof Air Base, both of which house the billion-dollar Israeli F-35 fighter jets and other high-value assets. Additional targets included the Hatzerim Air Base in the Negev Desert and the Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv. This is the Fatah hypersonic missile and the Shahab-3, and we'll look into the details why the Arrow missile failed to intercept the Iranian glide vehicles, all in the video ahead. The U.S. traced the launch location to a valley south of the Iranian city of Shiraz. Iran has launched its largest ever attack on Israel, firing 180 ballistic missiles. These missiles traveled more than 1,000 miles from this valley to reach Israel's most populated city and military sites. Iran used variants of the Shahab-3 ballistic missile in its latest attack on Israel. The Shahab-3 is the foundation for all of Iran's medium-range ballistic missiles and uses liquid propellant. It can carry a warhead weighing between 760 and 1,200 kilograms, which translates to 1,675 and 2,645 pounds. How it works. Step 1. The missile is positioned at a 90-degree angle and then fired. Step 2. The ballistic missile's trajectory takes it outside or near the edge of Earth's atmosphere.
Hello.
Step 3. The warhead payload separates from the rocket that carried it aloft and re-enters the atmosphere, descending towards its target. Step 4. The missile can carry a single or multiple warheads, depending on the variant. The warhead separates from the single-stage rocket after it has traveled about more than half the distance to its target. The most prolific Scud variants had a circular error probable of 300 to 450 meters. This means that 50% of the missiles fired at a target would land within a circle of that diameter. This is the Fata-2, the successor to the Fata-1. It was used for the first time and is one of Iran's advanced missile systems. This missile is equipped with a hypersonic glide vehicle. Inside it is the warhead, which detaches and allows the missile to maneuver and glide at speeds between Mach 5 and 10. The missile has a range of around 1,500 kilometers, only slightly more than its predecessor, the Fata-1. What sets it apart from other ballistic missiles is its ability to accelerate outside the Earth's atmosphere, while its aerodynamic control surfaces enable steering to evade the famous Arrow missiles defense system made by Israel. But first, let's look at what is a hypersonic missile. Hypersonic missiles are a challenging technology to master because they are so fast that if the US launched a Scramjet missile, it could reach China in just 18 minutes, traveling at speeds of Mach 5 and above. These Scramjet engines collect oxygen from the atmosphere as they travel, mixing it with hydrogen fuel to create the combustion needed for hypersonic flight. Meanwhile, glide hypersonic vehicles like the Chinese Dongfeng 17 became the first to integrate into production with conventional and nuclear warheads. They are also designed to target US aircraft carriers, as they can change their trajectory mid-flight. This US Arrow AGM hypersonic weapon is a missile within a missile which pops out its cover and uses only the glide vehicle kinetic energy as a weapon, and not to forget the Russian hypersonic missile like the Kinzhal. To qualify as a hypersonic missile, it must possess 3 key attributes: speed, maneuverability, and accuracy. Let's look at speed. As we all know, Mach 1 represents the speed of sound, which serves as our benchmark. To better understand this, let's make a few comparisons. Commercial airliners, for example, fly subsonically, just below Mach 1. In contrast, modern fighter jets can travel supersonically, reaching speeds of Mach 2 or 3. When we refer to hypersonic speeds, we're talking about anything Mach 5 and above. Space shuttles are an example of vehicles that travel hypersonically, often reaching speeds between Mach 20 and 24. But these can travel only for short distances at this speed. To sum it up, a hypersonic missile should cross Mach 25, which is around 19,000 miles per hour. But wait, that's not it. Hypersonic missiles should also have the capability of covering vast distances, such as from New York to Russia or from China to Texas and vice versa. Before we looked into how Fata missiles managed to penetrate Israeli air defense, we have to understand how Arrow 3 missile works. The Arrow missile defense system consists of 3 basic parts: the missile launcher unit, the green pine radar antenna, and the Arrow missile. The missile launcher unit is composed of 6 erector launcher tubes housing ready-to-fire missiles. Positioned at the rear of a 2-axle trailer, each launcher, when fully loaded with 6 launch tubes carrying ready-to-fire missiles, weighs 35 tons. The green pine radar serves as the warning and fire control radar for the Arrow 3 anti-ballistic air defense missile system. It plays a crucial role in target detection and guidance. The Arrow operates as a 2-stage missile. Let's look inside this engineering technology. This is the solid propellant booster and sustainer rocket motors. At the rocket's peak sits the ignition chamber, triggering the combustion of the solid propellant when activated. This propellant isn't just any substance. It's a meticulously crafted blend of fuel and oxidizer poured into a casing and then cured. Encasing this blend is a protective shell called the motor case. At the core of the rocket lies the propellant burning zone. Here, the solid fuel and oxidizer react, producing incredibly high-temperature combustion gases, which helps to launch the rocket at incredible speed above the Earth's surface. Moving further to the front, the most important part of the missile is the kill vehicle, which can be divided into 3 basic parts. The second stage is the propulsion system with a thrust vectoring nozzle. Just above it is the warhead, a directed high explosive fragmentation weighing 150 kilograms, which translates to 330 pounds. The third stage is the seeker, capable of pivoting itself to track its target. But what's the big deal about this long-range anti-ballistic missile system? Let's start with the propulsion system. The famous THAAD, Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, uses a divert attitude control thrusters. In comparison to the Arrow 3 kill vehicle, which utilizes a thrust vectoring nozzle with a solid fuel rocket, it has a shorter and more limited burn time. It has a few advantages, one of them being the ability to compensate for a lack of radar accuracy. When the radar sends the interceptor to an inaccurate target location, the Arrow 3 kill vehicle can adjust its trajectory. Since intercontinental ballistic missiles travel at very high speeds, the kill vehicle must change its trajectory based on newer, more accurate radar data from its seeker. A failure to fully divert the course to the new target would result in a failure to intercept. Now let's take a look how the Israeli defense system works. The Israeli defense system consists of 3 tiers. First up is the long-range Arrow missile defense system, which was designed specifically with Iranian missiles in mind. Each of these system rockets costs a few $1,000,000, and they can intercept missiles outside the Earth's atmosphere, resulting in enhanced protection. The second layer of defense is the so-called David Sling system, designed for taking out missiles and drones. Finally, the Iron Dome stops most short-range rocket attacks in Israel. Let's take a look at why the Iron Dome failed to intercept the Iranian ballistic missiles. Apart from discussing the multi-layered missile defense system, the Iron Dome itself has a range of around 40 miles, while the David Sling can intercept ballistic missiles up to a range of 180 miles. The top-tier Arrow anti-ballistic missile systems can target threats up to 1,500 miles away. According to reports, 180 ballistic missiles, which are possibly hypersonic as claimed by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, were launched. Although the Arrow missile defense system successfully intercepted many missiles before they reached Israel, many still got through. The main problem behind the failure to intercept was after the detachment of the glide vehicle from the launcher. The glide vehicle can change its trajectory multiple times, which confused the Arrow missiles. This maneuver also bypassed the David Sling and finally the Iron Dome system, which is not designed to counter hypersonic missiles like the Fatah II model. As a result, the interceptor missed for targets and the glide vehicle landed on military bases where the $100 million F-35 jets were stationed. Let's examine the cost implications of a single day of missile attacks. Iran expended over $200 million by launching ballistic missiles along with drones, whereas the IDF spent $1 billion to defend itself. This includes the Arrow missile, which costs around $2.5 million. The David Sling costs around $1 million to produce, while the Iron Dome costs around $20,000 to $100,000 for a single missile, depending on inflation. By contrast, Iranian ballistic missiles cost around $200,000 each, and its drones only $20,000 to $50,000 each. We make original videos from scratch.
Why are they so
please do
fucking
subscribe and hit
cheap,
the
man? Ours are so expensive. We need to start getting our missiles made in China, huh? We can get the price down. Oh, I know. We can have Venezuelans make them for us when they come here. Lou, Lou, everywhere, Lou. How you doing? How you doing, Lou? Lou. You're going to bed in an hour? Get you to stay up all night? Yeah, that poor kid. Separated. Gotta keep them separated. Glad you're doing well. America deploys Typhoon missile.
The U.S. Army's brand new Typhon launcher hasn't been in operational use for more than a year, and yet it's so powerful that it's already been at the center of a major international geopolitical crisis. Normally, you need to be an F-35 or a Patriot missile system to be at the center of such international intrigue. The whole controversy started in April 2024, when a battery of these launchers were forward deployed to Luzon in the Philippines. It was their first ever major test to see how they might actually work in the field at the annual Balikatan joint military exercise between the United States and the Filipino Armed Forces. You see, the Typhoon launcher is central to the U.S. military's evolving strategy to counter rival adversaries, which is diplomatic speak for Russia and China. And so confirming that it could actually be supported anywhere in the world is key to deterrence. So these Typhoon launchers were loaded up on a C-17 at Joint Base Lewis McChord, then flown 8,000 miles to the Philippines. This was important because using a prototype Typhoon launcher in a dry desert in the western Nevada on home turf is far more simple than trying to do it on a humid beachfront thousands of miles away. But surprisingly, this isn't even what caused the international snafu. What happened was a month later, after the training exercise was all packed up and finished, the US military just left the Typhoon launchers behind. I don't think you accidentally forget a new sensitive item that's multi-billion dollars worth of weapon system. It's not like that time my buddy left his rifle in the woods and forced the entire unit to get online and search in the forest on their hands and knees for the weapon. This caused a huge spike in tension between the United States and China because the Typhoon launcher allegedly worked too well, and that meant that it disrupted the balance of power in the region. The US Army hadn't even live fired them like how China regularly live fires missiles over Taiwan. China obviously wasn't a huge fan of this move, and so they complained with strongly worded language. Chinese Defense Minister Dong Jun warned that the deployment of this Typhoon system was, quote, severely damaging regional security and stability, end quote. Meanwhile, the Filipino armed forces insisted it was China who was severely damaging regional security by sending their navy to shoot water cannons and harass their boats. Either way, the two nations have increasingly been butting heads in the air and the sea over contested islands off their shores, and personally I think that that's part of the whole reason why the United States military left these systems there. A few months later, in July 2024, the United States finally announced they would withdraw the Typhoon launchers and bring them back home. And we all lived happily ever after, and China ended up being the United States' best man at its wedding. And the two look back and laugh about the whole thing now. Except that isn't at all what happened, because by late September 2024, it was revealed that the Typhoon launchers were still on the ground in the Philippines. They hadn't been removed. The news agency Reuters confirmed that they saw the Typhoon launchers still stationed in the northern part of the country closest to China. Take a look at these Planet Labs satellite images that reveals that the launchers are still stationed at Leong International Airport. Probably the single most important part of the United States strategy in Asia is pre-positioning strategic weapon systems to already be there before war even kicks off. This is because it would take valuable weeks to fly the Typhoon launcher, its crew, ammo, and the whole logistical tail into place and then set up and start firing. That's why the Philippines is an invaluable staging point if China were to ever attack Taiwan. Typhoon launchers are basically the Army's way of saying, hey China, it's a nice network of anti-air batteries you got there. Would be a shame if someone cruise missiled it. A senior government official spoke to Reuters and gave them some insight into what's happening, saying, quote, if ever it will be pulled out, it is because the objective has been achieved. We want to give them sleepless nights. If you really wanted to give China sleepless nights, all you had to do was send them a bunch of My Pillows. So if I were to put two and two together, it sounds to me like the United States is using these Typhoon launchers in the Philippines as leverage to try to get China to stop aggressive actions that they're taking against the Filipinos. Further evidence of this comes from the fact that the Filipino government is even trying to purchase the system from the United States so they can keep this capability there in their homeland. There are even reports that the United States military is now thinking of deploying the Typhoon launcher to Japan in the near future. The reason is because the U.S. Secretary of the Army, Christine Wormuth, said, quote, and so to your question about where might they be stationed eventually, I do think that in the theory of multi-domain task force could have great utility if it were stationed in Japan, for example, or perhaps in Australia. But first and foremost, Japan, end quote. So one thing I think to look for in the coming months and years is for signs of the U.S. trying different tactics to get them to Pacific, whether it's letting them fall off the back of a truck in the Philippines or selling them on Facebook Marketplace to anyone in Japan who wants to hold on to them. But what is it about these new weapon systems that makes all the allies want it and it's getting Chinese Communist Party all hot and bothered? It's because it can strike between 500 and 1,800 kilometers. The distance from the Philippines to mainland China is about 750 kilometers, while the distance to the Taiwan Strait is roughly 650 kilometers. Have you ever had a pesky target that you really needed to hit, but it was too far away for your attack missile, and you're trying to save your stockpile of long-range hypersonic ammo for a special once-in-a-lifetime high-value enemy? That's what the U.S. Army's new Typhon missile launcher is for. It's the Goldilocks of missiles. Each Typhon battery consists of 4 launchers called payload deployment systems. Each has 4 cells. This gives them 16 total rounds at the ready, which can be a mixture of your Tomahawk and SM-6 missiles at once. You also need to bring along the BOC, the Battery Operations Center, which is basically a shipping container with air conditioning and internet access where all the actual controls are contained. Don't even ask me what they're doing over at the Command Operations Center. Each battery will receive a reload trailer and support truck to keep operations running smoothly. They remind me of the mobile classrooms that my public elementary school bought to handle the overflow of extra kids. Except the Typhon launchers teach actually unforgettable lessons. Given that they can fire so far, you can't just rely on some high-speed artillery spotters to see the target for the Typhon. Instead, you'll use a system called the Extended Range Sensing and Effects, or ERSE as the company calls it. Let's call it that too because I can only fit so many military-industrial complex buzzwords into my mouth at one time before I start to gag. My old squad leader used to always tell me that I had a very sensitive gag reflex. These new formations combine drones, spy aircraft, and real-time satellite imagery in order to identify targets on the ground. They even have a dedicated surveillance balloon section. I want to see what that unit patch looks like. All these create what's called a kill web, with hundreds of different types of sensors communicating with each other at different altitudes in order to find, track, and kill those targets. In operation, the ESER company would send out dozens of intel assets prior to a large-scale movement of friendly forces, finding targets that could do some long-range damage to our troops on the ground, and sending that info to the, you guessed it, Battery Operations Center, the BOC. Ballistic launch points are pretty easy to spot once they get firing, so the ability to fold everything back into a Hemet trailer and gun it down the road is one of the main appeals of this system. Well, that and shooting Tomahawks. Once the initial breakthrough is made against a defensive barrier, then the Typhon launcher can be put to work maneuvering forward with the rest of the formation. It's a multi-domain weapon system, which means it can engage enemy ships in the sea, aircraft in the sky, command outposts on the land, and critical infrastructure from a distance. And here, this is what's really key, I think, is it does this without relying on air superiority to do these things like the United States military did in the past. Air superiority is like having a nice safety net. It feels great when it's there, but you better learn how to fight like hell when it's not. But there's actually a lot more to this launcher than you might think. First, we need to address the elephant in the room, because I know what you're thinking, and I was thinking the same thing. Cappy, are you sure it's actually called the Typhon and not the Typhoon launcher? Fair question. I've been known to mispronounce a name or two in my day, and admittedly, I've gotten confused before in the past and called it Typhoon launchers in previous episodes. But this launcher isn't named after a strange word for a hurricane. It gets its name from the Typhon monster from Greek mythology, which was described as being a giant dragon with 100 heads and snakes for legs, which if you ask me is way cooler than a big storm, but that's just me. These launchers at their core are platforms for yeeting missiles off of a truck, and the major change here is that up until now, that could only be done when it was fired from the Navy's fleet of ships. Naval fire is great, but it requires a ton of joint service coordination, isn't super reactive to changing situations on the ground, and they're usually limited to targets closer to the shoreline, not to mention that giant boats in the middle of the ocean can make pretty big targets. The design of the Typhon started around 2020, and it came out of the Army's $404 million mid-range fire systems program. According to a congressional report from April of 2024, the Typhon program started after it was determined that, quote, reported improvements to Russian and Chinese artillery systems present a challenge to the U.S. Army, end quote. The U.S. had munitions that would be able to take out these targets, but they were sitting in the Navy and the Air Force stockpiles, and that wasn't good enough for the Army. 2 missiles were selected for testing, the infamous Tomahawk cruise missile and the SM-6, also known as the RIM-174, in use by the Navy. In fact, you might recognize the Typhon because it's sort of a ground-modified Lockheed Mark 70 Mod 1. The Mark 70 Mod 1 takes missile tubes found on Navy ships and crams them into a standard shipping container, so you can slap them just about anywhere. This is why the Army was able to deploy these things so quickly. According to Lieutenant General Robert Rash, a senior officer at the Rapid Capabilities and Critical Technologies Office, the Typhon, quote, progressed from a blank piece of paper in July of 2022 to the soldiers' hands in just over 2 years, so soldiers can begin training as quickly as possible, end quote. The first 4 prototypes were delivered by Lockheed in late 2022, and by June of 2023, the Army had successfully completed a test fire with the Tomahawk missile out of the new launcher, declaring it fully operational less than 3 years after being dreamed up. For reference, the development of the Pizza MRE took over 10 years, although as an Italian, I can confidently say it ended up tasting like a war crime. The 2 missiles being used, the Tomahawk and the SM-6, have ranges of about 1,000 miles and 310 miles respectively. But the important question is what kind of firepower is being packed into those bad boys. Tomahawks typically have a payload capacity of 1,000 pounds, but have a couple of different variants that they'd be using. The SM-6 is a bit more interesting of the two because it can be used for a different number of target categories than just targets on the ground. These are about as close to an anti-everything missile that the DoD has in its stockpile. Originally designed for longer-range anti-air targets, like planes and helicopters, it can take out anything from drones to incoming ballistic missiles, and even naval ships as a secondary role. Similar to the Tomahawk, but at much higher speeds and with a smaller warhead of only about 140 pounds. So the Tomahawks are meant for the larger, generally stationary targets. Think of your buildings or large fortifications, and the SM-6 for smaller targets of opportunity, like mobile command posts or high payoff targets like missile emplacements. The SM-6, the US Army just decided to start producing 500 of these a year, and the latest version of these, the SM-6 Block 1B, are hypersonic versions, meaning they can push over 5 times the speed of sound. One of the main reasons the US Army hasn't had this capability until now was because the kind of weapon system was literally illegal. In 1987, the United States and the Soviet Union signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces, or the INF Treaty. This banned the designing or possession of land-based missiles that had a range of 500 to 5,500 kilometers. In 2019, after seeing Russia literally could not be bothered to follow the agreement since they were developing their own ballistic missile arsenal and China never even signed on to it, the United States decided, you know what? We're pulling out of this treaty. This had the collective effect of making every defense company start drooling when they read that headline. So how does this stack up to Russia and Chinese equivalents? Russia has been fielding its medium-range ballistic missile, the Iskander, since 2006, but we haven't really seen them in full operational scale use until the war in Ukraine kicked off, and then we started seeing them being used. These hypersonic missiles have a range of about 500 kilometers, and it has a 1,700-pound warhead. After a few months into the war, Ukraine had begun developing successful strategies to intercept them, forcing them to start firing twice as many missiles in the hopes that one would pass through. These lack the pinpoint accuracy of the RM-6 or the Tomahawk, hence the need for a heavier payload capacity, because Iskanders are said to hit within 50 meters of your point of aim, whereas the Tomahawk can hit within 10 meters. Point is, the Russian Iskander is a formidable weapon system, but only insofar as Ukraine lacks the ability to shoot them down. However, China's ballistic missile arsenal is a bit more robust. China's equivalent medium-range ballistic missile is the Dongfeng 21C. It's been in service since 2006. These have a long range of an estimated 1,100 miles, but they have pretty awful accuracy. And so on average, it'll be off anywhere between 50 and 100 meters. I may not have shot expert back in the day, but at least I didn't miss by a literal football field length and distance. They also have one major disadvantage. They can only be fired from prepared hard surfaces like a road or specially built launch pads. This is because the backblast from the missiles sends dirt and debris flying out so fast that it'll literally kill anyone around it. Firing this thing from a gravel patch would be like setting off a giant frag grenade. This means that anyone with access to Google Maps on their phone could spend a few hours and identify literally every spot that this thing could be fired from. The DoD needs to hire one of those GeoGuessr guys, and it would probably take all of 10 minutes. The US Army is revolutionizing how they fight by organizing into 5 multi-domain task force, 3 of which will be deployed to the Pacific, and a key part of this new unit will be the Typhon launchers, which tells me that one way or another, the United States is going to deploy these things to the Pacific, although, like how I mentioned earlier, we don't know exactly where in the Pacific yet. All of the stuff that goes kaboom will be found in the Strategic Fires Battalion, which will consist of a HIMARS battery for those shorter ranges, an MRC battery where the Typhon will live for medium range, and then you got the long range hypersonic weapon battery for those tough to reach spots. The Army is currently requesting $183 million in research and development funds and $233 million in acquisition in order to continue testing the Typhon and building up batteries inside the multi-domain task force. So far, testing has been so successful that plans are already set to have 5 batteries fully operational by 2028, and signs are pointing that the Fires Battalion will increase the number of Typhon batteries to 2 or 3 each. Sensitive high-tech systems like the Army's new Typhon launcher are vulnerable to cyber attacks, which is why the U.S. Army created a whole new MOS, or job, called 17 Echo, Electronic Warfare Specialist. And it's not just the Army. Look at how the entire civil industry has been kicked into overdrive to help protect their new digital front line. And that's why I want to
I don't want to, 'cause I don't have to.
Back when I was a kid, it was like this. You're so lucky you have it
Look
so
at
much
these
better. Now
Trumpers.
we
Look
say
at these
the
mother
opposite. We say
Trumpers.
back when I was a kid, it was so much better, and we want to reverse that, like it used to be. We want to make the future better.
Dude, he's back in Butler, PA, boy.
Make America great again in order to
Back out there in Butler, PA. That was interesting. Learning about missiles, huh?
for the next generations ahead. And speaking of next generations,
And I'm gonna get out there and make the bowl better. See if Tux comes out and eat. He's being a little
who's
punk.
this friend of ours? What's your name?
Parker.
It's so nice to meet you. Welcome. Is this your first Trump rally?
I was here when he almost got assassinated.
You were here in July. Well, we're so glad you came back and that you're here today. It's going to be a special day, isn't it?
Yes.
And what would you like to tell President Trump if he's watching you right now?
That he's the best president we ever had.
He's the best president we ever had. God bless you. Thank you for being here. What a sweet kid. How sweet is that? And that is what we're talking about, that American spirit. Bobby, he was here in July. How many people, I'll speak for myself. When it ended that day, I thought we'll never see kids at a rally again. They'll be afraid.
You know, and rightfully so, to protect their parents, you know, making that best decision on their behalf. But what we're seeing is people unafraid. How many people have we talked to already today that were here on July 13th? So they will not let the threat of an assassin deter them from seeing their president and to finish the speech he was going to give back in July.
It will be
really inspiring.
It will be incredible. I have the chills already thinking about it and what it's going to mean. Look at all of these happy faces though.
Absolutely.
Not afraid, just proud. Just proud to honor Corey, proud to see President Trump. And of course, for those who are watching, President Trump is expected to speak at 5 p.m. today. In addition to President Trump, though, we will have a slew of fantastic people. We'll probably try to get Mayor of Slippery Rock, J.D. Longo said he'll come up and talk to us. I know there are so many people. We've got another J.D. on hand today. That would be
Senator
J.D.
Vance will
Vance.
be here, the vice presidential nominee, and then and this lovely lady here. If you could share with us, ma'am, I noticed that are you signing the Dave McCormick bus? Responsible for that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get people to sign.
I was fortunate enough to sign it. One of the staffers actually came up to me in Indiana, Pennsylvania, a few days ago. So my signature's up there somewhere, but it's really filling out nicely. And has it been a nice attraction on the campaign trail?
Absolutely, yes, 100%. Yeah, people were very emphatic to sign it.
What would Dave McCormick be in the United States Senate mean for Pennsylvania, and how will that help President Trump's agenda?
Oh, well, Trump endorsed him, and we absolutely need him in Pennsylvania. We got to get Bob Casey out of there.
Tell us about Bob Casey. He's an interesting guy. Once was a pro-life Democrat. I know his father was a big politician in the state. Has he really helped or hurt Pennsylvania during his tenure?
He's absolutely hurt Pennsylvania. He hasn't done a whole lot for anybody. I mean, it's like, you know, he's just part of the Democrat machine, and we got to get rid of the Democrats because they're wrecking the country.
President Trump has mentioned when he visits Pennsylvania that Bob Casey is the do-nothing senator. He even mentions that I really didn't talk to him much. He really wasn't doing much when I was, president myself. So how will Dave McCormick's business experience, also his military service, bring a newfound defense of Pennsylvania at the federal level?
Well, I have a lot of hope for Dave McCormick that he's going to do a lot for Pennsylvania and for the United States. I mean, we need Republican senators in there to stop this crazy... Yikes. this crazy agenda.
Absolutely, and what we just saw there, if you heard some security is going into the venue, so everything is okay. But just making sure it's safe and smooth for everyone here. Were you at the Butler rally back in July?
No, I was not here. I was out of town that weekend.
So what's it like to be here on these hallowed grounds today to experience President Trump coming back, having no fear and ready to bring his message back to Western PA?
I mean, this is very exciting for me. This is my first Trump rally. I actually just recently got elected to the Butler County Republican Committee. So I've been doing as much as I can to help out, to help get Trump elected, help all the Republicans in Pennsylvania and in Butler County, and that's all you can do. You can't just sit on X and social media complaining. If you want change, you got to get out and do something. So here I am.
Well, congratulations on your election. It's truly the grassroots that make a huge difference, especially a populist movement that was really being outspent at the federal level. In some cases 3-1, but it's this mass of wonderful people who are getting involved at the grassroots level. How can others get involved as you're doing to make a difference in their community, especially in Butler County?
Well, here in Pennsylvania, every county has a Republican committee. You can get elected and represent your voting precinct, and then just from there, just start helping these the people running on their campaigns to help get them elected. Do whatever you can. I mean, that's the most important. From everything down from the local level to the state level to the federal level, we got to just do whatever we can to get good people in there running the country.
Amen. And it's not too overwhelming, right? Just a few hours, here and there, just helping. I know people put.
I mean, it's a little bit busier now because of the election coming up, and people are working hard, door knocking, getting people registered, getting people, to get their mail-in ballots if they don't think they're going to make it to the election polls. That's super important to get to the, get your mail-in ballots so you can still vote. I mean, so it's definitely been a lot busier now, but it's not a lot. It's a couple meetings a month. It's a couple hours, and it's all you can do is just try to get involved.
Well, thank you so much for your service, and congratulations on your election, and for sharing how important that is to get involved here at the local level. Definitely have fun today. Absolutely. And that's what it's all about, the grassroots, getting it done for Pennsylvania, a crucial state. We're looking at 19 electoral votes that will make or break this country. And Pennsylvania, look at how important fracking is, how important energy independence is. Also, manufacturing here, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Steel City, how important U.S. Steel. Not only this part of the country, but for our entire country, because it's all about security. And Nikki's getting some pictures with some fans here. She's pretty popular in these parts.
Quickly, while we're here, what do you want to say to President Trump if he's watching?
We love you, President Trump. We love you.
Thank you for watching RSPN. You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. There are so many people. I was trying to find, where is the end? And I couldn't find the end. That often happens in a bottle of wine, right? You're like, where's the end? Let me get to the end because I need another drink just so I can get to the end. Just kidding. But that happens when it's that good. You just want to keep going. And I will tell you, it's the amazing opportunity because we actually have a chance for you to get Republican Red wine. Republican Red Winery is proud to introduce the Never Surrender wine that captures the very essence of American resilience. And this collectible wine, by the way, commemorates President Trump's most unforgettable moment. We've talked about it. Of course, it happened right here on these grounds at the Butler Farm Show, and that courageous fist pump that followed the attempt on his life right here in Butler, Pennsylvania. It was a moment that became a powerful symbol of really triumph over adversity. And you can actually own a piece of American history, which is so wonderful to be able to say. Never Surrender actually celebrates Donald Trump's unwavering commitment to our beautiful country, and it stands as a reminder for patriots everywhere to fight, fight, fight. You're hearing it all day today. This bold vintage 2014 Pinot Noir has actually it's been tagged as something for the ages, and I will say this, it's really wonderful for you to be able to get in on this because if I can hear, I'm going to move this for 1 second. It's actually 100% American, right? So from the wine to all of the ingredients, to the bottle, to the cork, every single thing about it is American made, and we love that. It's crafted with the same spirit of self-sacrifice that defines our great nation. And here's the only catch, okay? The only catch is that 2,000 bottles of Never Surrender are available. That's right, Patriots.
Just 2,000. Wow.
Just 2,000. So it's a limited edition for true collectors and proud supporters of President Trump. Each bottle comes with a certificate of authenticity, individually numbered, making this a true collector's item. And Republican Red Winery stands for the freedoms and liberties that align with President Trump's vision. And to make your purchase even more meaningful, a significant portion of the profits, ready, they will go to support the Trump campaign, which is great. So don't miss your chance to actually own a piece of history. You'll enjoy it as well, by the way. Act now, and you can secure your bottle of Never Surrender before they're gone. And for all of our fellow RSBN viewers, we have an exclusive discount code just for you. Use the code RSBN at the checkout, and you'll be able to get it. I believe there's another special that I was just informed about. Let me see here. Let's see. There is, hold on a second. We just got some other information, I believe. There's an exclusive discount code. Yeah, if you want to use RSBN at checkout, you get a $30 value. Just visit republicanred.com today, and you can own this piece of American history. That's republicanred.com, and we can make American wine great again.
That will be so fun to cheers on a successful election night, just 1 month away from today. Remember the November 5th, the 5th of November.
Yes.
President Trump has said that it is the most consequential day in American history. This is the greatest movement in American political history. Liberation Day coming November 5th for the American people. And it just keeps going, Nikki.
It just never ends, right? A never-ending line.
Remarkable.
So excited. No, thank you guys. Thanks for watching. Appreciate that. So many RSBN viewers, and we love that, and we hope that you continue to follow all of us. Of course, go to RSBN, go to RSBN Network. It's just RSBNetwork.com, and you can find both of us, Bobby McNeely. I'm Nikki Stanzione. Find us on all of the platforms. We love to share all the greatness that's going on, and we'll try to post as much as we can after this rally to kind of celebrate the event as well. Now you can find
some vendor
things
coming out because they weren't letting them into a certain spot in the Butler Farm Show.
Oh, wow. Rome is going crazy. Palestine. For 3 hours.
Garantito contro qualcuno. Governo italiano che perché noi stiamo dietro piazza, noi la piazza ce la
Just 50 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago. 34 minutes ago. Minutes ago. It just started getting crazy though. 11 minutes ago. 9 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, it started getting crazy. Yeah, it's live. Palestine, by the way. Why don't they go to Palestine and throw rocks at the IDF? They really want to make a change. Oh, they get some of that piss water sprayed on them. They mix that with the feral cats of Italy and milk them. That's feral cat piss. Actually, it's not even water. I made me go home. Yeah, they were putting something in the water in the Philippine water. I remember it was like, it had a color to it. I heard that their water made people itch. Okay, why are they spraying that dude? All these white people for Palestine, gays for Palestine. Look, you see the rainbow umbrella over there. These people just want an excuse to throw rocks and shit, really, how I see it. Same with RNT, but like, they know that the left will let them get away with rioting against the right. So they wait until the right's in office, which probably is the case in Italy, I'm not sure. And the left hit the streets because the left lets them. It's weird that it works like that, man. If the left is, like, if the Biden administration's in, leftist cities try to keep their people in check more, it seems. But they let their people get crazy when there's a right-wing administration in the federal government, because then they just blame it on the feds somehow. Like New York's blaming it on the immigration crisis because their crime is up. I bet it's not their fault, it's the Fed's fault for letting these people in. Dude, this is like Normandy right now. There's so many tear gas things. This is I wasn't expecting such a something. I mean, the good old days. Let me see. There's a right-wing government. Brothers of Italy is a national conservative and right-wing populist political party in Italy that is currently the country's ruling party. There you go. I called it. I didn't even know it was the case. It's going to happen here too if Trump gets in office. So then they can blame the Trump administration for a rise in crime when it's really the leftist cities letting their people run rampant. This is probably in Milan or something. Where we at? What does it say? On so I don't disturb my neighbors. Yeah, they're going in with this group of... This is crazy. They start just whacking people? Oh shit. There it is. The whacking has started. Oh shit. Damn, where'd that come from? Was that a cop or an IED? Oh, close, up close and personal water cannon. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, they're moving. That thing will just straight wash them out of there if they wanted to. They can't even stand up. They're trying to be nice, I think, and not spray them with it directly because it's maybe. They're so close. Oh, there it goes. Oh. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand there for long, buddy. That shit has to hurt. Like, About knocks the breath out of you. Even near being dark yet. They ain't playing around out there. Oh shit, this guy's trying to kung fu his way out of it. Everybody was kung fu fighting. This cat was not fast as lightning. Okay. I know, these sirens are fucking starting to annoy me a little bit. First thing in the morning, I could actually stop, or I'd be happier. D-Livers out there, say something so I can give away some of this limons. There's Lena. Otherwise, if I do it again, it ain't gonna do anything. Y'all gotta talk or something. Only one that talks gets paid. Say something now. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Anything? It's crazy, these morons are so pro-Palestine. Like, they're close to it. They could just go over there, walk to Palestine. They're walking. Momma, you want to go help out in the tunnels? Sure, they need people. Was it Rome? I'm not sure. I just know it's... Oh, it is Rome. How did you know that? You looked it up? Yeah, it is Rome. Momma. Notice it says it in the description. Thank you. Oh my gosh, were the sirens necessary? Why do they care? I don't know. Because they have a right-wing federal government in Italy right now, that's why they care the most. If they had a left-wing government, they would care half as much. Because right now, half of these people are just mad that the leftists aren't in power. And they're just out there protesting that because this, is against what the right wing want. You know, right wing is all about, I guess they're the same as American right wing. They're all about letting Israel do what they want, pretty much, and take care of Hamas. And take care of it, get ready to get the hostages out, you know what I mean? Want the hostages out? Well, fuck you, Hamas. And Palestine for helping to harbor terrorists. They voted them in. Is that our fault they voted them in? Is that our fucking fault? Would we expect other countries to feel sorry for us because we voted fucking Biden in? Do we? Or are we like, help us? You did it. You live with it now. We feel sorry for us, Reverend Biden. They're laughing at us. We try to help them out by giving them elections and shit, man. You know, and that's what they did. What they did with it. What are we supposed to do? Go Captain Save-A-Ho them again? Give them another election so that they can fuck it up again? Dude, the people of Palestine are fucked in the head from birth. They have some of the lowest IQ in the world, not only because of malnutrition, because of lack of education as well. Like they don't have very many skills that are applicable to the outside world of Gaza. Can you imagine that shit? What an existence, not to mention the PTSD that they all have and probably anger issues and shit. That community just needs to be wiped out. I'm sorry to say that, but it's never going to get better. They need to be deleted. Boop, at least Gaza. Chink. Those people don't exist anymore. I know that sucks and it is genocide, but at this point, they're a zoo that we just watch and they cause fucking issues. It's a zoo where the wild animals get out all the time. What are we supposed to do with that? If we had a zoo where the animals were always getting out and killing people and we couldn't do anything about it, it was always going to happen, we would probably kill all the animals at the zoo. So we didn't have to deal with them killing humans anymore. So when is the last time you hear somebody from Gaza changing the world, getting a Pulitzer Prize or something, or I don't know, like sort of science achievement? The only achievement I've seen them recently have is they were at like the fucking World Cup or something. And everybody was like, oh my god, Palestine's in the World Cup. Oh, it's amazing. It's a sporting event. Who gives a shit? What the fuck does that matter? How do they even have time to fucking be bullshitting with soccer? I think, like, is Russia still doing that? Is Russia still doing that? Why are they still doing? Why was Russia at the Olympics? They're at fucking war. Did we go to the Olympics when we were at war? Because that's weird. Like, were we in World War II at the Olympics? I can see us being in the Vietnam War at the Olympics, so I bet that was fucking weird. Oh, it was women's weightlifting that they have somebody in right now. That was a big deal. Great. Should have had her on the front lines. What a waste. Because, I mean, what does that do for like Palestinian pride, or does that like make Palestinians more proud to be Palestinian when they see a butch ass woman lifting weights on the world stage? Heck yeah, Palestine, that's us. When in the reality of things, like, well, grand scheme of things, Palestine is one of the most hated countries in the world. Judging off of passport acceptance and automatic visa issuance, Venezuela is one of the only countries that allows them to come without a visa, which begs the question: how many Palestinians have made it to Venezuela and then made it through the Darien Gap and now are in our country and still pissed off at us? They said they were from somewhere else, lost their passport. never seen a Palestinian want peace. They don't. They're born into a life of war. All they know is war. All they know is trying to defeat Israel. Right? We've seen the propaganda. The quasi-Disney show that had that ugly rat. It was super anti-Semitic every episode. That was a thing on like their public network for at least a decade, wasn't it? It might still be airing. And it's super creepy. You saw it, right, Lou, when I showed it? It's not a cartoon, it's like a Muppet puppets or something like that. So it looked like a Disney / Sesame Street type show. Oh, see, here it is right here. Here's just a little short one. We'll come back to that right now. They're kind of chilled out. In case somebody here hasn't seen this weirdness. So TV show 2007.
بتمنى انك تحافظ عليها الامانه هذه يا فرفور.
وش الامانه هذه يا جدي اللي لازم احافظ عليها؟
ان احنا الارض ايام ال 48 هذه الارض يا سيدي انا ورثتها من ابائي واجدادي بتمنى انك تحافظ عليها. هذه الارض ارض جميله كلها مزروعه بالورد بالشجر الزيتون والنخل بتمنى انك تحافظ عليها يا فرفور.
وش اسم هذه الارض يا جدي؟
هذه الارض اسمها تل الربيع. اما الجيت يا خساره اليهود سموها تل ابيب بعد ما احتلوها واخذوها يا جدي. هذه الامانه بتمنى انك تحافظ عليها يا فرفور. وهذا المفتاح بيكون معك لما ترجع للبلاد. لما ترجع للبلاد بتفتح فيه يا فرفور. انا يا فرفور.
هذا يا جدي المفتاح.
هذا المفتاح.
هذا المفتاح.
هذه كمان اوراق تثبت كمان الارض إلنا يا فرفور. هذه امانه معك يا فرفور. اوعى تفرط بالارض يا فرفور. اوعى تفرط بالارض يا فرفور.
يا جدي ما تخافش.
انا يا فرفور تعبان كتير.
لا يا جدي.
حاسس حالي بدي اموت.
لا يا جدي.
حاسس حالي اني قريب من ارض الربيع.
لا يا جدي.
بتمنى يا جدي انك تحافظ عليها.
حاضر يا جدي.
انا يا جدي. انا يا جدي.
لا يا جدي.
انا يا جدي.
This is just one, dude. This is a series that was on every day that was constantly trying to get the kids to be anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish or whatever. I guess they're Semites too, right? The Palestinians. Is that how it works? Something like that. There's like that one. Oh wait, that one wasn't over. It goes into him being interrogated.
اقعد حبيبي فرفور. اقعد ارتاح. اقعد حبيبي فرفور.
طيب هاني متقعد. احكي لي شو بدك؟
سمعنا فرفور انه سيدك اعطاك مفاتيح الارض والوراق.
مين قال لك هذا الكلام؟
انت ما إلك مين قال فرفور، لكن المطلوب فرفور.
طيب وايش المطلوب هلقت مني؟
المطلوب فرفور انه تعطينا اوراق الارض.
اوراق الارض اللي جدي اعطاني اياهم امانه عشان احافظ عليهم وعشان احرر فيهم القدس واحرر لما تتحرر الاراضي انا واصدقائي نروح على ارضنا ونقعد فيها. انت اعطيك اياها انت جدي
فرفور بدنا نشتري الارض. شري يا فرفور، بدنا نديك مصاري كتير. بدك تاخد مصاري كتير فرفور، وناخد الاوراق فرفور. اوراق ولا حاجه فرفور.
لا مش احنا اللي بنبيع اراضينا لناس ارهابيين.
فرفور بدك تجيب الاوراق، يعني بدك تجيب الاوراق.
مش سايب الاوراق. ومش سايب ايه؟ مش سايب الاوراق.
فرفور
مش سايب لك الاوراق.
بدك تجيب الاوراق فرفور. بدك تجيب الاوراق فرفور.
خلاص عندك الاوراق.
بدك تجيبه، يعني بدك تجيبه فرفور.
مش سايبه لناس مجرمين، لناس انتال، لناس ارهابيه.
احنا انضال، احنا ارهابيه فرفور. خد 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 جيب لي اوراق لك فرفور.
نعم أحبابنا الأطفال، لقد فقدنا أعز صديق لنا، فرفور. لقد استشهد فرفور وهو يدافع عن أرضه، يدافع عن أرض آبائه وأجداده. استشهد على أيدي المجرمين القتلة، قتلت الأطفال الأبرياء، وقتلت إيمان حجة، قتلت محمد الدرة وغيرهم الكثير.
There's no changing Gaza, dude. Like, they have to be wiped out. Sorry, dude. There's like, with shit like that, it's never gonna stop. And all it would take is one boop. I mean, there'd still be West Bank, of course, but I don't know. They could just push him into, was it Jordan that's right above him? Right above him. Iraq or Jordan? They could just liberate Israel and have just let them have their little Jewish country, man. Come on. We got plenty of Muslim countries. There's no Jew country. Why they gotta be so stingy? Fucking assholes. Muslims are a little stingy with their countries. The Jews aren't even like trying to really kick out the Christians, even though they want them gone too. Orthodox, for sure. Was the floor of your preschool? Our background was your floor. Oh, that was it. The car thing. You laying in my lap all morning, sweetie? In here for sure, huh? Fever. Back on me. You lay in my lap a lot this morning. Pretty much all morning. Simon used to. What is this? Oh, there's another weird thing happening. on Fort Fisher Stream. It's kind of dead right now. This shit. It's like one guy there.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land?
It's funny all the people that got their hands on their arm, but they don't have their hat off.
And the home of the
They got the hands in his pocket. I mean, most of them are showing respect, but I don't understand, I guess.
And so, Travis is your real name, but I believe you're in character, right?
Obviously in character. That would be correct.
Well, that's cool.
Who are you in character as, Travis?
Aaron Bledsoe.
Aaron Bledsoe. All right, I'm going to introduce Aaron Bledsoe then.
I look pretty good for 270, wouldn't you agree? Thank you. And of course, I have my notes, which, because of eyesight at my age, if I get a little bit out of this,
Yeah, we used to look
please
weird.
understand,
Hands.
eyes in 270 make a big difference. It is important that you know who I am and the conditions in my Virginia. Then you may be better able to determine the reasons for the choices in my life. Right now it's 1790, to give you a heads up of the time frame. Fellow Virginian James Madison said, "Do not separate words from historical meaning. If you do, you will have perverted and subverted what was written, which can only end in a distorted form of illegitimate history. Your contemporary opinions are worthless in judging the reasons for our decision. Accept what we did. Determine why we did it. It's much easier to point a finger than to evaluate the fingers that point back at you when you point that finger. Pious perspectives and judgmentalism eliminate Scripture as a reason for our actions. You ask, how could we believe that leadership is male? How could we support slavery? How could we rebel against England? How could we limit voters to only those who own land? And how could it that we as pastors could be persecuted by other Christians? I am Reverend Aaron Bledsoe, founding pastor, North Pamunkey Baptist Church in Orange County, Virginia. Started in 1774 with another gentleman by the name of Elijah Craig. 2 years before
That's a whiskey brand.
the Revolution. I am also Captain Bledsoe of the Spotsylvania County Militia. I was appointed militia lieutenant in 1755 and became captain in 1756. In 1771, Elijah Craig, Lewis Craig, and myself were arrested for preaching the gospel of God. It was a public disruption, as we were so called. Patrick Henry was our legal representation. Case dismissed, but we spent time in jail for preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ in Culpeper, Virginia. Who were locking up the Baptists, the Presbyterians, the Lutherans in jail? Who was forcing the Lutherans to return to England and be ordained as an Anglican? A state church, the Anglican Church. Understand, more than half of the Baptist pastors in Virginia had been locked up in jail previous to 1776 for speaking and preaching the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Wow.
While we would continue to preach from the jail cells through the windows, Anglican individuals would stand on the houses and urinate on us as we preached. Understand, we lived in an era when the difficulties between Christian groups was major. And the reason why it was major, because most of them supported the revolution. They supported the revolution. There was power, there was control. There was for me as a Baptist pastor, I could not baptize. I could not marry because I didn't have a license from the state church. And the state church at that time said, if you don't have a license and you marry or baptize, you can go to jail.
Interesting. So it was a separation of
We're
church and
Baptist,
state.
Presbyterians and
We
Lutherans,
had to do.
and we were protecting our areas from individual issues and making sure that if the church didn't take care of the responsibility for the needs in that area, then it was the militia's responsibility to step up and take advantage of the opportunity that we have to make a difference in the service that we would provide for our neighbors. After the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the Virginia elites, the Anglicans, had a problem. Here was their problem. Who was going to fight? The Anglicans were your business owners, your merchants. The Presbyterians, the Lutherans, and the Baptists were the rural areas. They knew how to hunt. They knew how to fight. They knew how to do things with wood. They knew how to do those kind of things. So when that occurred, here's what the Baptists specifically said. If half of us had been locked up in jail, why would we fight in the revolution? So we made a deal. We told the Anglicans, we will fight for you if you remove the taxes that you are putting on all of us. Remember, in Virginia, it was a state church. And in Virginia, you specifically had to pay to that state church, even if you didn't agree with that state church. And out of what we were doing through the militia and other things, Thomas Jefferson decides to write the Statutes of Religious Liberties, because of the stance that we took to say, we do not want to be able to pay you to pay others to take care of your property, to take care of your pastors. That money should be decided as to what we would do. Taxes should go for things that were necessary for everybody, not for a state church. We, the people, controlled government until government chooses to control us. In 1786, 5,000 individuals who signed a paper that said, we're not going to pay those taxes. Remember, I left out something. In 1776, 10,000 individual males signed a petition to say, we will fight for you. And Thomas Jefferson and the House of Burgesses and others said, okay, we will accept that. So they removed the taxes in 1776. But like so many individuals who will make a statement and change their mind, maybe you know of individuals like that. In 1784, the House of Burgesses put the taxes back in. And so we were forced to pay taxes. So the Baptist Association, Presbyterians Association, Lutheran Associations decided to do what? Petition the government and say, we're not going to do it anymore. Those groups were started as associations to fight government, not necessarily to stand together as Baptist pastors or Lutherans. 1787, the Congress met together and the Constitution was provided. In 1788, I'll share that just a couple of minutes, James Madison wrote something called the Federalist Papers. And in the Federalist Papers, he, more than anyone else, describes the purpose of the militia. And in 1789, when we debated the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of the speech of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for the redress of grievances. And then number two, a well-regulated militia, being necessary. Hear those words, being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed. Let me share with you some quotes from James Madison in Federalist Paper number 45. The operations of the federal government will, by degrees, prove fatal to state governments. Hear that again. The operations of the federal government will, by degrees, prove fatal to the state government. The second thing he said, the Senate will be elected exclusively and absolutely by state legislators. The Senate will be elected absolutely and exclusively by state legislators. The number of individuals employed under the Constitution of the United States will be much smaller than the number employed under the particular states. The members of the legislative, executive, and judiciary departments of the 13 states, the justices of the peace, officers of militia, ministerial officers of the justice, who with all other county cooperation and town officers for the millions of people here intermixed, have a particular acquaintance with every class and circle of people, must exceed beyond all proportion, both in numbers and influence, those of every description who will be employed and administered by the federal system. His reason?
So, dude, so there should have been more. There should have been a lot. Like, there should be people that pick the Senate for the people, is what he's saying. So there'd be a lot more employees stateside, but it would be a more informed decision on their part, because that's what they're doing. That's what they're there for. They're there to know what the fuck's going on more than the people. The people vote the people that they want to know, and those people vote the people that they really want to know, that have the power to like do shit federally in the Senate. I get that.
Difference are the people closest to the problem.
Yeah.
Anything less than that is oversight. Anything less than that is overreach. The powers delegated by a proposed constitution of the federal government
keeps the federal government smaller and the state government bigger.
Again, Madison's paper, number 45. Those which are to remain in the state governments are numerous and indefinite. The former, or the federal government, will be exercised principally on external objects as war, peace, negotiation, and foreign commerce. The powers reserved to the several states will extend to all objects which in the ordinary course of affairs concern the lives, liberties, and properties of the people and the internal order and improvement and posterity of the state. When the federal government becomes too large and controlling, we, the people, will suffer. Federalist 46. Madison wrote a federal army could be kept in check by the militia. A standing army would be opposed. Madison argued state governments would be able to repeal the danger of a federal army. It may well be doubted whether a militia thus circumstanced could ever be conquered by such a proportion of regular troops. Madison contrasted the federal government of the United States to European kingdoms, which he described as afraid to trust their people with arms. He was speaking about England and the European nations, but he was not speaking about us. He then goes on to say, ambitious gentlemen must here be reminded of their error. They must be told that the ultimate authority, whenever the derivative may be found, resides in the people alone, given by God alone to the people. Madison's fear, the federal government would eventually become tyrannical. Let a regular army, fully equal to the resources of the country, be formed, and let it be primarily at the devotion of the federal government Still, it should not be going far to say that the state governments, with the people on their side, would be able to repel that danger. According to Madison, the Federalist paper, the militia number should be 20 times larger. 20 times larger than the standing army. Madison ends this way. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige the government to control itself. A dependence on the people is no doubt the primary control of the government, but experience has taught mankind the necessary of auxiliary precautions. Additionally, it is of great importance in the Republic not only to guard the society against the oppression of its rulers, but to guard one part of the society against the injustices of another, to wit, the reason for the militia. In Virginia, a Declaration of Rights, Section 13, makes this declaration as I close. A well-regulated militia, composed of the body of people, trained to arms, is the proper, natural, and safe defense for the state. The standing armies, in times of peace, should be avoided as dangerous to the liberty, and that in all cases the military should be under strict subjection to the governed by civil power. We stand today in the reality that our nation was founded on the militia being called up to fight against tyranny and to serve as a body of believers and others to take care of the needs of their community. Thus the reason in the Constitution, and thus the reason in the history of this nation for a militia. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. All right, a couple of quick administrative notes here. As far as for those that are here to sign up to become part of Lynchburg Constitutional Militia, we have sign-up sheets here. There's 2 on this table and 2 on the table to my left, your right. So if you guys would fill those forms out so that we have a way to get back in touch with you, we would love it if you would do that. One note on that, some of y'all, not pointing any fingers, but some of y'all have horrific handwriting, and neither I nor anyone else can read it without a translator, and the only translator is you. So please be very, very careful with your handwriting. Make sure that it is legible. We will have people by those tables. If they can't read it, I probably can't read it either. So have one of them read over it, make sure that they can read your handwriting, and we can get back in touch with you. Other administrative note, we have Food Not Bombs, which is a community support organization. They're set up right down here. They're a food bank, and they take all sorts of other donations for really just about anything you can imagine. But they're a great organization that supports the local community. And for those of you who were tracking ahead of time, I put out to bring canned goods, dried goods, whatever stuff to help support their effort. So if you guys have that, please at some point here, and maybe right now, I'm not sure if Vince is ready to go or not. I know he's here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Vince, do you want 5 minutes for people to take stuff down there and maybe sign up before you take the mic? Okay, then yeah, let's do that. Let's take about 5 minutes if you guys want to sign up, and we're not going to take those anywhere, so if you don't get to it in the next 5 minutes, not a big deal. And those who have canned goods that are here somewhere, if you guys want to take those down and put them in the hands of Food Not Bombs down here at the bottom of the hill, that would be awesome, and we'll be back with you guys in about 5 minutes-ish.
One right behind it there. Okay. I'm always teaching something.
24/7 workout anytime. Donated a whole bunch of what are they? 3-day? Yeah, 3-day trial membership cards. So if you just come up here to the registration table that is on my left, your right, and see Claude, he has those, and we'll happily give them to you. So yeah, you should all be in shape anyway. So if you're not, come get one of those. If you are, come get one of those anyway.
Just going to say Sure, go for it.
Right.
I'm the handwriting checker.
All right, thank you, man. Check and make sure. Thank you, man. How did you get this thing even made? I mean, what did it come from? How you say it? This shit. I said his mom made this shit.
You made that probably your dad. Well, they might do it in the beginning as an intimidation tactic.
Yeah. When I read it, it's a real story.
Well spoken. We'll find
Oh, okay.
When they start to move around, like, because we didn't know where to go. It's really nice to meet you. Are you going to be? Are you involved at this point, or no? We live in.
The feds saw it, and they were like, "Okay, we're gonna investigate this." They ended up investigating it.
Oh, so you're here for it.
Oh, I have a couple. So I'm.
He ended up he was manufacturing medicine in his home, which we had no idea about. That's terrifying. It's the whole situation is just really freaky. But at the end of everything, they basically dropped all but one of the charges on him. They held him in jail for like 4 months, and finally he got some rich to do the lawyer that let him go. I guess argued his defense good enough, so he let him get out.
Did you talk to the
We had to.
So what was that?
It was underwhelming. Well, because when you have a Fed that's
which they just weaponize
a big dude, like 370 pounds, and you have a Fed that I could, you could probably intimidate 10 feet. Yeah, it was very underwhelming. You're smaller. Like, no, they what really got me.
I think something's got to happen.
He seemed so adamant, this Fed. He seemed so adamant that he wanted to help us. He didn't want to know anything about the prices. He just wanted to know about this guy. Because he had a talk.
I just hope that he doesn't.
What are you biting?
If he doesn't,
he did. He did take these documents from a secure facility, which was not listed in all of his trial.
So who do you think that guy is? So he's like a I don't have that mindset. Do you think he was grabbing you?
He was the world's worst.
I am going to be 30.
I think he was the world's worst.
Do you have anything It's just, that's your gut feeling.
It's my gut feeling. I don't have anything to prove it. I know he worked for the government as far as he got top secret SNL clearance, but I mean, as far as on the payroll, that's not going to be that active, I guess, anyway, so you would never know.
I forwarded information and got it. I know, I got all the pieces.
So whatever he did do for the government, all I know is it was secret enough that they wanted it sealed from so whatever freaky stuff the government had going on, he was involved in.
When you went to court dates, they removed you from the courtroom.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. When they talked about where you worked, they pulled you out.
Oh, they like cleared the court?
Yeah. So essentially, that's just they let him go. They let this terrorist go. So I had one message so much government cares about you.
Well, let me ask you about coming here today, because I mean, I feel like you guys probably drove together. So why is it important for you to do it?
I think every county and every city should have whether it's a group like this, where they went through the channels and they have city council approval, or if you're just a bunch of ragtag guys who, you know, your city council is left-leaning and they don't care and they would never approve it, and y'all are still doing it anyway, you still have to have it. And there's way too many reasons for me to count as to why you should have something similar to this. But I think this is a great thing for Richmond, and so we would support it.
I guess what the confusing thing to me as a person who's not a part of this community is, I mean, I think law enforcement people are involved in this and elected officials are.
People have met before, just like yourself, and I forgot.
People wear these I don't think it means
I was looking for him to look red. I thought about going to the country.
Is this thing working? There we go. All right, if I could get everybody's attention and get everybody to kind of move, if you're not actively filling out a registration form, if you could kind of move back in the front here, that would be great. And a couple of more quick housekeeping things. Voter registration, we've got Peter set up behind me. He has voter registration forms, so if you're not registered, go register. If you're recently moved or transferred into the area, you need to update your registration, you can do that. If you just want to check your voter registration, you can do that. See Peter, he's right behind me. And I'm going to introduce Raya with Food Not Bombs and give her the mic just for a second and let her say a few words.
Hey everybody, I'm Raya with Lynchburg Food Not Bombs, and we actually set up at the end of the hill over there every Saturday here at Miller Park from 11 to 1. And what we do is we give out free clothes, free water, Narcan, hygiene supplies, whatever people need. We always have a hot cooked meal. So we really appreciate all the donations y'all have given us. It's really going to help. A lot of people need it. We've had a lot more people come get stuff lately, and there's a really big homeless population in Lynchburg that we serve. So I just want to say thank you again, and I appreciate y'all for helping us out.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, and I think that takes care of all of my housekeeping stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce Mr. Vince Ellison, and apparently his reputation precedes him. So I had a thing here, but I don't know what I've done with it, that had a bunch of bio stuff on it. But I'm just going to turn over the mic, and if you want to add bio, you can add it, but I think your reputation precedes you.
Thank you so very much. All right, I'm with my people. How y'all doing? It's good to be in Lynchburg. It's good to be around patriots. Good to be around the citizens of the United States of America, the greatest country in the world. One thing we all know is that our government doesn't make us great. We make it great. And we have to take back our authority and our power. In the story, I was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County, Tennessee. My father was a sharecropper. He grew up in the Jim Crow South. His life was that of a poor black man, but he aspired. He brought his family out of poverty. He brought us out through the insurance industry. He worked hard, and he believed in America. He told us to never ever believe that where we were in our life was where we were stationed and that we couldn't come up. The Second Amendment was always something very powerful and strong to my family. I'm going to tell you a true story. My father always had a gun under the front seat of his car and a shotgun right there in the corner of the bed. He protected his family. 2 years ago, I was reading an article in Standpoint magazine written by David Garrow. It was an interesting article. At the end of it, it was about the FBI, and he was talking about how thorough the FBI was. And he mentioned something about my hometown that I did not know. He said that the FBI was very thorough and that they had infiltrated the most violent Klan faction in the South. It was the Tennessee Klan. And that the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan was a guy by the name of Doyle Ellington. He said that Doyle Ellington lived in Brownsville, Tennessee. That was my hometown. I had no idea that the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, the most violent Klan faction in America, lived in my hometown. My whole life, he was still alive. That day, he was still alive. So I called my dad. I said, Dad, do you know a guy by the name of Doyle Ellington? My dad's 81 years old now, right? He said, yeah, I know him. Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. I said, yeah, Dad. Do you know where he lives? He said, yeah, I live about 5-6 miles from here. I said, Dad, why didn't you ever tell me that the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan lived 5 miles from my house? He said, it didn't matter. No consequence. I said, what do you mean, why? He said, well, about 50 years ago, Doyle and them was doing a lot of stupid stuff. I met up with Doyle, told him that if he ever touched me or mine, I was gonna blow his goddamn brains out. Never had no problems out the door. He was no consequence. He was no consequence because my father was armed. And it wasn't just my father was armed, my father would use his arms. He knew at that time that you probably couldn't depend on the police. You probably couldn't depend on the sheriff's department. You had to depend on yourself. And because of that, I lived my life without fear. I lived my life without being afraid. I lived my life because I knew my dad was armed and he was going to protect his family. That's America. That's an American. And that's how I choose to live my life. And I hope you feel the same. You know, I like reading American history, and I don't really pay much attention to the history that they want to tell us to read. I kind of get deep into it myself. And the founding fathers, I mean, them guys were some badasses, man. You just got to give them credit. They didn't play. King George told them, so you guys want to buck a little bit, huh? Well, he said, well, you know what? I'm not just going to kill you guys. I'm going to come over there, and I'm going to arrest you. I'm going to bring you back to Great Britain. Then I'm going to take you, I'm going to hang you till you're almost dead, cut you loose, then I'm going to castrate you. Then I'm going to cut your stomachs open and let you see your guts before you die. Then I'm going to cut your heads off and all your limbs, and I'm going to send to the uttermost parts of the British Empire. I'm going to teach y'all about messing with me. And guess what these guys did? They signed the Declaration of Independence and put their names on it and said, we pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And we're gonna kick your ass. And they came over here and they said, give us your weapons. They said in return, come take them. Ran them back to Great Britain, and we're free because of that right now. They stood up, refused to be slaves. What did they say when George said, I'm gonna make you my slave? He said, we pledge our lives. You ain't gonna make us slaves. I love New Hampshire. I was up there touring a few months ago. Love the people there. I told them when I got up there, I said, I love your state, I love your slogan. Live free or die. But I got to change one word in that. Live free or die? No. I ain't planning on dying for my freedom. It's live free or kill. You talking about dying for your freedom, you can count me out on that one. No, get me the gun. It is live free or kill. What did Patton said? I don't want you to die for your country. I want you to make the other poor bastard die for his. See, that's why the Second Amendment is so important. People saying, oh, why do you need that type of gun? Why do you need this? Why do you need that? Well, you want me to ask your permission? You want to tell me how to defend myself? To me, the right to freedom and the right to self-defense are right there together. You have to, it's primal. It's nature. It's natural law. John Locke talked about the right to defend yourself. You take that right away, you've taken away the right for a person to be free. And I'm not free because the government gave me my freedom. I'm free because God gave me my freedom. Amen. My freedom is an unalienable right. According to John Locke in the Second Treatise of Government, an unalienable right is a right that is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. It is yours. It's like your DNA. You can't get rid of it. If you think you can get rid of it, when somebody kicks your door in at 3 o'clock in the morning, you see you still have it, don't you? You better defend yourself. We love our guys in blue. We love them. We support and back the blue. Amen? Amen. But they can't be everywhere at one time. They can't. I know they wish they would, they could, but they can't. So if you're driving with your family at 3 o'clock in the morning and your car just happened to stop on the interstate, and you got your wife and your children in the car, and a bunch of guys already know that because you're on the federal highway that you can't have a gun on you, but they have theirs. See the position that you're in? Why? Not because you didn't want to defend your family, it's because the government took away your right to do it. And you still have to defend them. Y'all, this is too important for us to keep playing with. There are violent, evil people out there. And they hunt every single day. And they look for people that they can take advantage of. That's what they do. They're hyenas. They're not men, they're cowards. And they look for the ones that they can take advantage of. I refuse to be their dinner. Amen. They're not gonna take advantage of me. I hear a bunch of these quote unquote liberal preachers and politicians trying to talk you into giving up your right to defend yourself. What? You lost your mind? Give up, okay. We had the George Floyd riots happening about 4 years ago, right? Y'all remember? Bunch of big city liberal mayors told the police, stand down. Stand down. You had people, you had gangs roaming through the streets, kicking in people's doors, busting in people's houses. If you were not armed during those times, you were in trouble. Because they had told the police to stand down. Just burning up stuff, beating up people, robbing stores. The only thing you had at that time was the Second Amendment. Your right to defend yourself and your property, because you saw what the government would do, don't you? They will tell the police to stand down. I can't take that risk, y'all. I know there are people out there that really trust their government. Oh boy, they want them to feed them, they want them to clothe them, educate the children, give them health care. Go to the government for everything. You want them to cut the yard, I guess. And then they want them to defend them. And wherever they do that, that's where you have the crime. That's where you have the dope on the streets. That's where you have the illegals coming in. That's where you have the snatch and grabs. When you give that power over to government and you give up your power, go into those ghettos and you'll see it. As a black man in America, this really, really bothers me. Because I know the first laws to control the rights of people keeping bear arms came after the Civil War, when they didn't want the free men to defend themselves. Why didn't they want the free men to defend themselves? Because they wanted to be able to go and do whatever they wanted to do to them anytime they wanted to do it. You got to cut their claws off. You got to pull their fangs. We got to be able to take advantage of them. No. I tell you now, any man, hear me well, any man that gives up his right to keep a bear arms is not a man. Tell him to turn his man card in. I mean, that ain't no problem. We got an administration where guys walk around in dresses, right? Ugly men in dresses. Don't know what a woman is. Don't know what a man is. See, the reason why they want to take your guns is because they just passed laws that said that they're going to allow men to go into the bathroom and watch your wife and your daughters urinate. Yeah, you got to let them do that. Yeah, they want to bring drag queens into the school and shake their asses in your children's faces. You got to allow them to do that now. They want a man to come in a dress.
I have a feast right here, dude.
And you got to call him ma'am, or you're going to lose your job. So they want you to lie down and engage in his insanity.
Peppers, cucumbers,
it's insanity.
Olives, pickles.
We have state-sanctioned insanity in this country, and they know that people like you will stop
Pickled
it.
peppers.
And they want to take your gun, so you can't stop it.
Super
So you
easy.
have to bow to it.
Some oatmeal.
Right now, you are at a tipping point in America
Aristocrat
where they are
pepper.
saying that you are going to bow.
A little salt on it.
You're going to do what you're told.
Way
And
too
there's a
much
plan
food.
right now
Way too much for
to make you
that sit around.
bow and bend the knee to their insanity.
Apple.
This is why what you are doing is so important. People think this is just about you walking around with guns, shooting in the air, This is about keeping a balance of proper fear in the hearts and the minds of the people that want to rule over you.
Like apple juice.
They have to know that if they take it too far, you're going to be showing up.
It took me so long.
Thomas Jefferson
I'm a
said
gourmet chef.
that the tree of liberty must be irrigated with the blood
Breakfast is supposed to be your biggest meal of the day, isn't it?
of tyrants and patriots. This is their natural manure. Sometimes you got to just be ready to get down. And when they know that you're willing to get down, they will leave you alone. It is the power that you have to look a joke in the eye and say, you don't want to ride this train. I'd advise you to back up. You know, it's that pit bulldog when he growls at you? And you kind of know to back up. That's where your right to keep and bear arms comes from, y'all. That growl, you need to back up. It is your birthright. They can't take it from you. You have to give it up. Don't give it up. Fight for it every single day. Be like your forefathers. They said, give up your gun. Say, come take them. Never give up my right to defend myself. Because once you do that, you have given up your freedom. So hear me well. All you weak-backed, liver-livered cowards, half of men that want to walk around and crying, talking about you afraid to defend yourself, so I want you not to defend yourself either. As far as I'm concerned, you can go straight to hell. You give up your gun. But you're going to have to come and try to take mine.
What time do you
Thank
eat?
y'all for inviting me today. I love all of you guys.
How do you
I'm
break
with you
your
100%.
fast?
And let's defend ourselves and defend our great nation. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Well, obviously I've made a huge mistake. I should have gone before him, but now I'm going to have to follow that act, and I don't know if I'm up to that challenge. So we'll see what happens. One more quick administrative note. There are a bunch of these that Jeff Helgeson brought that are Declaration of Independence and Constitution of the United States of America. They're on the table behind me. If you don't have one, get one. If you're not acquainted with this these documents, you
don't
should
need
be acquainted
anything
with
at
these
all until
documents.
then, though?
So go get one and
Zero.
acquaint yourself with them.
Not even coffee.
Do we have any Trump fans here? We got some. Okay, what about fans of any other political personalities?
Run off just coffee. Morning coffee and
Okay,
cigarettes.
we got Bob Good fans. All right.
Is that what you're
Moving
doing?
in the right direction. You know, Trump's generated an enormous amount of political energy. I've never seen that kind of political energy, certainly not in my lifetime in America. Does anybody know why? I think Trump represents something. I think people are placing something in Trump. Does anybody know what that is? Trust, yeah, very close. I would say it's hope. People are placing their hope in Donald Trump. Here's the problem. This is a constitutional republic. Trump can't
Pray
save
live
it.
forever, Brody.
There is no one that can save a constitutional republic. Not by one man, not by a group of men. And by a group, I mean 51 senators, 218 congressmen, or 5 out of 9 justices. This is a government that was commissioned by we the people of these United States, and it can only be saved by we the people of these United States. There is no possibility of the signs that say Trump save us coming to fruition. Cannot happen. I think he's probably the best man for the job in the race at this point, but he can't save America. America must be saved by you. This is the great American experiment in what? Self-governance. Great American experiment in self-governance. What is that? What's going on here? Is my battery dying, or am I getting too far away?
You just want to keep eating.
What does that look
Why?
like?
What's wrong with you?
What's the problem in America?
You have issues.
Is it that, or is it us? Who's responsible for the condition of government in America? Who do I get to blame for the train wreck that is the government right now? Oh, now we're getting to it. So whose responsibility is it? Condition of government is our responsibility.
I blame Brody in
correct?
Canada.
Okay. Well, we're trying to overcome, I would say, 100 years of indoctrination. We like to say that we have, what, public schools? Is that the right word for that? Yeah, indoctrination is much closer, and government indoctrination. Anytime you have a federal Department of Education, what is their purpose going to be? Preserve and protect federal power. Is that the model that we were entrusted with? What were we entrusted with? Doctrine of the lesser magistrate, right? Constitutional republic. So where does power belong? In the hands of people. What does that mean exactly? We say that all the time, power of the people. What does that mean? What does that look like? All right, well, let's start at the beginning. Power. What is power? Can anybody tell me? Okay, those are all good answers. I would say that power is force. So where does force belong? Doctrine of the lesser magistrate, right? Belongs in the hands of people. So what does that mean? Belongs in the hands of what? The least magistrate? Lowest form of government? Local government. There we go. Now we're getting to it. So power belongs in the hands of people where what? They can access it and influence it. So where does force of arms belong? Belongs in the hands of local government and state government. Because what did Travis say when he was up here? Madison said what?
Sounds like
that the militia should rival the standing army what? 20 to 1? 20 to 1. So what does that sound like? Sounds like power belongs in the hands of the people, right? So how do we do that? How do we get power in the hands of people? Let's back up a little bit. What form of government do we have in America? This is going back to our indoctrination. Poll people on the street, ask them what form of government do we have in America.
Say a democracy.
Big banner on Fox News, that's right, you see it everywhere. Democracy, protect democracy, save democracy. Do we have a democracy in America? Are you sure? Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's functioning like a democracy, isn't it? But that's not what we have. That's not what we were entrusted with. We were entrusted with a constitutional republic. That's different from a democracy, right? Not the same thing? What's the difference? What's a democracy?
Mob rule.
Mob rule. Yep, hear that all the time. That's pretty darn close. I would say it's majority rules. 51% tells 49% what to do, right? What about constitutional republic? How is constitutional republic different? What's the purpose of constitutional republic?
Power to the states.
Well, we got a document that tells us what the purpose of government in America is, don't we?
Protect our rights.
Does anybody know what that document is? Protect our rights. Protect the rights of who? The majority or the minority? Individuals, okay. Does anybody know what the document that tells us the purpose of government in America? Declaration of Independence. Most people say it's the Constitution. It's not. What does the Declaration say? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. When a government becomes destructive to these ends, it becomes the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, setting its foundation on such principles as to them would seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. That's why we have government in America. That is the purpose, is to protect life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. We're going to do a quick poll. It's going to be multiple choice, so it's easy. If you had to pick the greatest threat to your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, would it be Islamic terrorism, China, Russia, or your own government? Our own government? Well, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. How could our own government be the biggest threat to our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness? Interesting. That doesn't seem like that's the way that's supposed to work. So, who has the power right now in America? Is the corporations? Interesting. Is it the people? Should be. Why don't the people have the power in America? Why is it that the lesser magistrate does not wield the power in America? Education is a huge part of it, because we don't understand what we've been entrusted with or how it works. All right, so I would argue that there are only two forces or powers on earth. We're talking about this idea of power of the people. There's only two forces or powers on earth. One of those is violence. Everybody knows that. There's no denying it. We've seen it acted out. We see it acted out all over the world, and ultimately we have since the beginning of time with Cain and Abel. Violence is a real force, a real power. What is the only other one? And I'm excluding the power of God. Power that man has immediate and direct access to.
Power of the pen?
And mightier than the sword? No, I don't think so. That's right, somebody said it. It's threat of violence. It's threat of violence. Teddy Roosevelt captured it perfectly when he said, walk softly but carry a big stick. Vince was nailing the exact same principle when he was up here a minute ago. The power that the American people are designed to wield is a threat of force or a threat of violence. That's what the American people are designed to wield. What part of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights do you think captures that principle perfectly? Second Amendment. The first half of the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. As such, or because of this, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. As you may notice, I added something in there. There's a semicolon in the middle of that statement. What does a semicolon mean? Going back to our indoctrination. It means these are two separate thoughts, but they can't exist apart from each other. They're not independent. They have to have both parts in order for it to exist. So that really should be read, as such or because of this, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The purpose of the Second Amendment is well-regulated militia. It's not hunting. It's not even personal or self-defense. It's corporate defense. That's the purpose of the Second Amendment. And does it say war or violence is necessary to the security of a free state? Is that what it says? No, it does not. It says the existence of the organization. Well-regulated militia is what is necessary. What is the reaction that you typically get? Let me give it to you from my perspective. So I'm also the commander with Campbell County Militia. And the reaction that I typically get when I'm introduced to people like politicians as the commander of the county militia is kind of a, oh. Why do they react like that? It's like a dirty 4-letter word, isn't it? M-I-L-I. Yeah, no, it's not, but it gets treated like that. What does that word carry?
Power.
That's right, it carries power. That word carries a passive threat with it. Now, when I get that reaction from politicians that I'm introduced to, is it because somebody introduced me and said, "Hi, this is Dan Abbott, he's the commander of the militia. These people have guns, they're not scared to use them." No, nobody's ever said that. They just say, "This is Dan, he's the commander of Campbell County Militia." And I go, "Oh, militia. Why?" Because that word still means something. That word still carries that passive threat. The existence or presence of the organization does its job. What is the purpose of militia? Why do we have militia in America? What would militia be called forth for?
Hurricane.
Again, well, yes, that's true, because they're community support organizations.
Safety and protection.
Safety and protection? Sure. All right, well, there's a whole bunch of reasons. What does the Constitution tell us? Does the Constitution tell us why militia should be called forth?
Yes. Necessary for a free state. That's right.
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. The militia shall be called forth to execute the laws of the Union, repel invasion, and suppress insurrection. That's the purpose. According to the U.S. Constitution, that's why militia is to be called forth. Now, are there a whole host of other reasons that they should be called forth because they're community support organizations? Yeah, of course there are. But the primary role, the primary mission, according to the Constitution, according to the men that bought this and paid for it in blood, is it shall be called forth to execute the laws of the Union, repel invasion, and suppress insurrection. Can all three of those missions be accomplished through walking softly and carrying a big stick? I would say yes. I would say absolutely yes. If you don't believe me, does anyone know who Admiral Yamamoto is? He was the senior admiral for Imperial Japan. A couple interesting things about him. One is that he was actually vehemently opposed to the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And he illustrated exactly why afterwards, because he said, "I fear we have woke a sleeping giant." Did you guys know that Admiral Yamamoto studied war in America before the Second World War? He made another very, very interesting statement. He said, "We would never invade America." Why? Because there would be a gun or a rifle behind every blade of grass. So Imperial Japan understood that passive threat. It's just the Americans that have forgotten. If we want to see, I would argue that the Almighty built the finest republic that has ever existed in the history of the world. And He entrusted that to you and I. He entrusted that to the American people. And what does He command us about that which we are entrusted with?
Good steward.
To be a good steward of that which we're entrusted with, right? So when we look at the Second Amendment, and it says that well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state, do we believe it's necessary that there is security maintained in a status of independence in order to preserve and protect what we were entrusted with? I would say yes. So in an effort to preserve and protect, we ought to have maintained well-regulated militia. I would say that's our responsibility as Americans. If we want to see the finest republic that's ever existed in the history of the world, that the Almighty entrusted to you and me, that was bought and paid for in blood, preserved and protected, should we not be maintaining well-regulated militia? Should we not take our responsibility to put power in the hands of the American people seriously? I think that we should. Why is there not well-regulated militia in every county and city locality in America? Because we the people have failed in our responsibility and our obligation. That's why. I'm going to place a little bit of blame here too. In addition to ourselves, I also blame the American Christian Church. Why? Why do I blame the American Christian Church? Because the American Christian Church has failed to build masculine biblical men. If we had a nation that was full of masculine biblical men, what I call biblical badasses, Could this nation be conquered or ruled by anyone? Absolutely not. What does unorganized militia look like? You know, let's look at Virginia Code Section 44-1. Code Section 44-1 is the military clause in the Virginia Constitution, or the Virginia Code section. It defines militia as having 3 distinct components. One of those is the Army National Guard. One of those is the Virginia Defense Force, the VDF, and the third is the unorganized militia, which it further defines as being the whole body of the people, males ages 16 to 55, trained to arms. I lost my train of thought for a second there. Well, anyway, it's going to get worse as I get older. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing.
Why doesn't every county have a militia?
Right. So every county should have a militia. These organizations should be made up of the whole body of the people. It says males ages 16 to 55. What does that sound like?
Discrimination.
Discrimination against old people? Let me caveat that. So that's actually a requirement. What that is basically a draft parameter. If you're a male and your age is 16 to 55, and the governor activates the unorganized militia, you're required to report. You will be showing up. And the National Guard is going to decide who they are and are not going to use. So does that mean that all of you old fogies that are past 55 can't participate? Nope, certainly does not. Females, can you participate? Yes, absolutely can. So yeah, that's basically a draft parameter. You know, I would consider there to be 3 characteristics that are necessary for militia to be constitutional, be necessary, be everything that it's supposed to be. One of those we just illustrated, pulled right out of Virginia Code Section 44-1, that it's the whole body of the people, or all of the military-aged males. The second characteristic is, if we take a look at this from a historical standpoint, every community in America had well-regulated militia. Now, why, though? Is it because they all felt that they needed force of arms? Is that part of it? Certainly is. Is it the whole thing? Nope. Somebody over here said it a few minutes ago, they can respond to hurricanes. You know, these were community support organizations. It wasn't just gunfighters. What do we have today that they did not have in the 1770s? And I don't mean cell phones, so don't anyone say that. Fire departments, ambulance corps, huge law enforcement departments, standing armies, departments of transportation. They didn't have any of that. So what happened when a building in town caught on fire? Who'd they call? All the able-bodied men, right? Militia. What happened if a bad storm came through and washed out roads and bridges? Who'd they call? Able-bodied men, right? The militia. What happened if there was a threat that was posed to the community? Who did the sheriff call? All the able-bodied men, right? So these were not just gunfighters. It was a community support organization. They were made up of the finest members of the community. One other characteristic that I believe made these organizations everything that they had to be to have men like Madison write that they were necessary to the security of a free state is the quality of character of the men that led. Quality of character of the men that led. Who were those men in the 1770s? Sure, we can list names. Madison and Henry and Washington and Jefferson and Sam Adams and John Adams, and the list goes on and on and on, right? What did those men do? Who were they? Lawyers, merchants, pastors of churches, mayors of towns, sat on local boards, maybe U.S. congressmen. They were the exact same kind of, they need to be the exact same kind of men today that they were in the 1770s. The men who are already leaders in their community need to be leaders of the militia because that's their responsibility. But what are we trying to overcome? 100 years of indoctrination. We're trying to overcome 100 years of indoctrination. I would guess that there's a whole bunch of people here that heard militia muster and were like, I don't know, not sure exactly what that is. Did they feel it was necessary to define militia in the 1770s when they wrote it was necessary? Certainly not. Why? Because it was everywhere. Every single community had one. Everyone knew exactly what they were talking about. Yeah, it was normal. That's right. So there was absolutely no reason to have to define it. Well, why do we have this perception like, ooh, maybe, I guess I'm gonna go check it out, see what it's all about? Because we've been miseducated. Deliberately miseducated. Why have we been deliberately miseducated? Control. Tyranny? Yeah, because there are people who intend to rule, and if you have a country that is full of biblical badasses who have banded together and put force of arms in the hands of local government, that people cannot be ruled. Can't be done. We talked about threat of violence. A lot of people hear that and they go, whoa, threat of violence, I don't know about that. That sounds a little bit confrontational or something. I got a little carried away there. You know, we all understand this principle perfectly. We actually practice this in our everyday lives. We just don't correctly apply it. What do I mean by that? If you've got, Ethan, where are you at? Come here a minute. And is Janet here by chance? No? Okay. Well, we'll use him for an object lesson anyways. Come on up here, Ethan. Ethan, how tall are you?
6'4".
6'4", built like a brick house. If you see this dude walking down the street, is somebody going to try to rob him in all likelihood? Are they going to mess with him? Are they going to give him a hard time? Probably not, right? Probably not.
Dude.
Now, what about that old lady that's under 5 foot tall?
I wouldn't even try to rob him. This thing's got a lock on it.
Likely to target her, right? Why?
Did you know that felons are allowed to have black powder guns? Like, they're not allowed to have smokeless or white, whatever. They're not the white powder. They're not allowed to have the white powder either. No, but yeah. So if you ever see a dude that's got like 20 black powder pistols hanging off of his chest, that motherfucker might probably killed somebody in the past or something. You don't even watch out. Or coming at you looking like a pirate as a gangster.
What does he have that she doesn't? He's got a passive threat. Now, is it because he's walking down the street and going, nobody mess with me? Does he have to say that? Or can he just walk down the street? He can just walk down the street, right? Now, Grandma with the walker may have one of those little crochet bags hanging on the front of it with her .38, but that's not the same thing. They may have to find out the hard way, right? Thanks, Ethan. Yeah, let's give Ethan a round of applause.
All the ladies are.
So we all understand this principle of this passive
Ethan
threat of
right
violence
now.
perfectly. We just don't correctly apply it. It should be applied to the people in America. Teddy Roosevelt captured that perfectly. Walk softly, but carry a big stick. The big stick that the American people are designed to wield is constitutional militia. It's well-regulated militia. It's force of arms in the hands of people. Let me give you a little bit of an object lesson here. So, if you take the 2021 census and you do the math and you figure out how many people there are in America, and let's use the parameters from U.S. Title 10, which is a 1903 National Defense Authorization Act, which does the same thing as Virginia Code Section 44-1, and it defines militia in the nation. It defines it as 18 to 45, able-bodied and trained to arms. Let's do some quick math. 2021 census. How many people fit those parameters in America? Any ideas? Guesses? 55 million. There are 55 million young men in America that fit those parameters. I use young men loosely. Is there any force on earth that could even begin to pose a threat to the United States of America with 55 million men at arms? Nope. In fact, I would go so far as to say that if you put every other force on earth combined, they cannot pose a threat to the United States of America with 55 million men at arms. Do we have anybody here that's sworn an oath of enlistment or commissioning oath? Quite a few.
Sorry.
What does that oath say?
Born in
I do solemnly swear to what? Support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Is there any force on earth that could pose a threat to 55 million armed Americans? No, there is not. Let's dig a little bit deeper into militia. Okay, so we still got the Second Amendment, right? Everybody's got guns. That's it, right? Everybody's got guns. We're good. Government will never mess with us. No, wait a minute.
I'll get it right in a second.
Is a bunch of people with guns the same thing as well-regulated militia? Nope. I'm hearing a lot of no's. I'm inclined to agree with you. Now, people in the Ukraine have guns. They got them issued after the fact. Is that the same thing as having a trained fighting force? Is it the same thing as having a people that speaks in one accord? Nope, it's not. Do we make ourselves a resource? A whole bunch of people in a community that have guns, does that make them a resource to their local government? No. What happens when the sheriff's department or the fire department needs more manpower? What if half the roads in this whole part of the state are washed out and we need to get access to all those people, do welfare checks on them? Well, then what happens? Who does local government reach out to? Do they just put out a call to people to show up? And then who organizes them? And who makes sure that they have radios and a way to communicate? And who makes sure that they are trained? I guess government will just do that on the fly? They'll make it up as they go?
Oh yeah, Kirby, that's who they...
What if local government... What if Lynchburg City can just call the commander of the militia?
Momma had some, a little bit.
Hey, we need 100 people to help get into this part of the city that's washed out and inaccessible. Okay? Yeah, the militia will bring 100 packs. And we're going to have our own sustainment. We're going to bring our own food, our own water, our own medical supplies and training, our own communication system. All you have to do is tap into our communication system, and away we go. Oh yeah, and we have a rank and command structure. So we can communicate up and down through our personnel to you. Is that a resource?
Yeah, the words are backwards.
That's a whole different kind of resource.
So that when I point this way...
Personnel with chainsaws. Does the city have hundreds of chainsaws that they can hand out? Nope. What about the militia? Does the militia have hundreds of chainsaws in their membership? Yep. I bet they do. Probably chainsaws that are owned by people that have used them before. Weird. It's almost like well-regulated militia is a community resource, if it's enacted the way it's supposed to be. One other thing I'm going to touch on just a little bit. I'm going to circle back to that that threat of violence, the analogy with Ethan. Is that part of our responsibility as biblical men? Yeah. Yes? Should biblical men retain a threat of violence? Should they retain the capacity for violence?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Kirby.
Well, wait a minute.
You're lost, man.
We're told to be peaceful. The Bible says that peace is a virtue, right? Then we should be peaceful. What do you have to be in order to be peaceful? You have to be capable of the violence. It's not a virtue if you're harmless. It's not a virtue to be weak and pathetic. It's virtuous to be capable of violence but choose to be peaceful. That's what it means to be peaceful. Well, wait a minute now, hold on. The Bible says to turn the other cheek.
What happened to her?
It does. What happens if somebody slaps me in the face? If another man slaps me in the face, what is that?
Act of violence.
Nah, I wouldn't say it's an act of violence. I would call it an insult.
What?
They call it an insult.
How is that not an act of violence?
What if
slapped in the face?
What if Al slaps me in the face? And I look at him and go, is that the best you got? Go ahead. Why don't you get the other side? Honestly, I think that's a little more accurate. Is the Bible saying that if someone intends to do harm to the weak and the innocent, that we should let it happen? Do we have a responsibility as biblical men to protect the weak and the innocent? Yes, we do. All of those who are inside our sphere of influence. So does that mean my family? Sure does. Does it mean my church? Yep. My community? Yep. What if I'm outside my community? Anywhere that I'm geographically located? Yep. Still my responsibility to protect the weak and the innocent, correct?
It says
How do I do that?
Good day to poop. Oh, man.
Well, part of it's physical fitness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What about a weapon? Can I protect the weak and the innocent if I'm not carrying a concealed
Say how
firearm?
it happened?
Can I? Yeah, maybe somewhat, but I don't like the odds if somebody else has a weapon and I don't. So we should have the right tools to be able to protect the weak and the innocent. What about training? Is a firearm any good if you don't know how to use it? I've got this super cool looking historical sword with me today. I'll be honest with you, I don't have any idea how to use this thing.
What do you mean?
I have no training whatsoever on the use of a infantry saber, but it's really cool.
And you slicey.
So, should I have training on firearms?
Yeah, in hard.
Yeah.
And I'd be a
What
pro
about
with
medical?
that sword. You're fucking convincing people with it. Oh,
Preserve and
God.
protect life? Medical training? Absolutely. Communications. Does that enhance my ability to preserve and protect? Certainly does. So, probably have a radio and know how to use it.
I've definitely played enough Call of Duty and PUBG, man, to be on point.
I think it's our responsibility as biblical men to protect the weak and the innocent in our sphere of
I
influence.
actually used to do pistol
corporately?
and rifle competitions. Practical pistol even competitions.
What does that look like? Well, I
It
would
would
say
pop
more
up
regulated
and I'd have to
militia.
not hit the hostage and
Because
shit.
that's the next step
Time
beyond
the guy
me
behind
being
me
able to protect the weak and the innocent
recording
with
all
my
the
concealed
shots that go
firearm,
off with this
protect my
machine.
family. Can I protect my community?
Pretty cool.
Do we have the ability to corporately
Let's
take
have
care
everything
of that
pop up,
responsibility
pop
to
up,
protect
pop
the weak
up.
and the innocent? We certainly do.
Use a
certainly do.
45 for it usually.
And that involves being trained to arms. Yes. What about participation in stuff? Well, they packed up now, but what about participation in stuff like food banks, helping out our community? Certainly.
Or it wasn't anything.
So, if you consider yourself to be an American and a biblical man,
at a gun club.
this is where you should be. This is what you should be
I
plugged
really
into.
can't remember.
You should be plugged into a community support organization that puts threat of violence in the hands of the American people and gives the American people the ability to preserve and protect their
Can't
communities
even
and their
remember what their
republic.
ranges were for the
This is your
silhouette
job. It's
matches.
your responsibility as a biblical man in America. Why do we not have it in every community in America? Because we have failed in our responsibility. There is no one to blame. We don't get to blame
I
liberal
forgot how to
Democrats.
shot,
We
how
don't
to
get to blame
shoot.
government. We don't get to blame rhinos. We don't get to blame anyone other than ourselves. The condition of America is the fault of we the people of the United States of America because we have failed in our responsibility.
I'm
It is
called
high
up
time
for the
that we start
militia.
taking care of our responsibility as Americans and putting real power back where it belongs and giving ourselves the ability to preserve and protect what we have been entrusted with. I guess I'm going to wrap up with that. I do want to get
I never went hunting, but we would
somebody up here
shoot
that- you know
moving
what, I'll just
targets
take
in
a
the river.
volunteer.
I know it's
Somebody wants
fucked
to
up, but
volunteer to come up here and close in a word
we
of
would
prayer.
throw shit in the river and shoot at it.
And any of you who did not
Like
have a chance to
bottles.
sign up,
Bottles would
please come up
float
here
for
and
a
fill
while.
out a muster card or sign up.
We shoot them, they
Congressman,
sink,
would
of
you be willing
course,
to
and go
come
to
up
the
here
ground.
and
But
close in a word of prayer?
that wasn't a river people went and swam in. You know?
For those of you who don't know, this is U.S.
Obvious
Congressman
reasons.
Bob Good. He's one of the finest
I mean,
patriots.
people like us were down there shooting for one.
Thank you,
we,
Dan.
we knew that
I'm
it
glad
was
that
a
Dan was
safe
between me
shooting
and Vince, but Dan
place.
is a hard act to follow as well.
It's pretty dope,
I do want
dude.
to say something since he gave me the mic. So, I thought I might run into a lot of
Practice
politicians
with
and
shooting moving
candidates
targets
here.
without killing things is pretty.
A lot of them won't show
too,
up to something
man.
like a militia. I see Jeff Helgeson. I see Marty. I see also in the back Peter Alexander.
Those clay
Any other
pigeons and
elected
shit are only really good for
right here.
shotguns. They move too
And I'm
fast for
sorry, I don't know
rifles
you,
and
ma'am.
pistols. Really, I mean,
Michelle Lee
people.
Harvey, write-in candidate for Ward 4, and Justin back there, our supervisor from Campbell. Good to have Justin. Over there. You know, and I'm sorry, shout out, I don't know. One more time the name? Tori Howard. Tori Howard, candidate in Ward 2. Okay. You know, it's funny, why do politicians and elected officials, even in, I'll say our party, because I'm going to guess that there's probably a lot of skeptical, cynical people here who aren't bound to a party, but I'm going to guess there's about 95, if not 99% where you tend to vote for one party versus another. But why are politicians and elected officials afraid of something like this?
Was it shotgun?
Why are they? Because as Dan said, not because that's why they're afraid, but think about it.
Dude just got the record.
A militia is designed to keep the government in fear of the people. But not just any government for any reason. Yes, in a sense, yes. But the famous saying, when the people fear the government, that's tyranny. When the government fears the people, that's liberty. That is true. So if you are an elected official who's operating on a constitutional basis, and you believe that the purpose of your existence is to protect the freedoms of the people, the constitutional liberties of the people, what do you have to fear from an armed population? You should want that armed population, that regulated militia, to help you defend and protect that which you swore an oath to defend and protect. And I'm glad that Dan said it. I was going to say this earlier. We talk a lot about the Second Amendment and what it protects, and we often leave off the first part of that, which is about the regulated militia. The founders intended and desired and supported that we would have this all over the country to ensure that we remain a free people. And you think, well, somebody might say, well, in America, gosh, why would we need that? This is America. Well, what if the government closed your place of worship? Never seen that happen in the last few years, have you? What if the government seized your property? What if the government seized your firearm? What if the government seized your children? What if the government restricted your ability to assemble? That hasn't happened in recent times, has it? Or our freedom to worship, our freedom to travel and move around, our freedom to earn a living. Just look to Canada and look across the ocean, and you tell me that an armed population and an organized, regulated militia is not necessary to ensure we remain a free people. And anyone who operates in elected office within the boundaries and the limits of the Constitution should celebrate and support that, not fear it. Because it's not just Democrats and the media who criticize and misrepresent what a militia is. It's so-called Republicans, who are the real problem, by the way. And I'll just add this, and this is probably a little bit personal, but I'll just add this. Is there not anything that a party can do in a contest that would make them ineligible to demand that you support their candidate? They can do anything? They can nominate someone through any method? Or is there no one that they could nominate that you would say, you know what? Saving the country doesn't mean having the majority for one party. Saving the country is what we do with the power that the people entrust to us for a limited period of time. It's not about having the majority. It's about following the Constitution. Are we pledging to a party? Are we pledging to principle? Are we pledging to morals? Are we pledging to our founding Judeo-Christian values? Are we pledging to the Constitution?
Pledge to PUBG to become a better player day by day.
So thank you for allowing me to be your congressman these last 4 years. It has been my greatest privilege of my professional life. And it is a privilege to be with you here today. You know, I got contacted by the media. I'm sorry, I went way longer than Dan, but I only got 3 months left. What can I do? But a few weeks ago, I got contacted by CNN, who was doing a hit piece, a nasty hit piece on a couple of our militia friends in Campbell, which was my home county for about 18 years. And so a couple of days later, when I went to do the 9/11 Memorial Stair Challenge, which was brutal.
Hey, where the hell are these cats at?
But I wore my Campbell militia hat when I was at that event, just to stick it in the eye of the media. Who's like, because they said, oh, we saw some pictures of you on a friend of yours Facebook page who's in the Campbell militia. I said, well, let me just go ahead and wear my hat so you can see it. We don't shy away from that which ensures that we remain a free people, and that which is the greatest tool the founders gave us to ensure that those come behind us inherit what we inherited that was bought at great blood and treasure. So with that, let me pray. Lord, we thank you for the privileges we still have in this country. We thank you, Lord, for those who came before us, who suffered and died and gave and pledged and gave their lives, their fortunes, their sacred honor so that we could live free. And Lord, we just ask that we would be faithful with what was trusted to us, and that we would do our part to ensure those come behind us live in the kind of America that we grew up in, that we would make it better for those who come behind us, and we wouldn't allow it to be further diminished than it is even today. Thank you for these patriots who've gathered here today. Lord, I pray that this would just be the start of a well-regulated militia right here in Lynchburg, my hometown. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Congressman. All right, if you guys will give me 5 more minutes, I want to tell a quick story that I usually tell as part of this, but I forgot. So if you guys are willing, give me 5 more minutes to tell a quick story.
That was going to catch Momma.
Right. So I was listening to a seminar that was done a number of years ago, and I can't remember the name of the gentleman that's teaching this seminar, but it's sponsored by the Liberty Seed Project. You can look them up on YouTube. And
there's a skunk under the house.
And he's talking about Lexington and Concord.
I don't want to catch
and it's
that.
a very detailed historical account of what actually happened on that day. Events that kind of led up to and set the stage for it, and some things that happened afterwards. But there were a couple of things in there that really, really stood out to me as being important. One of those is he was talking about the British column as it's retrograding back to Boston, as they're in retreat from Concord, where they got their butts kicked, and they're in movement back to Boston. And they're being harassed or bird-dogged by colonial militia. They're in the woodline on both sides, and there's also one company that's in the road that's following the British column, making sure that they keep moving. And there were 2 things that you needed to understand about colonial militia or colonial military culture and colonial culture in general to really appreciate the story for what it is. One of those is that the word or order of a colonial officer was absolute law. If you violated the order that was given you, you faced a firing squad or a noose. Also, these men didn't know each other. They came from, relatively speaking, a huge geographic area, and they traveled to Lexington, they traveled to Concord, but they didn't know each other. Men didn't travel the way that they travel today. So, as this column's retrograding back to Boston, they encounter a bridge, and the bridge is far too narrow for the column, so the whole thing kind of bottlenecks and comes to a halt as they try to negotiate this very narrow bridge. The rear guard detachment for the British column realizes that the colonial militia is closing the distance. They're continuing to march in the road, even though the column has stopped. And so the officer decides, we're going to give them a volley and back them off. I'm not going to let them walk up on us. So he forms a firing line in the road. One of the colonial officers is in the wood line, and he's watching what's transpiring on the road below him. And he realizes, wait a minute, the order that I have been given is what? Everybody knows it, you just don't realize you know it. John Parker at Punkatassett Hill gave the order of the day. Very close. Stand your ground, do not fire unless fired upon, but if they mean to have a war, let it be here or let it be today. That was the order of the day. So that's the premise that they're operating under. They're harassing the British, but they're not shooting at them. So as he's watching what's transpiring on the road, he realizes, wait a minute, in order for me to adhere to the order that I have been given, which is to not fire unless fired upon, I'm going to have to watch the company in the road, who I don't know, take a volley. They're going to get slaughtered in the street before we can do anything. He makes the decision that he can't watch that happen. So what does he do? Gives the order to load and make ready. Open fire. And they do. And of course, as soon as his men open fire, so do the men on the other side of the street, and probably the company in the road too. They cut down that rear guard detachment right where they were formed up in the road. There were no Americans that were killed there, or what would become Americans. And the guy teaching the lecture stops and he says, you know, he says, you hear all the time people talking about that lone shot at Lexington Green. No one knows where it came from. That's the shot heard around the world. This is the moment that America was born. He said, I disagree. He said, that was an accident. He said, this is the moment that America was born. The moment that a man decided that he would lay down his life for someone else's liberty, the liberty of someone that he doesn't even know, that he would sacrifice himself for that. He said, what other nation in the history of the world has sent their young men by the hundreds of thousands to die and soak someone else's dirt in their blood to purchase someone else's liberty? It has never happened. There is no other nation in the history of the world that has sent their young men to die by the hundreds of thousands and buy someone else's liberty and blood. Not to conquer, not to build an empire or to rule over another, but to purchase the liberty of another nation and another people. It has never, ever happened. I would take it 2 steps farther. What is the largest support organization for natural and humanitarian disasters anywhere in the world? Anytime there is a natural or a humanitarian disaster anywhere in the world, who shows up? the American Red Cross. The aid flows out of America by the billions of dollars. Anytime there is a natural or humanitarian disaster, it is C-130s and C-17s as far as the eye can see, full of everything you can imagine. Food and clothing and blankets and medicine and building materials and security forces and everything you can think of. What about the Great Commission? Has any other nation taken the Great Commission to literally send missionaries to the ends of the earth the way that America has? No, they have not. The Almighty built the finest republic that has ever existed in the history of the world, and it has been entrusted to you and I. Do we have a moral responsibility to preserve and protect this? Yes, we do. We absolutely do. If there was a mob of 1,000 evil people, and they intended to do harm to the weak and the innocent, women and children, and there's nothing in the way except for me, could I run from the mob? Are they going to catch me? Nope. But can I run from the mob? Nope. Or do I have to stand here and do everything in my power? Even though I know what the outcome is going to be. Do I have a moral responsibility? Am I going to have to stand in front of the Almighty one day and give an account for my actions? Does God Almighty want to hear that I read passages like be strong and courageous and decided that the thing for me to do was to turn and run instead? Why? Because the alphabet soup may not like what I have to say? Because the current regime or administration may try to further an agenda? Because they may hurt my profession or my job? Because they may throw me in prison? Is that going to hold up when I stand in front of the Almighty? No, I don't think it is. We have a moral responsibility and obligations as Americans to do everything in our power, and the outcome doesn't matter. That's the part that he's responsible for. We as men in America are not called to sit on our hands and pray that God sends some other man to save us. If someone shows up here with a rifle, if some wacko shows up here to do violence, am I going to pray that God sends someone to save us?
They're already here.
They're already here. Told to be constantly in prayer, right? So am I going to unholster and go to work and pray that the Almighty guides my hands? Yeah. Have we been given every tool that we need to preserve and protect this republic in America? Yes, we have. So should we be praying that God sends someone else to save America, or should we get off our butts and stop sitting on our hands and start doing what is required of us, taking care of our responsibility as Americans to preserve and protect this? It's time that we start doing something. The outcome is not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to be biblical men of action. And
She's always stretching right after I stretch.
Regardless of the outcome.
We get such a connection,
Let God
dude.
worry
It's a
about the
trip.
outcome. You do what's morally right. At this point, I've gone way longer than 5 minutes, and I feel like I have to have somebody else close in prayer again. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all coming. Please come up here and sign up. And yeah, I'll be here. Oh, yes. Yeah, next meeting. Do we have a date and location for that? Okay, I believe we have not, we're looking at 2 weeks out, right? Okay, we're looking at 2 weeks out. We have not ironed out a location. If you have suggestions on a location, please come and see us. And yeah, we will be in touch as soon as this is humanly possible, as soon as we get a location ironed out for our first meeting. So yeah, we need you guys to participate and be on the team. Yeah, if you guys see trash anywhere around this area, please police call it, pick it up and get it into the garbage. We need to be leaving this at bare minimum as good as we found it. Ideally, it should be left better than we found it. So, and I will be up here if you guys have questions, comments, concerns, you want to talk to me, whatever, I'll be here.
Hey.
Well, you guys had a really good one.
Don't jinx anyway. Don't jinx
All right, who else do we have here?
News to Share is the name of my outlet. I was going to ask you a question whenever you're finished. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Awesome.
I know who you are.
That's cool.
It's a good thing.
Okay.
That's really fucking cool, man.
Yeah, look at you. You're a lot better. Look at the knife.
Just look at me putting your say and spell your first and last name and you're the community.
Sure. First name is Dan, D-A-N. Last name is Abbott, A-B-B-O-T-T. And I'm the commander of Campbell County Militia.
And so, Dan, what was the reason for establishing the group here in the city of Lynchburg today?
Well, the city was jealous because all of the surrounding localities all have a constitutional militia, and I've had a number of people approach me over the past year and go, well, you know, all the counties have one, why don't we have one in the city yet? And I said, well, you know, that's a good question. Let's have a muster, and you guys can form one in the city. So here we are.
And so, for folks coming out today, what was kind of the hope? Was it to sign up for the group? Was it to spread awareness for the group? Did you speak to the mission?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little of both. Yeah, this is like, I guess, the inaugural muster for Lynchburg Constitutional Militia, and so yeah, we want to get people to sign up and plug in and be involved and you know, participate. And yes, you know, a huge thrust of constitutional militia is education, and so yeah, we want to educate people on what militia is and how it functions and why it's important.
Who would you like to see fly? Men, women, ethnicities, black, white?
Yes, all of the above. You know, Code Section 44-1 says that militia is the whole body of the people. U.S. Title 10 says the same thing, it's the whole body of the people. The second half of the Second Amendment says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So, yeah, ultimately, come one, come all. I don't care what your political party affiliation is. I don't care anything about your sex, your gender, your colors. You know, I can care less about anything. I want people to come and be involved and participate because we're making our communities better and stronger. And, you know, ultimately, we've just got way too much division in America. And so if we can find common ground of putting power back in the hands of people and strengthening and bolstering our communities, that's what we want to accomplish.
Can you speak to what type of community outreach efforts you may encounter? I know we just had the hurricane come through and that created a lot of devastation. Could you speak to what your members could help in the future for certain situations?
Yeah, for sure. So stuff that we have already participated in is storm work particularly for like snow and ice storms that take down trees. We were heavily involved with the cleanup after the tornadoes in Bedford County. So, you know, that kind of stuff when emergencies arise, you know, obviously definitely, as well as, you know, we've had members work tons of motor vehicle accidents and stuff like that. But we also participate in stuff like, or sponsor stuff like blood drives and work with food banks on both collecting or taking in donations, facilitating that, as well as the distribution for people that are kind of shut in or whatever, can't get out on blood food banks, stuff like that. So really, ultimately, anything that improves our community. Obviously, we're huge into training as well. So we offer medical training, firearms training, chainsaw and disaster response training, communications training, all that kind of stuff, because it ultimately just makes better immediate responders, better citizens.
Can you speak to how many folks you think might be a part of this group at this point? Would it be dozens, hundreds? Any estimate of that?
Well, I know that the surrounding counties, I can speak for Campbell County because I'm involved there, we're over 500 members. So, and yeah, I don't see any reason that you wouldn't have similar numbers for involvement in the city or in other localities.
So in the coming weeks, where do you hope that the Lynchburg militia will grow and
I mean, I just want to see them add more members and create a structure so that they can be a community resource, so that there's like a point of contact that the community can reach out to, whether it's the fire department or the sheriff's department or the city council or whoever, can reach out and say, hey, we have this need in our community, can you guys facilitate this?
Have you guys been in touch with any of those city organizations here in Lynchburg that you can speak to, working with them in the future?
So we contacted the city police department. That's as much a courtesy as anything. Let them know, hey, this is something that we're doing. This is us. This is who we are. This is what our intent with the organization is. Just so that we're not blindsiding organizations. And of course, city council. I mean, you guys know there was a number of city council and a number of candidates for city council that were here. So yeah, obviously we liaison with them and are participating in local government.
Dan, how are the militia funded? Counties and how will Lynchburg be funded?
Unfortunately, we are self-funded, so we basically pay for everything ourselves. We do, of course, take donations. We take donations from really anywhere, but yeah, we're basically self-funded. There's not really a dynamic for us to pull funding from anywhere else right now. So as we move forward with this, maybe we'll see that change at some point in the future. But yeah, we're self-funded.
And for those who might have concerns about having guns either concealed or out in the open, what would you say to those folks for your members, training-wise, licensure-wise, things like that?
Well, I don't think that there is any safer part of this city or any time that this park has ever been safer than it has been for the past 2 hours, because you have a very high density of people that are very competent, very professional, very sober-minded, and self-controlled, and as a general rule have a high degree of training when it comes to stuff like firearm safety. So I don't think that the city could possibly be safer than it is when you have a whole bunch of people that are trained to a very high standard.
And do you plan to have meetings bi-weekly, per month? What's kind of the frequency that might become?
Well, in Campbell County we do monthly meetings, but it's ultimately going to be up to whoever the city of Lynchburg comes up with as their kind of leadership committee to determine how often they want to do that. I would guess monthly.
And party affiliation is not an issue? Democrats, independents?
No, not at all. And in fact, I really like the idea of having people that sit on different sides of the political aisle because you get a little bit different perspectives. And I think that helps make organizations better when they get perspectives from multiple different viewpoints. So, no, I could care less about party affiliation. I'll tell you right now, I'm pretty disgusted and fed up with all the political parties. And George Washington warned us against those in his farewell address for a reason. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of political parties.
Could you talk about the ideal relationship between the localities and the county militias? Would you want them to be interfacing with police, city councils, that sort of thing?
Yes, absolutely. They definitely should. In fact, I would go so far as to say that if you're going to call yourself a constitutional militia, I think that you should be, at bare minimum, pursuing a relationship with local law enforcement, with local government, with state government. That's part of the responsibility as constitutional militia, is that you're involved in that political process, that you are a community resource. And I don't think you can be a community resource if you don't have involvement with and participation with your local and state governments and law enforcement.
I saw that there was sort of a team of lawyers from Georgetown University who sent a letter to the city council here, something like that, essentially trying to lay out laws that they could use against you guys. Did you see that letter, and do you have any response to the way they did that?
Yeah, that's certainly not the first time that they've done that. I'll be honest with you, that's kind of a clown show. Apparently we have people who are under the impression that if they work for some legal something, that they can just make up whatever narrative that they want and then just peddle that narrative and go around, oh yeah, illegal paramilitary, and if they just say that over and over again, that something's going to happen. Campbell County Militia, Bedford County Militia, overtly public organizations have a fantastic relationship with our sheriffs, with our boards of supervisors, with our state officials, with our national officials. And you see there's a U.S. congressman that's here. And so if these organizations were illegal, law enforcement would have showed up and arrested me a long time ago. So she can continue to spout that narrative that she's created all she wants, and we're just going to continue to laugh at her.
Could you talk about the support of the congressman showing up here?
Yeah, that's fantastic to see our elected officials recognizing the responsibility that people have to be involved in local militia and supporting that. You know, I can't fathom what people have in their head other than having bought the lie that is being sold that would result in a politician not wanting the people to possess power, because this is America. So why in the world would local, state, or national politicians not be supportive of the people exercising their Second Amendment right? This is America. That's the Constitution. It's the supreme law of the land.
Dan, in your last 5, maybe 7 minute remarks, you seem to get a little emotional about standing in the gap, protecting, possibly losing your own life, defending others. Why did that appear to be so moving to you?
It absolutely is moving to me. You know, I asked for a show of hands there of people that have raised their right hand and sworn oath to support and defend the Constitution, bear true faith and allegiance to the same. And quite a few people that did that. I'm one of those people. So yeah, it is definitely an emotional issue for me when I think about all of those that have come before and the price that they have paid to preserve and protect what we have been entrusted with today. You know, I look at men like there's a quote from John Adams in a letter that he wrote to his wife Abigail after the war while he was sitting on the Constitutional Convention. He says, "Posterity, you will never know what it has cost my generation to preserve your freedom. I hope you make good use of it. If you do not, I will repent in heaven that I ever took half the things to preserve." And I look at a quote like that, and my thought process on that is I would be damned if it is my generation that causes the sacrifice of men like John Adams to be refused. If it causes men like John Adams to be repenting in heaven that they ever took half the things to preserve this, because I didn't do what was necessary to preserve and protect it. Yeah, that hits home. And so, yeah, it is an emotional issue for me when I look at everything that has been done, the price that has been paid over hundreds of years to give us this, to give the freedom and the liberty that we have in America, and to consider a possibility that that could be law. Yeah, it's big.
Ended it. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Midnight I gotta go to the restroom, then I might have to do that instead of hanging out, because I got to do that instead. Butler, PA.
Believe the media that try to paint him like someone he's not. At the end of the day, Donald Trump's already a billionaire. He's getting older. He doesn't need to be doing this. That's it. He's took this personal for us, for me and you, for your family, for your kids, for everybody.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for what you do, because like I said, you really you're such a representation, and you come out here with so much passion, and you're always where he is, and we love to see you. And if there are people out there who maybe love you and follow you, but they're not as in the political scene, what do you say to them to kind of defy the myths that they're being told by the mainstream media?
Do your own research. Yeah. You know, if you're not into something, I understand that, but you should be into your future. You should be into your kids' future. You should be into the right now, right? You should be into it. At one time, I wasn't into it, right? And you have to get into it sometime. You got to get serious. You got to grow up at some time. You got to understand this country needs everybody to get out and vote on November 5th for Donald Trump.
That's it. That's what we're going to do. Tell everybody how they can find you and listen to your amazing music.
Forgiato Blow, the new song right now is Trump Vance Baby. I need everyone to go get it on iTunes. It's currently number 7. Forgiato Blow 47 on X, and Donald's Nephew 47 on Instagram.
That's it,
I'm everywhere, but you know they got me so banned. I got 1,000 different names.
I just said that to him. I follow him all the time. And there's a new name. I love it, Forgiato. It's so good to see you.
Thank y'all for having me here today.
Such a treat. You know, the Amish did that.
It's
read about it.
So wonderful.
Amish originally started doing that because military men had mustaches and they weren't going to join the military because they're Amish. It goes back to the origination of the Amish, though, like in Europe or something. Yeah. Star Energy. I think it wasn't a star. The Amish rapper. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Get them out of here. Get them fucking out of here.
To help cities clear homeless encampments from sidewalks, alleyways, and parks. He says the encampments pose a threat to life, health, and the safety of their surrounding communities. KTLA's Shelby Nelson reports on how the program will impact the Inland Empire.
Come back home to your state.
What we're asking for is a sense of urgency, a sense of resolve, and more important than anything else, we are demanding results.
Governor Gavin Newsom announcing the latest round of financial assistance for cities and counties as part of the state's crackdown on cleaning up homeless encampments. The state now offering $131 million in encampment resolution funds to local jurisdictions, hinging on a rigorous application process and as long as they comply with certain criteria.
This application requires, with a housing first mindset, that support is provided.
In the Inland Empire, Riverside County will receive $12 million, San Bernardino County $11 million. The cities of Victorville and Redlands also on that list. While the city of San Bernardino wasn't part of the 12 cities that funding is directed to, a spokesperson tells KTLA that's because they received state funding earlier this year. San Bernardino has the largest count of unsheltered people in the entire county, despite those numbers slightly dropping this year compared to 2023.
Homeless everywhere. They always said that we're going to clean it up and everything, and it's still the same thing, and there's a lot of people breaking into properties.
Jose Manso once lived in San Bernardino, but he says he didn't feel that it was safe for him and his family, so he moved to Paris. It was just this week the city announced it will resume encampment cleanups after coming to an agreement with the American Civil Liberties Union over how cleanups are conducted. The ACLU had sued the city, preventing San Bernardino from removing encampments after the civil rights organization accused San Bernardino of throwing away personal property belonging to people who are disabled and unhoused. The agreement now taking on a compassionate approach and one to find people housing. Much of the focus will be deteriorating parks.
We can't go to the park with your family, have a nice picnic or nothing. So they need to clean up these parks.
I just don't want them shuffled around the city. You know, they definitely need proper housing.
Now, quickly, I want to show you the areas that officials tell us will be targeted out here. San Bernardino County's money will go to clearing out the Highland Avenue corridor near the 210 freeway. Those are some of the services, including things like hotel vouchers and the building of tiny houses. In Riverside County, they'll focus on clearing out the Murrieta Creek Trail, which also stretches into Lake Elsinore and Wildemar. They've also been working on other riverbeds where the unhoused congregate. And in Redlands, that money will go to an emergency shelter, employment services, and more. And these are just snippets of what this money will be designated to. Reporting in San Bernardino, I'm Shelby Nelson, KTLA 5 News.
Oh, there you go. Thanks for eating my lap today. Interesting day. Simon's in my bed all day, I think. She's in my lap. Cats are under the house. Nobody's moving. Picnic at a park. Oh, the homeless guy? Danug.
Have you?
Thank you.
Did I say it wrong? Dr. Michael Daigneault talking about dengue, fever. Let's start with the symptoms.
Yeah, so typical symptoms include, they're very flu-like.
This
So you're going to have
case in
fever,
LA
chills,
is we
joint
confirmed.
pain, in some cases excessive amount of like bleeding, but usually it's more flu-like in most cases.
From
Okay,
where?
why? I mean, as mentioned, people aren't traveling abroad to get this. So why are we seeing this local transmission?
That would be alarming.
So this is typically a disease of Central and South America, but as the climate change, the globe warms up, we're seeing
yeah, it's the climate changing. That's what's happening. That's why it's coming up here. Nothing at all to do with the migrants, dude. Come on, dude. Don't be fucking racist. You're being racist, Sister T, by blaming them for that. You can't blame science on it. You can't blame common sense. You gotta blame it on global warming. It's because of the pollution. We need to go electric vehicles or we're all gonna get sick.
mosquitoes expand their range of operation to include most of the country and now Southern California. So it's not surprising that we're seeing this.
Okay, and how is this treated?
So there's no specific treatment. It's supportive care. We want to make sure in the worst case scenario that people don't end up with end organ damage or sepsis or things like that. So the treatment is, Tylenol, ibuprofen for fever, body aches, and IV fluid to make sure you're properly hydrated, just to keep a close eye on you for the most part.
Okay, and how do you prevent infection?
So it's really important, if you're going to go outside, to wear long sleeves, mosquito repellent, and everybody should look around the property and make sure there's no standing pots of water, things like that, because everybody can do their part to eliminate.
Right. That is how we get this. A mosquito bites an infected person, and then that mosquito bites someone else and infects them with that other person's blood. Is that how it happens? Because if that's the case, then it's common sense to me is the mosquitoes aren't traveling up here infected. They're getting infected in America and reinfecting other humans with it. Like they're how many of these fuckers here have it? How are they getting across the border with this shit?
The breeding grounds of these mosquitoes, and so that's the best thing you can do.
And how does one get tested? If you have these flu-like symptoms, how do you know, flu or dengue?
Right, and the other thing I was thinking about is West Nile virus, which is also mosquito-borne. So if you've been bitten multiple times and your symptoms just don't seem to be typical and they're lasting for a long period of time and you feel very sick, that's when you need to get checked out. And we have specific tests, but they have to be run through the Department of Public Health. It's not something we commonly test for.
Okay, one thing that you're seeing
testing the immigrants for it
is having to do with people not necessarily knowing how to do the life-saving care like CPR. So you wanted to make a specific point tonight.
Yeah, and so a lot of people don't know that since 2008.
It was fucking hilarious, dude, because they could end up really fucking our country up with this measles. I mean, not so much of the measles because everybody gets vaccinated. Most people get vaccinated for it. But the stuff that people don't get vaccinated for that they're bringing over could probably really fuck us up a little bit. Couldn't it? Like this one. How bad could this get right now? What if like some immigrant dies that had it and then like his body's just covered in mosquitoes and they all get it, and then how long are we? I need to find out more about this shit.
The American Hospital Association, which controls, how we do CPR and the guidelines, has said we don't want people to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation anymore because people weren't doing it right. A lot of time when they would give those rescue breaths, they would go into the stomach and not into the lungs, and it takes too much of a pause away from the compressions. The compressions are the most important thing. So a lot of times in the ER, patients are brought in by paramedics, and they'll say, "Oh, family started CPR," but we want to make sure if you're doing CPR, you check, there's no pulse, to continue the compressions only, because it takes a certain amount of time of consistent compressions to get to that level of perfusion to the important organs. And so when you stop CPR to give a breath, that perfusion drops off. And so it takes another couple rounds to build up again. So just compressions only for the general public.
Okay, so talk more. I should have led with what are you seeing as it relates to this issue of life-saving care?
Right, so exactly that. And so a lot of times when I hear that, people started CPR on scene, and you always want to find out, were they doing continuous CPR?
There is a dengue vaccine.
As we say, time is heart, time is brain for us in the ER. And the CPR was started immediately. It was just consistent compressions until the paramedics arrived. That bodes so much more for your family member or friend that you started CPR on.
I would imagine that you think then that when you are trained for this, that they should make note of this in the training.
They are currently, right. And so that's the thing. But, one important point to make is like TV and movies are not really helping us with this, because a lot of times, even to this day, you see the rescue breaths being given, out in the community on the show. So
how often does one need to get recertified?
I'm not sure. So if you go to AHA website, you can check for classes in your area. There's so many potential opportunities for everybody to learn CPR. It's super important.
It's been so many years for me. I'm definitely outdated, so I need to look into that. A good reminder for all of us. So if you at home, you would like to ask Dr. Michael Daigneault a question, you can send him an email. You can send that email to askthedoctor@fox.com. You can find him on social media. We'll get your question on the air and answered by him on the air next time he joins us. It's a weekly thing. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
There it is right there. It says, Humans are the primary host of the virus, but it also circulates in non-human primates and can infect other mammals. An infection can be acquired via a single bite. For 2 to 10 days after becoming newly infected, a person's bloodstream will contain a high level of virus particles, the viremic period. A female mosquito that takes a blood meal from the affected host then propagates the virus in the cells lining its gut. Over the next few days, the virus spreads to other tissues, including the mosquito's salivary glands, and is released into its saliva. Next time the mosquito feeds, the infectious saliva will be injected into the bloodstream of its victim, thus spreading the disease. The virus seems to have no detrimental effects on the mosquito, which remains infected for life. We're gonna go fight the mosquitoes. Once you get it, it says you have long-term immunity to that one, but only short-term immunity to the other 3 forms of it. And if you get one of the other 3 forms of it, your likelihood of having complications is higher after you've gotten it once. Apparently there are some vaccines now. What do we have here? It's Saturday. Man, I forget what day it is nowadays because every day's the same with the cats and everything. Well, lately it hasn't really been the same. It's been weird, but
has been charged with raping a Villanova University student in her dorm room. Mervyn Dindler was
on the
arrested
clock,
this
or is
morning.
he just like
The incident happened last month.
He drives her
Investigators
Uber
say
sometimes.
Dindler followed
Was it
the
her
student
driver?
into her dorm room
Oh, shit.
and not only sexually assaulted
Those are
her,
nice
but also
dorms.
stole money. Action News reporter Katie Castro looking into this live in
fucking-
Villanova there with
Dude,
the details.
people are really crazy.
Shari, the
That's crazy.
suspect had a preliminary hearing today. He didn't make his bail of $250,000
Why are people so
and he
horny?
remains behind bars. Today we are getting a look at the Uber driver accused of raping a 21-year-old Villanova student during the overnight hours of September 13th to 14th. This photo shared in the criminal complaint shows 26-year-old Mervyn Dindler. According to the affidavit,
Bit of
he was
wet
the
food,
victim's Uber
same
driver
schedule
and
every
picked her
day.
up in Philadelphia outside a nightclub where she wasn't feeling well after having a number of drinks. The victim told investigators, quote, "After arriving at Villanova University, the Uber driver followed her to her campus residence hall room located in the Havnanian Hall, where he entered the room and raped her."
I'm not laughing
The
at that.
residence
I
hall
was-
building is
I don't
located on
understand why
Lancaster
people are
Avenue,
so
a
fucking
busy
horny,
road
dude.
dotted with dorms, fraternity houses, and restaurants. Students on campus say they are shaken up.
That really
it's like pretty
worth
unsettling
it?
just because
What
like
the
I use
fuck,
Uber.
man? You know what's
The
gonna
criminal complaint
happen.
also revealing disturbing new details, stating the Uber driver left and returned a short while later and was banging on the victim's door. Dindler then allegedly used the victim's phone to make a $150 Venmo transaction, charging the victim for what he said was a mess left in his back seat. Students on campus say they plan to be cautious when using a rideshare
wow,
app.
man, that's
I will always have a phone with
crazy.
me up. Other students say the environment on campus has felt sullen.
Like, people are shaking up for sure. I mean, it's absolutely awful to hear about this stuff.
Now, Dindler has a preliminary hearing scheduled for October 17th, and police are urging students to contact
Something's
public
wrong
safety if they have any
with these
concerns.
people's brains.
Reporting live in Villanova, Katie Castro, Channel 6, Action News. Shari.
Yeah, disturbing details. Katie,
Her
thanks
whole
for the
life
latest from
away for
Villanova.
some titties or something. I just gotta touch the titties, man. I just gotta touch them. Let me see your vagina. Oh man.
Have some bottles of water here.
If you notice, everybody will look
They
at
say
our
to
line.
stay inside if people are out with guns. Oh really? Right now?
Watch
Oh,
our
be
line.
careful. How old are you?
What the hell they got going over
Are
there?
you in elementary school?
Just a few moments at 1:30.
I love it. I fucking love being me sometimes. Hold on.
Is that a huge event? Last week. What? Elementary school? Was it college that? Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. You're a trooper. Wow, another one of these happened.
With breaking news,
Yo,
another
they're trying to get them
Look
all
here.
in.
20 suspects about
it.
wearing dark clothing and hoodies entered into the Valentino store in the west of Topanga Mall. They began
shouldn't see
grabbing
this. It's
items,
for my
leaving
zone.
behind a mess. Some of the things stolen, very expensive purses. A witness with a phone took this video. The suspects then took off. No one was injured. That's the good news there. LAPD is investigating.
Yeah. There's an article, 36 I think. You gotta vote for it. So that they increase they make it more strict for these little fucks. Stealing shit all the time. These little fucks. There's all the news at. Oh, it's Saturday. Hostage families rally in Tel Aviv. October 7th anniversary. What? October 7th? Gaza's still looking clean as ever. Live shot of Gaza. It's happy, they got jugs. You know? A dump on me. What are you talking about? Did you dump on me? I didn't know.
Bombs were dropped on them and she does all kinds of scroll like a years ago. AP, you'll recall Ali Dawa as a kid being raised by your parents.
Talk about that same thing. No. Oh. I'm free.
us. Casey Montoya, how's the weather this morning?
Well, a little foggy along the coast. Just stepped outside here. It's already starting to clear in Hollywood, but this is our shot. I love it when we can pan and show you. So very foggy. Hasn't stopped those surfers though this morning though. And again, coastal spots. I think it is going to be one of those days where we do struggle to see the sunshine once again. But temperatures will actually be a little warmer for the coast. Right now, it is 67 in Long Beach, 67 in Santa Ana, 65 in Clear in Burbank, and 65 in Clear in Lancaster as well. Here are those advisories that go into place at 10 a.m. Heat advisory for Riverside and San Bernardino County Mountains. Excessive heat warning for everyone shaded in pink. And temperature for Lancaster this afternoon up to 102, 106 in Woodland Hills, 97 for Van Nuys today, 80 for Long Beach. And again, it'll be a little bit warmer than that in Long Beach if those clouds clear faster than what's predicted. 77 for Santa Ana, 73 in Dana Point this afternoon, and in the Inland Empire today, 101 in San Bernardino. And now I'm going to toss it to Aaron Myers, who is live for us in Santa Clarita. And that's one of the spots where the excessive heat warning goes into effect at 10. You guys will definitely see triple digits today, and I see the sun already in your face, Aaron.
Hi, Casey. Good morning. Yeah, the sun is coming out. It is starting to warm up. Not too hot just yet. So you can see here behind me, we've got the stairs. Quite a few people getting their workouts in before it gets too hot. We got the pups getting walked here as well before it's too warm out. So you're going to want to take those precautions if you're exercising over the next few days. As Casey was saying, there is that excessive heat warning, which will go into effect in about 2 hours. It will last until Monday night. And here in Santa Clarita, they are expecting triple-digit temperatures through Monday. We could see some wind out here, not too strong, but a little bit. So that along with the heat means there is a higher potential for wildfires. This is for mountains, foothills, deserts, and valley areas. It's important to stay hydrated, avoid going out during the hottest hours, wear that sunscreen, lightweight and light-colored clothes, and wear a hat or use an umbrella. Never leave children or pets in cars, and be on alert for signs of heat-related illnesses. It's also recommended to check on people more at risk, prepare for possible power outages, and to avoid strenuous activities during the hottest daytime hours.
Oh man, I better curl up a little better.
Exercising early this morning.
This is way less strenuous.
Well, I appreciate the cool weather, which is why I come early.
And then just real
you
quick,
think
how
I'm
hard
gonna
are
be
these?
all right?
They're hard. Yes. I'm not
I'll
sure
do
the
this
actual count.
without my hat.
Maybe you know it, 180 something maybe. But yeah, they're difficult. I just do it once and then I continue around the whole park.
I really don't want to break a sweat, y'all, you know, because that's dangerous right now.
Now, if you do need somewhere to cool off, the city of Santa Clarita does have cooling centers at a few libraries. Those include Canyon Country Joanne Darcy branch, the Old Town Newhall branch, and the Valencia branch. You can also go to the Cube ice skating rink, which is nice and cool inside. I've been there before. Or check out one of the pools in the area. Now, back here live,
I'm gonna get under the house.
You can see people coming down the stairs. Many of them have their
They
big
know where to
coolers of
be.
water, which
That's
will
why
be a
they're
good
not coming
idea
out.
today. If you do need to find
the only
somewhere to
cool
cool
spot
off,
left we
you can
have
always
here.
call 311 as well to find some more
I don't have any
locations.
flu medication,
It is
though,
expected
for
to start
myself.
cooling down a little bit here in Santa
I
Clarita
think I have to take a much
on
bigger
Tuesday,
dosage
but
than
it's still
them to
going to
be
be
good for a
mid-90s
month.
on Tuesday and Wednesday here. And on that, I'm going to say congratulations to all the people doing the stairs, because they're amazing. They've been going up and down so many times. Guys, I'll send it back to you. It does not look easy.
Human taking the cat flea medication, what would happen? Would it make the fleas die if they bite me? From what? Pretty cool. What if I put the revolution on my neck? Then if they'll die just from getting close to me, huh? You know somebody's done that, dude. I bet somebody's fucking done that. Somebody who was like had a super bad flea infestation, some hillbilly. Did the math on it. Made sure that they got enough for their weight. But it wouldn't be, I don't think it would be right though. Because their kidneys and liver processes stuff differently, so might not know the human dosage. It's not going to be hot here. Look at this, everywhere hot but here.
Weekend.
So a lot of people are going to be going.
That's hilarious. Look at this map there about the show.
Unfortunately, Tiana's Bayou Adventure's not open yet. It's coming. It's
very
coming.
Close. Yeah.
It's very soon. Very soon. But yeah, it's going to be maybe an indoor ride kind of day. We do have some marine layer clouds that are starting to burn off. You can see over downtown LA, like half the screen has the clouds, the other half starting to see some blue there. 65 degrees or so downtown. Visibility is less than 2 miles. And there's some places where visibility is a big issue. I mean, you can see the darker gray there towards Corona, Palos Verdes, and then over here towards the Oxnard area where Camarillo and Oxnard,
people live up there,
the
man.
naval base,
crazy?
is close to zero visibility there. This has gotten worse throughout the morning. It started out at 3, then became 2, and now 0 in some of those spots. Oxnard right at 1 in the city there. When we go further east, you can see Santa Monica has now reduced to 1 mile. The same with portions of LA by LAX there. Again, Palos Verdes into that darker gray, so people along the coast there dealing with some visibility issues. But this place all morning long has been right at about 0, so like a 1/10 of a mile to a 1/4 of a mile in some areas. Again, it just depends on what neighborhood you're in, and hopefully this starts to get better because we know how bad that can be driving in those kind of conditions. Be careful. This afternoon for the LA area, by 10 o'clock, 72 degrees,
y'all are going to be
partly cloudy
hot,
skies. The clouds starting to break away.
89.
By 11 o'clock, sunny, 78 degrees. By 1 o'clock, 87. And the afternoon highs, 89, 90 or so. Hopefully we stay below the 90-degree mark. But 2, 3, 4 o'clock, that's going to be the hottest part of the day. Excessive heat warning in effect through Monday at 8 o'clock. So that's the magenta-colored areas.
Look,
heat advisory for the mountainous
we're
areas
the only place that's not hot.
to Riverside County. LA, downtown towards Long Beach, and then most of Orange County not in any warning or advisory, but still going to be pretty hot if you're outdoors for a long period of time.
It's not. You're a liar.
Too far above the seasonal average. Okay, big day today for the Dodgers with the Padres. First pitch, 5:38 exactly tonight. Fortunately, that's when temperatures come down, are starting to come down, 80 degrees there, and then going into the end of the game about 68 degrees. So maybe bring some layers, maybe a light jacket at the end for when you're heading home. We do have some change coming our way. Here's our 7-day forecast for Los Angeles, Orange County. Tomorrow, not much of a change. Temperatures are still going to be pretty hot. Then Monday, going towards mid-80s. Then low 80s Thursday, Friday, getting back towards the average. Downtown, we should be 80 degrees this time of year for October, early October. Valley's Inland Empire, you see temperatures ranging from mid-90s to 107, 108 or so through the weekend. Many places coming out of triple digits going into Monday, and then towards low 90s Thursday into Friday. Along the coast, beaches go from mid to upper 70s, down towards low 70s by the end of the week. We have surf at 1 to 4 feet through the weekend. Mountain areas about 79, 80 degrees through the weekend, then go to mid-70s. That's when temperatures fall on Tuesday or so. And then 70 on Friday. Overnight lows will be starting to get into the 30s eventually. And our deserts, upper deserts, get out of the triple digits by Monday and then go down towards about 91 or so Thursday, Friday. That'll be a big break for them. Our upper deserts have broken records several times during this heat wave for daily heat records. And so, Irene, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Finally, we're getting a little bit of relief in a few days.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
Of course, you're not going to eat it with Simon in here. Odd that they just want to hang out under the house constantly and not eat. Nick Shirley's going to be live in a minute in Butler talking to people. 10 minutes. She didn't eat very much though. She didn't eat even half a can. There's so much food left. She just like nibbled on it. So something threw up that food out there too. Whatever that nasty shit was. And her. Maybe she's sick. Maybe somebody poisoned her. I thought I smelled antifreeze out there one day. But it's the alley, so I'm thinking maybe it's just the alley. I thought I smelled it on top of the wall. I kept sniffing it. It went away, so I couldn't really pinpoint it. Yeah, not too. What if somebody put like a clump of ham up there with some shit on it and chemicals on it? I took pictures of it because it looked weird. There's an up close shot of it after I moved it, and it definitely looks like some sort of meat. And before I moved it, see, it's like in this puddle out there. Something chucked it up. And a lot of fluid came up with it, it seems. For there to be that big of a stain of where fluid was. It does look like lunch meat to me too. That's why it's very concerning that they're not eating, or Mama's not eating is I don't know, man. It's acting weird lately. There's some lunch meat. It's so much fluid that was around it, and it just happened to throw it up right there, as if someone put it out for it around there. Maybe, I don't know. One of my other neighbors said he thought that someone was poisoning the cats around here because he was seeing a lot of dead cats. Remember when the tuxedos just disappeared for a while, and I was like, well, I guess he's dead now. Like, there were no tuxedos coming by at all. And we were like, well, get off of there. Get off right there. You turned it on at least. Just on the air filter. Alert. I mean. You almost knocked it over. Why are you trying to knock it over? Now I gotta move this or what? Oh. I could use her to hold the gate. She doesn't want to let it go. He's getting stronger. Sexual assault in Long
Pedro
Beach.
And Cher, as you said,
I don't know where
we are
they're doing
hearing
it.
from the victim of this violent attack, which happened on Friday afternoon here in downtown Long Beach. She tells us she is speaking out to warn other women and also to push for tougher laws to keep criminals behind bars.
Those cars use antifreeze?
I mean, I'm just lucky that it happened in daylight and not at night, because then I probably would have been raped.
You're about to see a sexual attack caught on camera. Rebecca Peterson is simply walking in downtown Long Beach, unaware that a man watching her jumps up from the sidewalk, unzips his pants, and starts following her. Then, within seconds, he pounces, pulling up her skirt, thrusting against her, and knocking her to the ground. Another man sitting nearby springs into action and appears to try to pepper spray the attacker, who walks, then runs away.
In that moment, I had no idea. My first initial thought was like, is this someone I know, like playing a joke on me or something like that, you know? And then it was like a matter of seconds. I was like, oh no, and he's not letting me go. So I just turned real quick.
No, it wasn't even a second. It was like a split second. There was no penis ever anywhere near her vagina, probably.
And then there was an older gentleman there that was ran him off with pepper spray, and he asked me if I was okay. And I was just, I don't know, I just kept asking like, what the hell just happened in my head.
Long Beach police say they located a suspect hours later and arrested 30-year-old Miguel Avila, who is homeless. He was booked on suspicion of sexual battery and, in an unrelated case, theft of personal property. People who live and work in the area describe it as increasingly dangerous.
Oh no,
they
they're
are
not.
Urging city leaders to take decisive action.
I thought it was another one that happened. Dude, your food is up there, you weirdo. These people are alive right now.
Can easily be saved with access to basic healthcare and basic,
oh my gosh.
Basic procedures.
1 year of genocide. 1 year of genocide.
The United States and Israel conspired against this and continue to conspire against the people of Gaza and the people of Palestine because of what they represent. They represent the unyielding spirit of steadfastness. They represent the unyielding commitment to their land and their family and their peoples, and they represent the inevitable truth that resistance will exist until complete liberation and complete return. The Americans and the Israelis know this. They understand this. It's evident in every single reaction they have, every single bomb dropped in every single massacre, and it humiliates them. Out of humiliation, they massacre innocent women, children, and people. Out of humiliation, they expand into further lands. They commit, because they are humiliated, the greatest crime that our generation has ever seen. They have murdered 189,000 plus Palestinians in Gaza. They have destroyed nearly all medical infrastructure. They have left generations and generations of children without access to basic rights of health care, of family, robbed of their parents, who have been slaughtered and who have joined the more than 10,000 Palestinian political prisoners kidnapped from their loved ones. 90% of Gazans have been displaced at least once, many more than that. Every displacement and every falsely claimed safe zone, they're met with more bombs and more U.S. and Israeli slaughter. As we gather today here, we know that Israel takes the same tactic and the U.S. take the same tactic and expand, taking their claws deeper into the West Bank, into all of Palestine, and crucially and shamefully into Lebanon. In the past week alone in Lebanon, 1 million Lebanese have been displaced. Thousands more have ascended to martyrdom. As is the case in Palestine, Israel and the United States respond to the Lebanese with this brutality because of one simple fact. The Lebanese have refused to leave Gaza by itself. They have refused to stop fighting for Gaza. And so, the arrogant, colonial, and imperial Americans and Israelis respond with the only thing that they know how to do: destruction and slaughter. Slaughter, a genocide and destruction that has been funded by the United States to the tune of more than $38 billion, that has been supported through propaganda through every single major corporate news outlet, that has received direct political and military support since the day that Biden, early in October, joined the Israeli war cabinet and announced that he would be fighting for the home team. Has been a year of genocide for our people. We have witnessed unthinkable crime after unthinkable crime. Rebuilding and recovery will take decades. Still, our people in Gaza remain steadfast. In Lebanon, we remain steadfast. In the broader region, we remain steadfast. Every day, resistance grows, motivated by uncompromising love for our people and for the liberation of our lands. A fact we know that is inevitable, and a U.S.-Israeli defeat we know is inevitable. Every day that these massacres proceed and they fail to achieve a political or economic victory is a humiliation for them. As we in the diaspora enter the second year of this struggle against this genocide, and as we see a second year of resistance upon us, we know that we too must be uncompromising. We too must be steadfast in our role. We must continue, as we have done every single week since October, to be in the streets, to organize our neighborhoods, our workplaces, our communities.
It was supposed to be the gay protesting group specifically. He's going to pay $1 million.
Has been touched by Palestine, and we will continue to bring the blood of every single last one, and we will do this in the streets and by winning our key demands. We need a ceasefire right now, a complete and total ceasefire right now. People's arms embargo. All arms must be embargoed to Israel. Every single Palestinian prisoner who's been kidnapped by the Israeli entity returned home. A free Palestine united from the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the sea to the river. From the sea to the river. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever.
A space for organizing for all those in New York who are committed to our struggle for liberation. They have worked relentlessly to build our mass movement, and our speaker here today has worked tirelessly for the liberation of Palestine, a true revolutionary and internationalist. I am honored to introduce Manolo de los Santos.
Dear comrades, dear sisters and brothers, we have been out on the streets for a year now, but we know very well where the struggle begins. For 76 years, the state of Israel, with the full support and complicity of the United States government, has waged a genocidal war against the Palestinian people. You already know this, but I want to say this for those who haven't heard it before. Israel is not a country. Israel is not a country. Israel is not a country. Is a U.S. military base in the Middle East. And from its military base in the Middle East, the U.S. has used Israel as the launching pad for all of its imperialist interventions in the Middle East. And for each of these 76 years in which the U.S. and its proxy Israel have tortured, have killed, have genocided the peoples of the Middle East, this is to never give up. And that is a lesson that we've had to learn right here in the streets of New York City for a year now. Despite the mayor of New York City telling us not to march last year, despite Governor Hochul telling us not to
and one of the American pickers passed away. Frank Fitz.
all these corrupt politicians trying to scare us,
The hell?
trying to demonize us, we came out into the streets.
Oh, he left the show when he had a stroke.
1 year ago, we were right here, doing the impossible, doing what no one
Is he the shorter one?
thing. But history has proven us right.
Yeah, it was a shorter guy.
The Palestinian people broke out of the concentration camp.
Yeah, man. Everybody's fucking dying, dude. That was 4 days ago. I didn't even hear about it till right now.
Not only for their own freedom, they broke out to wake up the world.
You ever watch American Pickers?
They delivered a burning message to all our hearts and all our minds. The world has to rise up to fight back against U.S. imperialism.
They would go to people's yards and pick through their shit.
We have a common enemy, the Palestinians and us. Our common enemy continues to be Washington, D.C. Our common enemy has last names like Harris and like Trump.
No, she has me at times.
Our enemies have politicians on both sides of the UN party in the U.S.
I've heard of you, Simon.
Who have reminded us that we have to fight every day for Gaza because we also have to fight for the people of Sudan.
Fight for everyone but America.
For the liberation of our planet. Now or never. Now or never. For us to save humanity and our planet. Let us not forget, my friends, my comrades, my sisters and brothers, that this is 100% a U.S.
Russian.
war. The U.S. with one mouth talks about ceasefire because they think that will calm us down. But with the other mouth and with the other hand, they send billions in dollars to support their military base in the Middle East. The U.S. with one mouth and one hand wants to call the Lebanese to surrender and de-escalate. And with the other hand, they send 2,000-pound bombs to kill our brothers and sisters in Lebanon. With one hand, they want to send food to the people of Gaza. And with the other hand, they send the bombs that kill the hungry people of Gaza. So we know the truth now. They have no mask from which they can hide. We know the U.S. government is guilty. Guilty of crimes against humanity. Guilty of war crimes. But it's up to us to stop them.
Serena.
There are some who will tell you that what you have done in a year of struggle is not enough. Those are the lies of the empire. Those are the lies of the empire who want to tell us to stop fighting. Right. They want to tell us to stop organizing. They would prefer if we just stay at home and tweet about it. But we are here to make a commitment. Will you join me in making this commitment to the Palestinian people?
Will you join, guys? Will you guys join? Who's gonna join me? You joining me?
We will fight with you to the very end.
You guys joining me?
We will fight with you when times
They won't. They're fucking full of shit. I want to see them down in the tunnels.
And we will continue to fight for you.
We would fight for our own. We would fight for our military for sure. Fucking pussy. He's a pussy boy, gonna be.
Everybody, we are here in Butler, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is making his comeback here, as this was the place where he was almost assassinated on July 13th. It's a historic rally. They're saying upwards of 60,000 people are going to be here.
Who are you? You're somebody on YouTube. Somebody was just talking about Run Jules yesterday or the day
before. Give you guys an inside look as to what this rally is actually like today. Let's get going. Let's start right here. We got some good old folks, American folks right here. Love the shirt. How you guys doing? Good. Good. We're live right now. What's the energy like here so far?
It's great. It's a little too warm for us, but we're older.
We're heading out to the car to get something to eat, and then we're coming back in because we love Donald Trump.
See the hat, Trump 2024, the Revenge Tour.
Yeah.
What do you think happens?
Vote Trump.
What do you think happens if Donald Trump doesn't win this election?
It's going to be a disgrace. I think our country's going downhill.
Yeah, I think our economy is really just going to drop because she's not helping at all. You know,
she's not doing much right now.
No, she's not. She's really just like, you know, prices have went down, inflation skyrocketed, but like cost of livings went up, interest rates have went up. You know, I have to say thank God that I bought my house 30 years ago, because in this day and age I wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah, you got lucky.
Yeah,
my grandkids are trying to buy a house and they can't afford everything. You know, the way everything has gone up so much.
I mean, we know that recently, everyone knows it's a hot topic right now, what happened in North Carolina with FEMA and the federal government only giving the people $750.
Why not have compassion?
Is that not the biggest slap in the face
song?
that America's ever seen?
Oh my God.
Cross the border and see how much you get for free stuff.
We were just talking.
Yeah, but look at how much is coming in. Like the illegals are getting free housing, free everything. Like it's just getting handed them, and you're going to give American citizens $750 when they lost everything? They lost everything. I was sitting there watching TV. I was crying at what I was seeing.
What do you think Trump would do different in that situation?
I think he would have been there a lot earlier. And I think he would have mobilized FEMA a lot quicker. And I don't think he would have spent a lot of the money that FEMA spent on the illegals.
Are we all in agreement that we need to get rid of Mayorkas?
Yes, very much so.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time. Go get some good food. We're going to keep going here as we are here in Butler. Some good American folks right here. We'd love to see it. So right here is where you could come through. There's been a lot of security so far from what we have seen.
What did I have compassion for?
There's been a lot of security so far from what we have seen.
I got compassion for Simon.
We love the hat you're doing.
Out at the door.
How's it been so far inside the rally? We're live right now, just talking to a bunch of people.
Good.
And what do you think Donald Trump will do when he finishes his speech today?
Hopefully he gets through it.
Hopefully he gets through it. Do you think people are kind of worried that we could see another?
Sure they are. I was here the last time. So.
Is there a bulletproof glass this time?
I don't know. We couldn't get that close.
Okay. Great. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one. We hope there's a bulletproof glass right now. Can I see your phone, Brooker T? We got Brooker T. Jones with us. Cameraman Nick cannot come on this trip, so Brooker T. Jones is on camera duty. We're putting her on salary, Brooker T. Oh wait, right now we got the national anthem going.
Join me, where are you going?
1 second, you guys. Pay the respects to the country we all love, right? All right, let's keep going on. Trump. All right, these guys got a shirt, Trump that bitch. Let's see. Hey, can we see that shirt really quick? We're live right now. We're just talking to a bunch of people. Trump that bitch.
Trump that bitch. Fuck Joe Biden.
Is Joe Biden the bitch?
Joe Biden is the bitch.
What about Kamala?
Kamala's a bitch too.
She's a whore,
Fuck her.
Mm-hmm.
We don't like her. We don't like Joe Biden.
Yeah. What would be your message to Kamala Harris? You could say if Kamala Harris was right here, right in front of you, what would you say to Kamala Harris?
You really want to know?
You would have more voters if you showed that dumper on stage.
I just tell her to fuck herself.
Really?
Hell yeah. Fuck Kamala Harris.
What do you think about what she's done these past 3.5 years with America?
I think America's going to shit. It started going to shit as soon as Trump got out of office. And now here we are again, trying to get Trump back in office to make America great again.
Do you think obviously you're hoping Donald Trump wins. I'm hoping he wins as well. Do you think even if he does win the election, do you think they'll put him back in office?
I want to say yeah, but you know, I got my concerns too. I feel like they've tried to cheat him out as much as they can, so it's hard to say. Like I feel like either way, I personally feel like they're going to do everything they can to keep him out of office.
And now we know your message is to Kamala Harris. Obviously, Trump that bitch.
Which I'm sorry, that was a little profane, but that's just how I feel. I could have kept a little more PG for the camera. But.
Oh, it's all good. We like it. We just let everyone talk. And what would your message to Donald Trump then?
Kick ass. Do your thing, brother.
Trump that bitch and kick ass for Donald Trump, right?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Awesome.
America.
America.
Thank you.
God bless. Have a good one. Oh, I don't know what was going on. Oh wow, everyone is just decked out. You can see those guys.
Oh, you're good,
now
Kirby.
Look, this guy right here in America shirt. How you doing, sir? Looking phenomenal. What have you seen today so far from the ride? What's everyone saying? What's the excitement like?
I think there's a lot of people here that are back from July.
Are you back from July? Were you here?
I sure am.
And how was that day, July 13th?
It was so hot. I mean, everybody was just sweating and drinking all the water they could, and the atmosphere was so intense. I mean, you could just feel, you know, the Trump support. It was amazing.
And then when Donald Trump got shot on July 13th, what was the reaction like of everybody here?
Oh, I mean, it went from loud and chaos to like quiet as could be. It was really something.
And what tower was it? We've seen some of these buildings right here. Where was it that he shot at?
Oh, he was shot. They got the sniper up on that roof right now.
Where is it at? Was it that one back there?
It's that one back there. See the sniper?
Yeah, so he was literally, that is so broad as daylight. That's where, right there where that pole is at.
Yep.
Stand right here, Booker T. So literally right there where that pole is at, as broad as day.
Yep.
Is where the guy
see,
shot.
Last time, you see the white roof on the red building?
Yeah.
There's two of those. They had two snipers on each one of those, which they don't have now. What I never could understand is why there isn't a sniper on the water tower even today. I mean, you can see everything from there.
Yeah, why isn't there anybody on the water tower?
Nope. Sure ain't.
Another mishap by the Secret Service?
I don't think so. I think those guys do the best they can. You know, it's...
Who do you think was in on that? Do you think there was, like, we know there's obviously a lot of conspiracies with the shooting that happened with the first assassination attempt. Do you think anybody in the government or the elites were in on that?
So who's responsible? I'll tell you who's responsible. You got Nancy Pelosi that speaks all kinds of violence against Trump. You got Schumer screaming on national TV, "You've unleashed whatever." You got Maxine Waters, who belongs in jail for the stuff she says. Get in their face, make them uncomfortable. You got all these freaking liberals that are just spewing hate, and they keep saying that, you know, Trump belongs in jail. And I mean, if a Republican said half the stuff that these leaders are saying, you know, they'd be arrested.
Yeah, who is really the threat to democracy here? Because we hear that a lot from people on the left, that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy.
So who's the threat to democracy? It goes right back to Obama. That's where it started. You know, Biden's a puppet. Kamala didn't even have a single vote. You know,
how you guys doing?
It's just crazy.
Really, we're live right now.
Yeah, you're always interviewing.
How you doing?
Good. What's up, man? Say hi. You're on YouTube.
Give him some, dude. Come on.
How you doing?
YouTuber.
Nice to meet you.
Say something.
Yeah, he's just nervous. I love Trump.
You do love Trump?
I do.
Awesome. I think everybody here loves Trump, right?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah.
If you could say one thing to Donald Trump, what would you tell him?
I hope you win.
I hope you win. Awesome.
I would tell them we're praying for them.
Yeah. Do you think we could see, do you think people are nervous that there could be another assassination attempt today?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit, yeah, but you can't fear that. No, we're not doing that.
That's not the Trump spirit, right?
That's damn right. We're not fearing nothing. That's what you got to do.
He told everybody stand up and fight, fight, fight. Ain't nobody standing down.
That's right. You have to.
And that woman's dressed like something.
84 PA.
How long do you guys try to get here today?
Like an hour.
Okay, very nice. So
Yep,
same
we
here.
watch you guys. This is crazy. I just seen you in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
You were in Pittsburgh, and then you were in, where was he? I don't know. I liked your channel there.
Yeah, we went to all the same
I
things.
liked your channel, though.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Look at this. We got some subscribers right here.
Sweatpants with
Sit.
Hey, everyone.
flops.
Hey, what do you got to say to Donald Trump?
God bless, man.
God bless.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Rooting for you.
Rooting for you.
Praying for him.
Did you guys know? Were you guys here the first assassination attempt?
No, we weren't.
Look how look. That's where the building is at. Look
Dude,
how
I wouldn't want to be
blatant
at
as day
an
that-
event like
that
this
shot
with
is where the guy got
flip-flops
off.
on, because if some shit goes down,
It's kind of crazy how there's Secret Service
you
on
know
there
what
now,
I
but
mean?
there
All of a
wasn't.
sudden people are running everywhere.
It's a little strange, right?
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Well, it's a pleasure speaking to you guys.
Hey,
Thank you
take
so
care.
much. Thank you.
Kind of stupid to go anywhere with
Blatant as day. Everyone is saying.
flip-flops
Even
on
they
where there's
said
going to
it's
be a
blatant
lot
as
of
day.
people.
People can't believe it.
Absolutely
Just the
true.
beach
yeah.
or something, maybe. You know what I mean?
It's incredible. It's it's just incredible.
What would it take for you to date a liberal?
I did for 22 years.
How'd that marriage go?
Well, I'm gay. He was gay.
Oh. Well, that changed.
We respected each other. The funniest thing now is we broke up over 10 years ago, and he's voting for Trump.
Really? I switched up. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
So.
But it was a pleasure speaking with you. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, you too.
Have a good one.
Man, I gotta go find
Nick
out.
Shirley.
That's
right. There are flies all over the
awesome.
food.
Hey. Good to meet you too. We're live right now. We're just talking to people here at the Trump rally. How long have you been here for?
We got here like an hour ago. My first rally was the Butler rally on July 13th, so this is my second rally.
And
So-
we just talked to somebody. He was also here on July 13th.
Yeah.
What was that day like? Walk us through that.
Oh my gosh. Well, I was really excited because it was my first Trump rally, and we got here and everything just kind of wasn't a lot of security, kind of felt weird. But yeah, when those shots rang out, I just remember being confused. Like nobody knew what it was. But everyone just kind of looked at each other and like I froze. You know, it was awful. It wasn't until we were in the car that I saw the video of when he stood up and said, fight, 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 and I just melted down. Like, it was just the most powerful thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, if you ask me. And we're looking at the building, right, where he shot the guy, where the shooter is. It's blatant as day right here. I can't believe, like, actually, like, you see it in the news, like, oh, yeah, that was, like, blatant as day.
Yeah.
But right here, it is, like, so obvious that someone's on that roof, and it is really close to the stage.
Yeah, nuts. It's crazy. I don't know how that could have happened, and we've all got our theories, right?
Yeah. So you were here the day of the assassination.
Yeah.
The security wasn't that great that day. How have you seen security today? What differences?
Definitely stepped up.
What differences do you see?
Anything in the sky at all the last time, but we've seen a lot of drones and stuff and just a lot of different things in the sky, which has been good. But they were a lot tighter when they were looking through my purse and stuff, you know, and I think last time it just seemed like they were distracted.
Do you think there was any, like, inside job with the last one?
Personally, I don't see how it couldn't have been an inside thing because it was just too easy. Like you said, look at the building, you know, it's...
And he got up there, like, multiple times, right? Like, he got on and off?
Yeah, he was clunking around. He wasn't even, like, smooth about it, from what I saw. So, yeah.
I think that's when a lot of people decided, like, we're going to come out and support Trump, especially after he said fight, fight, fight. Like,
yeah.
Even me, myself, I kind of kept it, like, I didn't hide it or anything, but I never fully came out and said, all right, you guys all better vote for Trump.
Yeah.
But when he came out and said fight, 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 that's when you saw Elon Musk come out. That's when you saw a lot more support for
There
him.
was a shift happen. Like, I was a Democrat for a long time. I'm, like, always been a liberal, and the past few years, everything that I've just been noticing, it's like, okay, I'm with Trump. Mm-hmm. There's been like a flip.
What switched you from becoming a liberal from turning into a Republican?
Just the nastiness, honestly. And my beliefs stayed the same, but somehow now I'm far right, you know, because I like free speech and peace and all that stuff. So it was more like the atmosphere shifted more than I did. But I've never been treated so horribly in my life by people on that side. for having different beliefs, and they're supposed to be tolerant. So
yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day.
Keep doing the good work you do.
We will. We're gonna head over here where there's more people in chat. What do you guys want me to ask some of these people here? We've met a lot of nice people. Hey, John Doe, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Yeah, and thank goodness today's Secret Service actually is on the roof. Like, I'm actually just looking at it, and I honestly can't believe how open that shot was where he got it taken from. And then right there is also the water tower, and there's also that conspiracy as to if there's another person on the water tower. But right now, you think they'd have somebody on top of the water tower, but right now we're not seeing anybody on top of that water tower, which is a little concerning. Hopefully, there's a lot of drones going up in there right now. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Is this little girl for Trump?
Are you for Trump? Nope, you talking to it. Are you for Trump? It's a microphone. Are you gonna vote for Trump?
I really like Trump.
You really love Trump? Awesome, that's cute. Thank you. Have a good one. All right, let's move over here.
How you doing, Nick?
Good, how are you?
I'm playing hooky, so I don't want to be on there.
Playing? Oh, okay.
I didn't see any flies on the food.
So far,
I saw one fly,
watching
but
on this
that's
channel.
not really that bad.
How's it going, sir?
Tux.
I think so.
Just walking right past.
Here, we're gonna give you guys
Look, he's throwing up.
Look at what it really looks like.
Oh no!
Actually, once you cross
oh
this side,
no!
there's a
Tux
crowd
is
of
sick,
people somewhere on
dude.
this side.
Fuck.
Here I'm not seeing like a ton of
dude.
yelling, shouting. A lot of these people are listening to the speeches. What? Oh, these
Somebody
ladies?
probably
Is
poisoned
this your
him.
first Trump rally?
Yes.
First one? What are you guys expecting to see today? We're live right now. We're just talking to people out here.
We're gonna see.
I want to see the Commodore family. Yes.
The who?
Not eating.
Okay, the Commodore family.
Are we gonna see Musk?
Elon Musk is coming, right?
Yeah.
Has he posted anything on X lately?
Yeah, he did. He said he was gonna bring his own Secret Service.
Oh, good. Right there is the building where he actually. Do you see the kind of next to that big tower, that white building? That's where he did. That's where the original shooter is at.
Yeah, it's too sloped to put snipers on, but there's snipers on it right now.
They must have definitely straightened the roof out because there's snipers up there.
The Secret Service got their act together this time.
Yeah, pretty.
They were obviously involved the last time.
Yeah, do you guys believe the Secret Service was involved with the first incident?
110%, yes. Yes, they were.
Yeah.
It was a little bit too fishy for them to just be like, oh, we're not going to do anything about it.
Side job.
It was high up in the Secret Service, but they were, yeah.
And who do you think told Secret Service to not protect Donald Trump that day?
Definitely, I think it goes down into somewhere in the government. I mean, I
definitely, FBI, CIA, I think they were all involved, yeah.
Yeah, definitely planned.
Yeah, it was a little fishy. And are you guys worried about anything happening today?
No.
No.
Not at all.
No.
Yeah, they better keep it straight, right?
Yeah. They're not going to try twice. They're not going to do
that.
Well, they already did. They already did try it twice.
Well, I don't think they'll try it twice at the same place.
Yeah.
Especially when they picked up the security and everything else.
Do you think the kid was paid to do it, or do you think he was going to get some sort of reward if he succeeded?
Yeah, I think he was paid, and I think his family got paid. His mom and dad.
He was given direction. He didn't do that on his own. Yep. He's a stupid little teenager. He did not do that on his own, or 20 years. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Pretty
definitely
crazy.
Overseas connections there. You know, Ukraine. Definitely.
What do you guys hope to see if Donald Trump is elected? What do you hope to see him do in his first year in office?
Drain the swamp. Drain the swamp.
Get the illegal aliens out of this country.
Yeah, that too.
Yes.
Would you guys rather live with a liberal or with an illegal alien?
Neither.
Neither. That's a zero.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about all the illegals that came in?
What's that?
How do you guys feel? We were just in Charleroi or Charleroi just literally an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
Town is Main Street is just full of illegal immigrants that came here from Haiti.
Yes.
They're getting money on the EBT cards.
Yeah, we don't get money.
They're getting more money than the people in North Carolina.
Exactly. Yeah.
750 is
$750,
not
and
enough
they're getting
money.
denied for it. They're getting denied for the $750.
Do you think there's a conspiracy? Do you believe the conspiracy with them? What I've heard is they're denying these people because there's a red county voters, and North Carolina this year is a swing state, and in those counties primarily red county voters, so that way they can't be voting.
Nothing surprises me anymore, honestly.
I mean,
We have no faith in the government anymore right now.
Government's our enemy.
Who would you like to see Trump get out first when he is elected, as far as draining the swamp goes?
I don't know. There's so many of them.
there's so many. I mean,
Kamala is the first one. We went out of the presidency.
I would like to see some like people go to jail.
Yeah. they
Like
need to
not
go to
just
jail.
kicked out of the government, like jail.
And who would you like to see go to jail?
Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, Nancy Pelosi 100% needs to go to jail.
AOC.
Oh yeah.
You think it's strange that AOC, she gets a $150,000 salary for 5 years and somehow she has $25 million?
I think it's very strange.
That's her net worth, apparently.
All these billionaires need to go.
Soros
Yep.
needs to go to jail.
Definitely.
They need to, yeah.
Bill Gates. Yeah.
Epstein. Diddy.
Yeah, Epstein. Oh, Diddy. Yeah, all the people that are on those videos.
Everybody on
And
this
everyone that
island.
watched. They all
Awesome. What do
need
you guys
to
think
go.
about Joe Biden being, or I don't know, was Joe Biden on the Epstein list? On the flying list? I know Barack and, I know Obama and Clinton's were. Would you like to see the Clintons go to jail?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
What would be your message to Hillary Clinton if she's watching this?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I don't think it would be appropriate. Yeah, you guys have any messages?
Any message to Hillary?
Hillary. You mean Hillary?
Hillary. We're on to you, Hillary. We know what you're doing. It's not a secret.
Trump's gonna take you down, Hillary.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Nice people. Wow, look at all these outfits. Let's see. Can we talk, sir? Excuse me. Let's see. We're just looking at your shirt right here and the outfit. We're live right now, just talking to people here at the rally. How you feeling today?
I'm doing brilliant, aye. Cheers, mate.
Where are you today?
I'm in Glasgow, Scotland. But I'm an American citizen now. I was here for 15 years and then became an American citizen legally.
Really?
Legally, aye. So, yep.
What's your what country are you from?
Scotland, Glasgow.
Glasgow. What's your message to all the people that come into this country illegally, knowing how hard it is to do it legally?
Don't, as the Democrats would say. But seriously, I'm totally against illegal immigration. The only way to do it is legally and properly. I tell you what, when I studied for my Constitution exam, I spent a whole year studying for it. I went and did it, and it was the proudest moment of my life because it was an achievement. I mean, I worked hard for it. I spent thousands of dollars to come here legally. Nothing was handed to me. I had to provide every penny for myself, prove that I could provide for myself. I wasn't allowed to claim any benefits. If I was called up to go fight, I would have to go fight. So it's just the way it was, right? But it's the only way it should be. Coming here illegally, the Soros funding crap, bringing people in, flying them in, bringing them over the border, totally wrong. The way I look at it is Trump should deport them all as soon as he gets in. And then if they want to come back properly. Do it the way those of us that do it right do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, everyone in the chat right now is loving you. They're saying, I can already tell, they're saying this is a great man right here. They're saying facts.
Cheers, y'all.
They're saying preach. Scottish man, patriot. Patriot AF. The right way, only way it should be.
That's right, mate.
Since you're a legal migrant yourself, and when you see these illegal immigrants coming into the country, how does that make you feel when you see them literally walking across the border, and now they're even just flying people in?
It upsets me actually, because I'm thinking, like I said, it took me so long. I was actually in America for 15 years before I became a citizen. That long it took me because I had to be here for 5 years before I could even apply. But I waited longer because I knew that to become an American citizen, America no longer recognises dual citizenship, right? So you had to surrender, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to surrender it.
So you had to
Eventually,
surrender your
I came to that
citizenship
point. I surrendered my UK citizenship.
Your UK citizenship?
So I'm 100% American, and I'm so glad, because I tell you this, America's the only country that I would literally fight to defend. Now, I wouldn't go off and fight for America in a deep state war against some other enemy, because I don't believe that's deep state crap. But I tell you what, if America's ever attacked, I'll be the first to sign up and defend us, defend the Constitution.
Awesome, man. We love it. Thank you so much for your time.
Buddy. Cheers.
Where are you from here? Where do you live here in the United States?
I live in a wee town called Friendship, New York.
Friendship. So you came a long way today.
It took me about 4 hours.
4 hours. Wow. Well, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
I appreciate it, man.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. You out here smoking the cigar? Looks like you're having a good old time out here. Look at that shirt.
Yes.
Look at that shirt. That's quite the shirt.
Stand tall.
Stand tall?
Stand tall.
And now that we're on the topic of illegal immigration here with that guy, he came here illegally. what's your message to every person that has came across the border illegally underneath the Biden-Harris administration?
I understand why you would want to come to America, but it needs to be legally. It needs to be under the rules and regulations. It's law and order. There's no other way around it. There's a reason we have laws. And the fact of the matter is you're coming here and we need you to be legal. We need to know who you are. We need to know what your purpose is here. Because we've seen Twin Towers fall. We can see what things can happen inside our borders if we allow just anybody to walk in.
And do you think we could see another terrorist attack like 9/11 with all these illegals that came across?
I believe it's possible, yes. And that's what scares me the most. That I have a family that I can't let openly and freely run throughout the country. And without having to worry about whether or not we're carrying guns, because there's criminals in this country now. And they don't care.
Yeah, interesting. And why do you think, now that the news came out the other day that over 400,000 of the people that did come across the border came here, over 400,000 of the people that did come across the border were criminals. Why would anybody, or why would Kamala Harris or Joe Biden even allow them to enter in the border after they had been vetted as criminals?
If you can answer that question, I'd love to hear the answer, because I don't know. I don't know. To me, I understand the idea behind it, because they want to get them here and they want to get them voting, but the fact of the matter is they don't need to be here. We have enough problems in this country between the homeless and the veterans and the things that need to be addressed before we start sending money out of here or we start bringing any more in here that aren't vetted.
What about the people that say, well, we need people to do those jobs because Americans don't want to do them?
Americans will do them. That's as simple as it goes. And I understand that they'll work for pennies on the dollar, but the fact of the matter is we need to take care of our home front first.
What do you hope to see Donald Trump do in his first 100 days in office?
First of all, start the deportation. Next thing is drill, baby, drill. We need to get the gas and the oils back down in the normal pricing so that we can transport products. You want to get rid of inflation? Get rid of the transporting costs that it requires. Everything that we know it to be true has to do with oil. The clothes we wear, the food we have, the transportation to get it to and from. You get those back open again, we start exporting again like we're supposed to be, and our economy goes back down, and the average person can go to the grocery store and feed their family.
Makes a lot of sense, right?
Common sense to me.
Why would Joe Biden cut off the pipeline?
Because he's getting kickbacks. It's all about the money. And unfortunately, the money isn't going to the Americans that need it. The money is going to the big wigs who have, the kickbacks on the rear end. We know this.
Yeah, interesting. Hey, thank you, brother. We appreciate you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great one.
Trump for president, baby.
Trump for president, right? I'm all about it. This guy? Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate it. Hey, thank you so much, Becky. Yeah, everyone, look at this. Everyone's saying we love this man. Saying great shirt.
Well, I appreciate that. Absolutely.
Yep. How are you going? How's it going, sir? How long you been out here today for?
I don't know, an hour.
An hour? Awesome. And what are you expecting to hear from Donald Trump today?
Have you been to any of his rallies?
I have not. Not this election cycle.
All right. Well, I'm not expecting to hear anything new from him. I just wanted to be part of it.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. What? Have you been to any rallies?
No.
You have not? Okay. Yeah, we're excited to see what it's like. See what he says today. He says he's going to finish the speech. Have a good one. We're going to head over here. There's a lot more people in here. How's it going? Sure, I'll interview you. Look at that hair. You got a nice set of hair on you.
You like that?
Yeah.
I had to put this hair on to keep me from getting sunburned today.
There you go. And were you here at the first Butler?
I was not, but I was at Erie last week.
Oh, okay. And Donald Trump says he's going to finish the speech. What do you think he's going to say today?
What's he going to say? What he should say is what she hasn't done in the last 3.5 years. I would hope so. What he's going to start it off with, as I was saying before I got part of my ear taken off.
Exactly.
That's what he said in Erie last week.
Yeah, and isn't it a little strange that illegal immigrants actually did save Donald Trump's life? If he wouldn't have looked at that graph, he would have been hit in the back of the head, right?
If he looked at what?
Oh, it's funny how he made the joke like illegal immigrants saved his life.
He's got a little cheat sheet. He's not looking. He's not looking at the screen because he's got it in his brain. He's not sleeping.
No. Yeah, but if all those illegals weren't let into America, that sheet would have never been up, and Donald Trump would have never looked that way.
I guess that's the only blessing there is for that. Now he's just got to deport them all.
Yeah, that's right. Now he's going to deport them all and get that crap down.
Just the bad ones.
Just the bad ones. All the 400,000
And then he'll clean up the rest later on.
How does Donald Trump go about
Once
getting
he
rid of
can free
everybody?
up some of the money that she spent and can't pay for the people in the Carolinas.
Yeah, how big of a slap in the face is that to the people in North Carolina, knowing that illegal immigrants are living for free in shelters and in hotels in New York City and all across America? People are getting food stamps. We just talked to some migrants here in Pennsylvania before we got here to the rally. They're getting $250 a month, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that last question you asked me, but they gave all the money, and all these immigrants are coming up, but they didn't cross the border.
It's about how
They
big.
were brought here in buses and planes right from Venezuela here to take everybody's job and just disrupt and divide America.
Yeah, the Venezuelans.
And even the people in Chicago, the gangs
Like,
up
had
there
a
are
big
getting
piece of
pissed off.
grass in it. So he's been eating grass.
Back? Oh, okay. Well, we should be good. Donald Trump's making his way here. What?
I was there in 2016 in Erie when that.
Focus.
Here, answer this for Matt.
When that big plane came in, Air Force One, it was
Clear.
so huge. It was so huge.
Really?
That was in 16.
Oh wow. Okay, I gotta fix something here on this stream really quick, but
Hold on
Yeah.
1 second.
Clear. It had a big chunk of grass in it.
there.
Looked
There
like
we go.
grass. I don't know if it's
Yeah. It scares you the most between
there's
like
a
the
dead
countries.
fly in it too.
Well, the Venezuelans, they're dangerous. Colombians, they're kind of dangerous, but not just those. It's the ones from they're coming in from not Iran, but every little faction that the money that they take from Joe Biden,
clear.
and then they make up these little groups and come in, and they never lay claims that anything that they do over here, they're not responsible for it. Trade centers went down. I was working in New York City in 2001. I came back 2 months before that. I was working right across the street. And that wasn't real anyway. 'cause
Maybe
that
to
thing
see
was
some
bloated,
bad
but
meat.
It only took how many
Hopefully.
people on that plane? How many are over here? And they got all free cell phones, and when they press the button, they're going to do something here. That's what I feel.
Yeah. Do you think we could see something before the election? Because we hear that a lot. Like
Heard that Mama's
these
not
Chinese
eating either,
migrants come
though.
across, or the
Really, not much
Iranians
food for
go
her
from the Middle
either.
East, they're becoming militarized here, and they're setting up their own little camps. Do you think we could see something before the election where someone does make a phone call and they're like, all right, activate, and see something happen here?
Well, they're going to do that here. They're not here, though, because nobody's going to put up with it here. Not here in Butler. Not here in Butler.
Not here in Butler, but if you go down to just Charleroi, there's thousands of Haitian migrants that are all living there on the government's dime.
I've been to the Dominican Republic before. They come over there and they rob people and they go back every day. They're so poor over there. There's I'm not going to say like he is as their animals, but that's where voodoo comes from. They won't eat their animals. They will take them and do whatever. I agree with that. Fake news just made a mockery out of them with that debate.
Yeah, very interesting.
Even in Chicago, the gangs that are over there, they're getting upset because they're starting to take over their turf.
Look at Trump's doing another loop right now. He's coming through right now.
That's awesome.
Another one. That is a huge plane. Absolutely ginormous. You can see the Trump logo on it right there.
This is such a great venue today. Sky's nice and blue, no rain. Not going to rain on his parade.
No one's raining on the parade today. Do you believe?
I'm from Jamestown, New York, and we've had a couple boat parades out there, and the outcome is just incredible.
Yeah,
Flags everywhere.
Trump's bringing. Look how many people. How many people do you think we got here today?
I went to Erie last week, and it was 4,500 inside, and I talked to one of the local Erie news guys. He said there was 5,000 out there watching the Jumbotron that couldn't fit in the building.
Really? So right here outside, they're saying that we're going to see crowds upwards of 60,000 people.
I'd say there's at least 50,000 here anyway.
Pretty amazing. A lot of people.
Buffalo Bill Stadium holds 80,000 people, and you get all these people, and they're tight down there.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people.
Hey, it's a pleasure speaking to you.
Yep,
Thank you
as
so
well.
much. Here, can I see the phone number? Start reading what some people are saying in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, everyone's saying right now. Good guy that guy is.
Very intelligent.
We appreciate it.
Man, I wish Cat wasn't sick.
On YouTube. We're Nick Shirley on YouTube.
How do you spell it? S?
If the news was real, they would be doing work like Nick. Very true. Very
Well,
true.
it's normal if they have hairballs, but I don't think it's a hairball thing because we saw clump of meat thrown up with what looked like a bunch of dried up liquid that was around it. So whoever threw that up really threw it up.
Sorry. Let's just kind of show everyone
A
what
lot
it's
of
like down
extra
here.
fluid.
Everyone,
So if that was him, he ate a little bit though this morning. He ate,
50 to 60
I don't know, about
today,
maybe a quarter of a can.
Nice. I love the tie. See how close we can get.
Mama came, freaked him out. Mama didn't eat very much either though. Right, more than he did.
People out here.
Some of the finest men and women who serve in our emergency services and fire protection.
And today they even have a spot for a firefighter that was killed. They have
Might have pissed off another person in there.
In the back,
It
right where
was
Donald Trump will
part
be
of
speaking.
him
It does
coming
look like
and
they have
eating their
bulletproof vests
cat
out today,
food.
which is smart.
Something.
Let's talk to this guy. He's got an inflation shirt on. Move over here. What's the shirt say? Donald
Trip, he
Trump,
threw
President
that
of the
meat
United
up
States.
here.
Keep
Whoever
America
threw it
great.
up, threw it up so I would see
What
it.
can we expect to see from Donald today? And are you excited? Are you excited to vote for a convicted felon?
Oh, yes I am.
What do you say to the people when they say, why would you vote for Donald Trump knowing that he's a convicted felon?
I ignore them. You know, like they say, you can't fix stupid.
You can't fix stupid.
Exactly.
And do you believe that Donald Trump actually is a felon, or do you think those crimes were brought up against him?
I think it was all bullshit.
What would be your message to Kamala Harris, that she is also running for president right now, and she's going all across the world spending upwards of $5 million a day on her campaign?
Go back to blowing what got her into politics in the first place. Tell her to go back to Willie Brown.
Go back to blowing. What would you like to see her blow?
Hey, she can go back to Willie Brown. That's where she got her start.
Oh, that is where she got her start. Hey, that was a good one. Have a great rest of your day, sir.
You too.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, we need to move back. There's just so much, so many people here. Oh, might be overloading the servers. Got to get to a spot where there's not so many people because the servers are. Oh, excuse me. The service is getting overloaded over here because there's so many people, so we got to head over to a spot where there's not as many people to go talk to some people. Let's see, we got some folks right here. How are you guys doing? Hi. What's the flag? What's the shirt say? I stand for the flag. I kneel for the cross. We like that. I think that's the message. We're live right now. We're just talking to people here outside of the rally. And how were you guys here at the first Butler rally? We were. You were. Walk us through that day. What happened? We've been talking to a lot of people, and they said
we walked down into the crowd to just take pictures to like kind of prove all the people that were here. We turned around and we thought we would come up to the gate because it was just going to be chaos coming out of there. So we come up to the entrance, and just she sat in her chair. We were just watching. Then you could see the Secret Service scrambling around on the roofs. She was taking pictures. He was down from me a little bit. All of a sudden, you heard about 8 or 10 gunshots go off. I could see dirt flying behind them, and we just headed out, got down over the hill to where everything was safe, and we were away from the big crowd, and then people were just coming out.
We couldn't see anything. We could only see the screen with his graph on it. So we didn't know what happened. Like, we couldn't see that he got back up.
Oh, really?
We knew that shots were rung out, but we didn't
Could you guys
know.
hear the shots from all the way in the back?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I could see dirt flying and hear the
We were
shots.
just right here. We were just.
Does it concern you right now that they don't have anybody up on the water tower? You can't see anybody. Maybe they do have somebody, but they don't have anybody up on the big water tower.
I think there's enough security. Last time there was no drones, there was no helicopter, there was no air surveillance that we seen. And when we first come in, he said he had just a weird feeling as we first come in. And I was looking around and I said, that's really strange. There was 0 aircraft, 0 drone, 0, and there wasn't that much security. But this time there just seems way more. I mean, it's way more
why
people
wasn't
there,
there
too.
Why was there very little security the first time?
It's hard to say.
And do you think
Trump isn't important?
Trump isn't important. He's not important to the people that are against him, right?
Right, right.
And what's your main reason for voting for Donald Trump this year? What do you hope for him to change in America when he is elected?
Well, first of all, I'm pro-life. Fear of, just he did great the first 4 years, and Kamala seems very confused.
What should be the rule on abortion? We just finished going all across the country, and the main reason a lot of people are saying they're going to vote for Kamala is one, because she'll be the first female president, first female black president, and then the other one is for women's rights. Do you feel like women's rights are at risk with Donald Trump?
Well, I don't feel that way. I feel like a woman that is 5 months pregnant that doesn't want an abortion, they already find out the sex of the baby. They name that baby. If she has a miscarriage, that baby is buried, and it's a tragic event that they'll never forget. But then at the same time, to have an abortion and say that it's woman's health care just is not. It doesn't make zero sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
It makes zero sense. So
yeah, it's
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
interesting.
And then the world leaders are like not anti-women, but they're the women of, like, say, Putin and the other world leaders. Women are way down. You know.
Yeah.
And then that would be weakness.
Here in America is like the most equal rights all across the board. I feel like, right?
Right, it is.
Like, I don't see any discrimination between men and women.
I don't, but I feel like the other world leaders would find her weak and and I just don't feel like she knows what she's doing.
Thank you so much. We agree. Have a great one. How's it going, ma'am?
Hey, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I've been following you online for a really long time.
Awesome. Well, it's great to meet you.
It's nice to meet you,
And
too. You were standing outside my very woke daughter's apartment a few days ago down in Pittsburgh.
Really?
Yes.
What made your daughter go woke?
Well, being at the University of Pittsburgh turned her from kind of like a well-grounded kid with a foundation in Christian education to like a LGBTQ ally woke maniac. And she, this is gross, right? She recently decided to stop shaving her armpits. Isn't that awesome? Gross! I'm like, child, what are you doing? It's disgusting.
Would you say that's from the woke virus?
Absolutely. That's actually a new movement in the LGBTQ community, is that girls or women, straight or gay, or anything in between, are actually choosing not to do that as a form of protest.
Wow.
And I'm not talking about a little bit. I'm talking about she hasn't done it in a year.
Ooh. Is your daughter stink?
We went out to dinner like last week, and I was like, I didn't say anything.
What do you say to your daughter when you see her going woke?
You know, it's hard because Pitt is what did it. University of Pittsburgh, it's a publicly subsidized university. I think those are always really problematic. And she's a mechanical engineer. She's an educated woman, and she's 24 years old, but I don't see any light at the end of that tunnel. I don't see her coming back.
Really?
I pray about it all the time.
You don't see her coming back. And I get a lot of messages from moms like yourself that say, I lost my daughter to such and such university because of what's going on. Why do you think these colleges are so for pushing these ideas of, for instance, keep the armpits growing to protest?
You know, I think it's a top-down agenda. I really think there's some political motivations behind the powers that be and the people that put money into the university and the people that put money into kind of the, ivory tower machine, if you will. And I think that's the reason that it happened. And the crazy part is I have a 17-year-old daughter who wants to go to Pitt and copy her sister.
Really?
I'm like, no!
Wow,
No.
I would be like, no, too.
No way.
Yeah,
She wants to do medicine, so I'm like, maybe that'll be a little better. But I'm like, please don't become a transgender surgeon. Don't do it.
Is that what your older daughter's trying to become?
The younger one wants to be an orthopedic surgeon. The older one is a mechanical engineer, but I think the idea, Children's Hospital is doing that right now. They have 2 surgeons dedicated exclusively to transgender
And have you ever tried to talk to your daughter with like a lot of common sense to be like, okay, this is not right?
Oh, yeah.
What's like?
She knows I'm here right now.
And how's your daughter feel about you being a pro-MAGA woman?
She is not. She just thinks, oh, Mom, you're behind the times. You just don't know how to be with it.
Really? What does she want you to be with?
I think she wants me to be with what she thinks is freedom and what I think is depravity.
What does she think is freedom?
Kind of like, expressing yourself through your sexual orientation and your sexual behavior. Like, that's freedom to her. She doesn't realize that it's darkness.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
Would you suggest me to go back to college?
I don't know. What college have you done?
I'm a retired scientist. I got a degree as in general sciences.
Okay, cool.
2-year degree. is either take one extra class, is either take a painting class or take like a other class, and my degree would have been a general of arts or general of science. So I thought me saying I'm a retired scientist would be a little bit better.
Well, there's some great conservative Christian colleges. One college I just happen to know of that I've been encouraging my kid to apply to is Grove City College. It's right up the road here.
Oh, okay.
from
So there is a
Butler.
way for kids to get rid of the woke
You can
college
definitely
virus.
get into a wholesome environment that nurtures you spiritually and morally, as well as gives you a good education.
Awesome.
Grove City College has a great medical program.
Awesome. It is great speaking with you. We're going to keep moving on. Thank you so much for watching the channel. I want to talk to this guy right here. He's got a great shirt on him. Excuse me, sir. We're just talking to people. We see the shirt. Sure. What's the shirt say? It says, "Roses are red, Kamala's not black, Joe has dementia, and hunters on crack." What worries you most about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
His state of mind and what happened last week, and he didn't do anything.
As far regarding what?
Not do anything for the floods down south. She's out partying with the stars.
Yeah, she's out there doing podcasts with the NBA players, former NBA players.
Yeah.
And did you hear that she just went on a podcast called Call Her Daddy that talks about a lot of the industries, the woman industry and that sort of stuff? Call Her Daddy. You ever heard of that? Kamala's going on that podcast where a lot of times like woman stars are like on it and they talk, and Kamala's going right on it as well.
Well,
like Kamala do. Kamala, and how do you actually say Kamala's name? Is it Kamala, or there's a lot of them?
Anybody who says you have to say her correct name, come on. It's what she doesn't mean.
Yeah.
What difference does it make? It's what she does. Thinking.
What would 4 more years of Kamala Harris's leadership do to our country?
Go to shit. Literally, go to shit. I'm sorry.
No, you can swear, say whatever you want. And in what ways would it go to shit?
The DEI, and
just DEI?
DEI, and I can't think of anything else. I just put her out of my mind. Get her out of there.
Get her out of there.
Get her out.
What would you say to Kamala if she's watching this video right now?
Kamala, leave the White House. Go cook. Do what you can. Do what you do. Walk with the stars. That's fine.
And you obviously you don't believe Kamala's black. What is Kamala?
I think she's Jamaican and Indian.
Interesting. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a great rest of your day.
Okay, am I going to be cut?
You're live right now.
Oh.
People are loving you. They're saying Trump 2024. What else are they saying? They're saying Trump 2024, Kamala Harris, Kamala cringe. A lot of people don't like Kamala. Do you think she'll get more votes than Donald Trump this election?
No. The way she's been acting the last ever since she got elected with Joe Biden, with the Joe Biden deal, just went downhill.
Do you think that was a coup? Do you think that was an inside job to get Joe Biden sick and then bring Kamala in?
No, it's been coming.
It's been coming. It was planned. Hey, great speaking with you, sir. Have a great rest of your day. Bulletproof Trump.
Yeah.
Bulletproof Trump. How old are you?
15.
15. You're not going to vote for Donald Trump this year, but what are you doing this year to try to make sure Donald Trump gets elected?
Not that much. We just want him.
What do kids at your school? Are you in high school? High school. Would you say the majority of kids in high school are for Donald Trump or for Kamala Harris?
I think most of them are Trump. Maybe a couple of them. Harris.
What do you think about girls with armpit hair? We just talked to a lady. She said that her daughter went to college and now she has armpit hair.
I have no comment on that.
Would you ever date a girl with armpit hair?
It depends.
Depends.
Yeah.
You like them like that, wild and out?
I don't care.
Don't care.
Yeah.
What makes you excited about having Donald Trump as your president?
Maybe the stuff that Joe Biden messed up for us can get fixed a lot.
Needs a lot of fixing right now in America, right?
Yeah.
Hey, great speaking with you. I like the shirt. Trump's bulletproof. Have a good one.
Autism. What is wrong with the people out there, man?
Let's see. Let's move over here.
Jeez, autism is at an all-time high in rural communities.
Yeah, let me get some water really quick. A little parched.
Because they're not drinking bottled water.
Here we go.
Drinking the water
thank you so much for the
supply.
donation. We do appreciate it here on the channel. Made it all the way to Butler. Didn't even sleep last night because we came straight here to Butler, Pennsylvania.
All right, guys. Hey, thanks for playing.
How you guys doing?
Trump all the way, brother. Yes, sir.
You guys out here enjoying?
Trump all the way, man.
I agree. We're live right now. You're talking to a bunch of people.
Who am I talking to?
You're live. You got about 3,000 people watching you right now. And why is it Trump 2024?
Because he's the American dream. He's the one that's going to save this country. Truly, he is the one that's going to make this happen.
What do you think 4 more years of Kamala Harris will bring us?
Devastation, disaster, a third world war.
And how close are we on the brink of a third world war?
It depends on how November 5th goes.
Depends on how number. Well, do you think we could see a potential escalation in with all the wars that are going on? You got Chinese, Taiwan. You got China, Taiwan. They're on the brink of world war, or they're on the brink of a war. You got Ukraine, Russia, Lebanon, Israel, Iran, Israel, Palestine.
Right, absolutely.
And the United States funds Ukraine, and they also fund Israel.
We fund everyone, and I'm just my personal opinion is if Harris gets in, this country's going to go downhill.
Why do you think America keeps funding all these wars?
Why? Well, we want the U.S. to stand out in the world, and I think that's the way of making us stand out. We can help, but in reality, it's ruining our country by helping other countries out that does not.
Why is the United States so easy and so willingly to give $8 billion to Ukraine like they did just the other week? Meanwhile, there's people in North Carolina and they're only getting $750.
I don't know how to answer that. To me, that's disgraceful. It's disgraceful. Our own people are suffering while other countries are making out.
Yeah, other countries are literally making out money.
Yes.
I recently went to Ukraine. I think I'm actually banned from Ukraine. I went to Ukraine and I posted one TikTok that was 19 seconds. And I got informed that I am banned from Ukraine now. Like, I can't go back.
Why would you want to go back there?
Well, that's a good question, but it was just strange that they banned me because I posted one TikTok with a bit of satire saying that U.S. tax dollars are going into big cities inside Ukraine, and like you don't really know where the taxes are going in Ukraine with our money when it gets sent over, and I got banned from Ukraine.
Zelensky, I think he's a snake. I really do. I think he's got a forked tongue, and he's in it, and he's seen an easy meal ticket, and he's using the United States as the meal ticket. He's sucking the money up. He's taking it. He's lining his own pockets. He's lining all of his pockets for all of his predecessors and himself.
Zelensky, crooked man.
Yes.
A lot of people say he's crooked.
I do.
And do you think it's strange that he was once like a comedian inside Ukraine and then he's like the next president? He went from being like the Howard Stern of Ukraine, then becoming the president. A lot of people don't know that.
Well, absolutely, because it's a ladder you have to climb. The higher you climb, the more crookeder you are. And he's reached a point where he's...
And how crooked is Kamala? She climbed the ladder from dating celebrities all the way to becoming the DA of California and then becoming the vice president of the United States.
My feeling on her is she's going to damn it. She's going to ruin this country. Honest to God, she's going to ruin this country.
We've talked to a lot of people. That guy over there said she'll ruin the country because she's with like DEI. In what other ways do you think Kamala Harris will destroy the country if she's elected?
She has all these great ideas, but she has no solution for them. She talks, but it's all talk. It's, like they say, all talk, bullshit walks. And I mean, that's where I'm at. She has all these ideas, but she has no solution. Where Trump has ideas, and he has solutions. This is what we need to do. Where she doesn't have that.
why wouldn't she ever like talk about policy? She'll say like, we're gonna do the opportunity economy, but she doesn't give like the plans and the steps for an opportunity economy.
Exactly what I was saying. She's got the plans, but she doesn't have the she doesn't have the answers.
She has the name, she has the title, but she doesn't have the plans to make them happen.
Right. Exactly.
That should be concerning for people that are on the border between voting for Kamala and Trump.
Listen, if this is the end of this, you need to vote for Trump. Trump did not take a salary for 4 years while he was in White House. He's not in it for the money. He's in it for the people. The people is what he's looking out for. It's not the money. He don't need the money. He's looking out for the United States. And that's what matters to me.
Yep, that is
Unfortunately, his rival, well, I can't say much good for her. But I'm just saying for Trump, he's on the right path.
Awesome. Hey, we appreciate you, brother.
Yep.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
You at the rally? Is this your first time at a Trump rally?
Yes. I love it, dude. I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
My friend is here.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Great. How are you?
Doing great. Doing great. We've been talking to a lot of people. We just talked to your friend right here. What's the name?
Jennifer.
We just talked to Jennifer. She says her daughter started growing armpit hair after going to the university because of the wokeness that was taught at the colleges. Has your daughter started to grow armpit hair too?
I don't have any daughters. I only have sons. And
he is here at this one
Are they
for
starting to shave their
sure.
armpits?
Thankfully not.
I'm just messing with you. And today, obviously, Trump just flew back. He just flew in. He did a little victory lap around here. And then it looks like they just brought him through. They had some Secret Service right there. How's it going, sir?
Did I just talk to you? Where
Yes,
can
sir.
I find this interview?
Nick Shirley on YouTube. You're live right now.
YouTube?
Yep, Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
Yep, like Shirley Temple.
Okay.
And like Nick, like Saint Nick.
Thank you. Have a good day. Trump all the way.
Yeah, we agree. Look at that man. He's a passionate man right there. Is this your first time at a Trump rally?
This is my first time.
First time. And what have you seen so far? What's the overall aura of the rally?
I think there is a lot of esprit de corps around the populism that Trump represents. But we certainly hope he does. He certainly comes a lot closer than anyone else we've seen in the presidential candidacy in a long time.
We're very excited to see what happens
The genius of Trump politically is that he's a populist, but he was able to secure the nomination for the Republican Party because he knew that if he if he ran on a third-party ticket, that he would stand no chance of being elected.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't know that Donald Trump once was a Democrat, and then I think he saw what was going on. He switched to become a Republican, and then he actually eventually won the ticket.
That's interesting. It's interesting too if you look at other Democrats or former Democrats. Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy both come to mind.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Hey, it was great speaking with you. We appreciate it.
Likewise. Have a great day.
Great.
What are you doing the eyes for?
Yeah, but over there the service is kind of spotty. Thank you. Have a good one. Over there, the service it's got a little spotty, right? Or we could go back over where we're at over here. Talk to some more people. Everyone here is locked in as they're waiting for Trump. Trump did arrive. He did 2 victory laps around the rally, and then I just saw a barricade of cars
I don't know.
come up, and
That was
he's going to be
me.
speaking at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So we got about an hour until Trump comes on. How you guys doing? Woman for Trump, right?
Of course.
Of course. An early vote. What are you guys out here today doing?
Registering voters.
How easy is it for someone to register to vote?
Takes literally less than 2 minutes. You just need your driver's license or last 4 digits of your social security, and you just need to fill it out, sign it, and take it in the mail, put it in the mail, or go to your county elections office, or give it to one of us.
I never registered to vote. I was registered during COVID.
And you could always update your registration. If you've moved, you need to change your address because that affects your polling location.
Okay. And should Americans be worried about illegal immigrants voting this election?
Absolutely.
And why should they be worried?
Because we need safe and secure elections, and we need to make sure that people
How would it be possible for illegals to vote?
How would it be possible? Well, that would be our Department of State. We need to make sure that we have all the things in place to make sure that they're checking citizenship and making sure American citizens are voting.
And recently, California, they just made a law the other day that you don't need to bring your ID to vote. Why would, and we also know that in Arizona, to vote in a local election, you need a photo ID, but to vote in a federal election, you do not. Why is it in that some of these states, such as California, and a little worrying Arizona, with it being a border state, why do some states not need voter ID or photo ID?
Well, that is actually the case here in Pennsylvania too. You don't need to show your license when you go to your polling location. People still do, but you do not are required to show it. And this is why people need to start voting in off-year elections and not just presidential elections, because you need to start voting in where the judges, so your judicial races, because for right now we have a majority Democrat Supreme Court in Pennsylvania. We need to get conservative judges to the bench so that we can get these measures in place for to make sure that people show ID and that is in law.
Yeah, that's extremely concerning that Pennsylvania do not need to have photo ID, because we were just in a town. They said they've received over 20,000 illegal immigrants, and when the 2020 election came, Donald Trump lost in Pennsylvania by nearly 20,000 votes.
Well, I do want to say, when you do go into your polling location, your name is on the list. You do have to sign your name and signature, so not anyone can just go in and vote.
Oh, okay.
So there are measures no one can just go in and vote. They ask for your name, they have to find you on the list, then you sign it. But we still need to be showing our ID, because anyone could slip through.
Say someone. Say they create a system where they know that certain people aren't going to show up, so then they hire like illegal immigrants to go and take those names, claim those names, and they can vote.
Now, I to be honest, and as much I'm obviously a super conservative, I'm working for the movement. I cannot see that actually happening. But however, those are inroads for those. I don't actually see that.
If I can think of it right here on the spot, I think somebody else could, right?
Right, but I doubt that would ever happen. But I will say that we do, and that is why we need poll workers and poll watchers and people to run for judge of elections on election, because if you're inside, you are the eyes, and a lot of Republicans, especially in the city of Pittsburgh where I'm from, are not signing up to be a poll worker or poll watcher. So we can say we guarded our polls and guarded our election by doing your civic duty and working on election day. It's one day a year. Take off work. We all get vacation time and be a poll worker.
I like that. More people. That's a great message. Thank you guys so much for your time. We appreciate it. Have a great one. How are you guys doing? Good. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Oh, awesome.
You got a great channel.
Thank you. We're working hard. We're live right now talking to the people out here at the Trump rally. We're seeing a lot of excitement from all these people here.
You got the real news.
The real news.
Not the fake news.
Yeah, we don't like the fake news.
Right? We're going to be in trouble no matter what, but Trump is better. That's if you ask me. He's going to do tariffs on other countries. What's going to happen with that? We're going to have
this is just the choir talking about how good the church is. I'm good. I'm a good dad. Yeah. So I'll be prepared later. Otherwise I'm gonna be beat tonight. Take on Navsky here. Keep this up. We'll see if Tuxer Mama comes out. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. You're awesome for doing that. Thanks, Sister T. Have a great Saturday afternoon. Hope it's not getting too hot out there where you're at. Brody, thanks for coming through, man. Enjoy your food later, hopefully. A delicious meal. Miss Bungle, thanks for hanging with us and discussing cat puke. Oh, I need to add the lurk command over here, huh? Oh no, it's here. Okay. Gaming was here. What that was all about. Electric Blue was here early. I work tomorrow though, so I had to leave. I just wanted to stop through. Alright, alright, alright. See you later. See this up.
Just turned it off. As a mom, I would never go in the shower when there's a baby car seat. Where are these kids? Yeah. Like where? Yeah, it's playing down here. There's got to be a way to get down.
On the afternoon of November 13th, 2019, Officer Landon of El Paso County, Colorado, conducts a welfare check at a daycare center after receiving a tip about its owner, Carla Marie Faith. She'd allegedly been taking in more children than allowed by her license and was hiding them. The licensing officer tries to contact Carla, but is told that no children are present that day. However, parents had requested a welfare check on a child that has been dropped off at the center that morning. As Officer Landon and the licensing officer approach the property, they remain unprepared for the shocking discovery that awaits them
tomorrow's a normal day.
I'm calling my sergeant. This is weird. I have a really bad feeling about what's going on here.
The first officer on scene at the Play Mountain Place Daycare Center meets with two licensing officials. The daycare's owner, Carla Marie Faith, has told licensing officials that she has no children on the property that day. Little does she know, the supervisor has been in contact with a mother who confirmed that she dropped her toddler off at the residence earlier that morning. The officer is now tasked with puzzling out the truth, but she cannot know just how many secrets Carla may be hiding. The following footage has never been seen before.
There's nothing visible in the front. They would be in this room.
Dude, the title of this is 25 Missing Kids Discovered Behind Secret Door.
Yes. So I'm wondering if we need to have her come to try to pick up her child.
She said she was willing to come here.
As a mom, I would never go my
Hello, CSPD.
Carla wasn't actually here because she pulled up in the silver Jeep that's over there.
So do you believe that these kids are by themselves in this house?
Potentially. We did not see anyone else here. Carla, I just saw her leave out the back. That parent thinks their child is here. So,
and this child was born in 2017, so it's just a little one.
Not anybody that could even come to the door.
So we have a 2-year-old.
At the time of the video, Carla's license states that no more than 2 children under the age of 2 may be in her care, with a maximum capacity of 6 children in total for this location.
Well, do we know that someone's in here? Or just... All I can hear is the movie. I hear a kid.
Yeah. So she also owns another home that she was doing a licensed care out of research, and we do not see any evidence that she lives there. We're citing her for that. We're going through that process. This is much more serious. So we had another parent file a complaint for the other unlicensed location, but they can file those anonymously.
Despite the allegations, the officer is not authorized to enter the residence without probable cause. Mere suspicions are not enough at the moment.
So how are parents supposed to get their kids?
Well, so that's the thing. Either she took the kids somewhere else. Either there is not actually children here, and that's why she was very nervous and kept telling us she had an appointment. We need to leave.
It's pretty wild.
There's a camera right there, so they see him here.
The supervisor gets a cell phone number for Carla, but again, no one answers. They'll have to try something more creative.
Call her and say, I'm ready to come get my child. Where is he? Yeah, she's ready to do that. Okay. If you want to do that now and then just give me a call back, let me know what she says. Ask her where he's at.
Okay. So Elon Musk spoke in Butler a minute ago. That's
she
cool.
Probably
Wow.
be ready to never bring her kid here again.
She's like, oh no,
Trump.
that's what I said.
Okay. Because this is obviously going to make
I was
things
wondering
worse.
why he was on the thumbnail for some of the
future.
people that were
There was a lot of
broadcasting
really
it.
strange things that happened that led up to this. So the parent went up to the gate to try to get her child. Carla called the parent on the phone, and the parent
said, I need to go, left and didn't come back. So they had intended to come get their child here, but Carla called them and said basically to leave. Well, so interestingly, I'm really glad I just went back down there. I saw her standing out in the back getting picked up by that Mustang because she doesn't want to get in this Jeep because she told me she doesn't drive a Jeep. She lied. So she's providing false and misleading information to us, which is enough for grounds for adverse licensing action. But that's not the concern at this point. Where are the children?
Yeah, if I drop my kid off somewhere, I expect them to continue to be at that place, not carted back and forth.
A moment later, a black Camaro is seen driving past the house. Despite the officer later identifying the car as a Mustang, it is actually a Camaro.
What's the plate? Can you read that far?
No.
I'm going to start walking around in case.
Now I'm wondering. Oh, so he just went up the back.
The official has seen Carla re-enter the property, and the officer immediately walks toward the back alley to try to intercept her.
Lincoln.
What a crazy bitch that's gonna like. Man.
Hi, sir. Would you mind chatting with me for a second?
Sure. What's up?
Just step out and talk to me.
People are so crazy in the world.
The man is Mark Spillane, who identifies himself as Carla's employee.
Did you come and pick her up just now?
Yeah, I just dropped her off.
Okay. Where are the kids?
I don't think she has any right now.
She's supposed to have at least one, and
Really?
I need to check on that kid.
I didn't know. Sorry.
Okay.
I just grabbed her real quick, went to the bank, came back.
When asked where he believes the children are, Mark gives the same address that the officer and the licensing official are already at.
At this point, you're not in any sort of trouble. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
So, again, I appreciate you stopping to chat with me. Is she known to do some...
Why is he getting out of
Not
his cash?
really.
Well, where the hell are these kids is my problem.
Okay.
It seems to be that there's been several reports and people are concerned that they drop their kids off and they're not where they're supposed to be.
Oh, okay.
And if I was a parent, I'd be pretty upset about that too.
I'd say so. That would upset me.
And so, I mean, obviously they're concerned about things like this where you have nothing to do with this. You're coming to pick her up because she asked you to, but...
And drop her off.
Yeah.
That was it.
But if she's leaving kiddos by themselves, that's a problem.
They go into the OK Corral afterwards?
Continue to investigate this. I would ask that you don't call her right now until we could talk to her in person, but...
After speaking with Mark, the officer moves to the rear entrance of the property.
If I can have an extra set of hands over here, that'd be great. You could call me before you get here. I have another officer coming that's going to come back here with you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go see what I can get done in the front side, but this is getting weirder and weirder.
It's bizarre.
Do you think she's more likely to cop back here or go to the front with your partner?
I think something is watching to see if they can either do something in the front or do something in the back.
Okay.
With the call coming in, Officer Landon takes the opportunity to chalk out an action plan with her partner.
I'm going to go back to the front of the house. If you could go to the alley, it's on the north side. There's a lady back here in a gray shirt, black pants. She's with one of the licensing boards. She's keeping eyes on here, and there's one in the front too, but I hate leaving any of these ladies by themselves with all of this stuff. My partner's 5 minutes out. Okay.
Never leave a lady by herself.
Finally, a mother arrives,
unsupervised in public.
She hasn't answered for us.
And a wild one. Oh, you are responsible for the woman you are in public with. It gets out of hand.
Hi. Hey,
on you, boy.
Good. I need to talk with you. I think you need to talk with Carla, maybe. Who are you? Not Carla.
That's how I used to be.
Who are you? I'm Chrissy. Chrissy? Yes. Okay. I need to talk to Carla as well. All right. Do you have some ID on you? I do. Carla's right over there, though. Sure. You want to come over here?
The woman. Boy, you didn't have your woman on a leash?
What was your name on
Strike one.
Chrissy. Chrissy. Yes, ma'am. Do you work for the facility or?
No, I don't work here. No.
Okay.
I'm a friend.
Okay.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
I am super well.
Good. I was knocking on the front door forever. Why didn't you answer?
Very great again. Bring back women leashes.
Ringing on the intercom, calling.
Our intercom is off. I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's go check out where Carla is.
Why did the parents call the cops?
How many kiddos do you guys have?
And who called the cops?
The officer can see that her questions are being dodged, but now she knows there was at least one child on the property. She's one step closer to unraveling this bizarre mystery.
Hello. I'm Officer Langdon Isaac with CSPD. How are you, ma'am?
Good.
You're Carla?
Oh my God, Simon.
So I'm kind of getting in on the end of all.
I know, and I'm sorry you're involved.
It seems like there's a whole lot going on. So
Go for it.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's going on. And
I don't know how to help you. You can ask me questions. I can answer. Do you want some water or anything?
Oh, no. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm good.
You take that.
So obviously we have some concerns about some kiddos' welfare. But we come and knock, nobody's answering. I hear music playing from the front. You're hopping back fences. I don't know what's going on. So can you kind of give me some
I didn't have my gate opener, but I came back to the property.
Okay.
So, yeah. Do you want to come in?
Well, I'd like to check that house and see if there's any other kiddos.
Sure.
If you're just being honest with me. If you have other kids, tell me you have other kids.
Sure. No worries.
Okay.
And you want to check that house?
Yeah, I would like to check both.
Carla's property has 2 houses, one where she runs the daycare center and another that she seems to have rented out. As Officer Landon demands to search the second house, Carla and Chrissy try to contact the tenant for permission.
I don't know if the tenant is there or not, so we're trying to reach her, and that's what we're doing.
Okay.
So
you understand I'm not licensing it, and I don't care anything about that. I just care if kids are okay.
I get
Fair
it.
enough.
Fair enough. Is the tenant in the property?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So we're trying so that we can let you. We had a feeling this might.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this all? This is a cute place.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How many kids do you usually have?
It varies, and I don't always have them. I don't know if she's on the way, but you're more than welcome. I'll leave this open and see if she's reachable.
Okay. That's the person who owns this house?
Well, I own the whole property, but they rent it.
Yeah, she's on her way.
Okay.
All right. Yep. She should be here very soon.
Okay.
And who is this to you?
A friend.
Okay. Is she an employee as well?
No, just my friend.
Okay. And so she was. You were gone?
Yeah, I just ducked out to go have some lunch.
Okay. Is that normal?
For me to duck out and have lunch?
Yeah. I mean, is it? I don't know what. I guess for them it's not okay. That's not a crime. Again, I'm here for entirely different reasons than they are.
No worries. No worries.
I'm happy by himself. That's what I was mostly worried about when nobody was answering. And
no worries.
While everything might seem serene on the surface, they will soon find out that something unsettling is going on under the surface.
Like the kids are downstairs. There's fucking 25 kids in a room right now by themselves.
In that house and
taking care of each other.
Let me just go in. Are any of the doors open? Or unlocked?
I'm not sure. I think that one is actually locked, but
they're locked.
Hey, Mark.
That's open.
93 from 71. We're in the backyard now when you get here.
Before they became domesticated, the wild women, yes.
Make yourself at home.
You don't mind if I just check around?
No.
Okay.
You would have to.
Despite
you'd have to put choke
the
collars
officer
on them
checks
and
the
stuff
entire
because they would try to
property,
bite
but
you.
finds nothing incriminating.
Concerning because there's one here at the park.
We've come a long way, society. Women can vote now, even, and work, and cook, and we've trained them to do all kinds of stuff.
Am I moving that fluff?
It's just clothes and stuff.
Well, just up there.
Just blankets and stuff.
Do you mind if I move it? This is big. Shoot ton of backpacks. What backpacks are these?
We're taking them and getting them cleaned for the soccer team.
That doesn't sound very likely to me.
As the officer gets more confrontational, Carla begins to fumble.
So if I call these parents, where are they going to say their kids are right now?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to have you step aside. I'm just going to get some of that information off of there. Talk to my partner here for a second. She's hiding those backpacks. Where are these kids? Numbers on all the backpacks. Let's figure out. Kids.
baby car seat. That's all there's stuff. Where are these kids? Especially for babies. I don't know. There's diaper bags, there's little backpacks. Try pulling them out with this. Where are these kids? She's being extremely. This was covered with this, and she was trying to sit on it. She does not want to be so sad.
Outside, the other officer collects information from Christina Swagger, or Chrissy, and Carla.
Weird.
You're switching over.
Freaking weird. See you later.
Hey, ma'am.
I'm just getting some water.
You know, walk back over here. I just want you to hang out in this area.
Do you want me to stay here with you?
No, I'm good.
I mean, I can. It doesn't matter to me. I have nothing to do.
While Officer Parker makes sure no one wanders off, Officer Landon tries to contact some of the parents from the information on the backpacks before resuming the house search. What she doesn't know yet is that there is information being shared behind her back.
They're not sleeping somewhere. Their nap's still down here.
Any other phone numbers?
Not in those two bags.
You know, I wonder what she was making per day doing this. It must have been a lot. She has 25 kids there. It's probably at least, what? I don't know, $25 a kid? What's the cost to have your kid? People are probably paying a lot of money for the service.
And her daughter's the one that left out of here this morning. 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 kids' backpacks.
She said she's having them cleaned for the soccer team.
While the situation continues to grow murkier inside, Officer Parker continues to supervise Carla and Chrissy.
After you make sure all the kids are we still staying here or what?
I don't know. I'm just here to back up.
You haven't found any kids? Like, what is, I just need to know where things are going and what.
Sure, I don't know.
Okay.
I just got here. I haven't spoken with the other officer yet, so I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate answer because I have no idea. Ma'am.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Can I have you step out here now?
Yeah, of course. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Lady.
She said they grabbed the box. She goes, he wasn't here. I said, we're not arguing semantics here. No.
Is there a basement somewhere?
Yeah. Like where? Yeah, listen. It's playing down here. Maybe up in that side. You see where?
There's gotta be a way to get down.
You're going through the vent, Copper. Mission Impossible, that shit.
This is weird.
With more concerning evidence discovered, Officer Parker keeps his eye on Carla.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom.
Ma'am, you can probably hold it.
Come with me? You can.
Follow me.
I'm going in.
As Officer Parker guides Carla back from the bathroom, Officer Landon gives him a call to express her concerns.
Officer Parker.
So I have a really bad feeling about what's going on here. So I'm gonna call Sarge. Just keep them out there, please. Just, you can keep them in that side building.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, both parties in the back.
Okay, well, there's music coming from a weird place, and that she denied that any other kids were here. So she's changing her stories and weird stuff is going on.
As the officers inch closer to an unexpected revelation, Carla and Chrissy decide to talk. Whether or not anything they have to say is the truth is another matter entirely.
Why don't we just tell them that the kids are over there? We're just gonna have to go to the park.
She says all the kids are at the park.
It's a local park. That's where they're at? Yeah.
Sure.
Why don't you just tell them? How many are there?
Okay.
We hear music
I
playing
can do that.
downstairs. How do you get downstairs?
Yeah, they're both clear.
There is no downstairs. There is. We can hear it. We can hear it through the vent. They're over. Where? What's downstairs? There's nothing downstairs. There's children in the basement.
Oh my gosh, that was rude.
Okay.
There's no access to a basement. There isn't a basement. Do you want to go over to the car? No, not yet.
I want you to stay outside.
Upon realizing this was going far beyond what initially brought them to the scene, Officer Landon calls the sergeant.
I'm searching the house, and I can hear music coming from the basement, like children's music. I can't figure out how to get down there, but this is strange enough that it's got those little hairs rolling. I can't find an opening to a basement, but I can hear music coming from a vent into the basement. I've got Parker out back, keeping those ladies away from here, and I'm just trying to sort this out. Okay, thank you, Sergeant.
Desperate to locate the children, Officer Parker doubles down on his questions, his patience wearing thin.
So how do we get in the basement?
There is no basement. I am so sorry, but there's just not.
Okay. So where's the music coming from?
I don't know. I don't know. Have you heard music? I haven't heard any music.
God.
I'm going to put you in handcuffs if you stop following my instructions. Sit down and...
Why don't you get under the patio? Over there by the end of the water. I stood up. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. The only reason I'm having you sit down is you seem very nervous. You're wandering around and not paying any attention to what I'm telling you.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate it.
There's windows that go downstairs.
And she's saying to get to it under the deck. And we said, how? And she won't. There's blinds on the window. Right
under the deck, and magically that music stopped. You said there's access under this deck?
Mm-hmm. Over on the side. That's if they left the opening.
On that side?
Mm-hmm.
I could just stay here for a second. Like through here and down, or how?
On the other side.
So out and around. Okay. On the other side, from the front. Does this gate move? Carla, how do you get between the two? Let me just be frank with you. I don't care about licensing. I don't care. At all.
The kids are at the park.
And why do I hear music coming from down?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
And you hide in the backpacks from me like a cat on a tin roof. Weird. You know?
Yeah.
All of this, it's a succession of events that is altogether not okay.
Mm-hmm.
If there's kids downstairs, we can deal with that, but you got to tell me how to get to them. I just want to lay eyes. So tell me how to get to the kids.
I don't know why you're hearing music, and I'm really sorry. If they want to see kids, they can go to the park. The kids are over there.
And that'll be our next step. We'll go look there.
Okay.
But why am I hearing music from down there?
I don't know.
And as soon as we mention that, you text somebody and it shuts off. That's weird.
No, I'm not doing that. I can show you.
Let's go stand over here.
Okay.
Stupid.
The music stopped.
I know.
There's window ones on the side and the back.
And that window down there.
Yeah, it's got blinds on it. We don't put blinds in crawls.
Even if there is a crawl, there'd be access.
More more time has elapsed as Officer Landon continues to search doggedly for a way into the basement.
Like
Just
a dog.
then, Officer
Doggedly.
Parker notices something that sends a chill down his spine.
Lady,
Yeah,
you're
kid crying.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know where. Just from when I was standing here, I heard a small kid.
I heard it
Maybe
too.
from like maybe behind me.
I hear it over here. Do you know how's it? There's
You guys have a search warrant?
You know, at this point, we're looking for kids. We're concerned for the welfare of kids. And until we find those kids, we're here for exigent circumstances. So if you want us out of here, tell us where that basement is. We heard a kid crying.
I just heard a kid crying like 6 seconds ago. Maybe 10 seconds ago.
Listen, this started small, and it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger until you tell us where those kids are. How do we get to them?
They're at the park.
Then why are we hearing kids coming from your basement?
As Carla continues with the facade, Officer Landon returns to her frantic search of the house, but it's Officer Parker who's about to make the discovery they've been hoping for.
The fuck?
Hey, Isaac.
Found a thing. This in here, baby spots.
Turns out there's a basement.
As they make their way into the hidden room that reeks of the smell of soiled diapers, officers are going to make an unbelievable discovery.
Man.
Cover up. Who are you? Who are you and why are you hiding all these kids down here? Get up. Get up. Hi, babies. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Be late. Here now.
Fuck, I didn't think they were gonna blur
Come here now.
everything.
I don't know what's going on, but this is not okay. Do you have any weapons on you?
Can I put my shoes on?
I'm going to pat you for weapons, bro.
What?
You need to go upstairs and talk to my partner. Ma'am.
What is the deal with our laws with blurring kids like that we do? How would this have affected the kid's life later on if they would have been in this video?
Call 571.
Like, anybody would have fucking known it was that kid once it's an adult. Like, it's like the baby on the Nirvana cover. It ruined his life being on the fucking Nirvana cover with his little penis hanging
That
out.
stuns everyone.
You know what
Officer
I mean?
Landon finds
You let us see what the
25
fuck's going
very
on in
young
there.
children in the basement.
Sorry, I was just trying to hurry.
You can't even see what it looks like in there or
What is your
anything.
deal with all
Like, what the
this?
fuck is the
Why are
point?
you hiding kids from us?
I'm not hiding them.
Kind of looks like it.
The woman Officer Landon is speaking with is Caitlin Nelson. More shocking details about her role.
other
will be
countries have
revealed,
weird
but for
laws like
now,
that like we
Officer
do?
Landon lays it out to her that she is in trouble.
Don't
You're
video
looking at an
my
obstruction
child.
charge at the minimum.
I don't even know what this licensing thing is. I don't understand what this
Meanwhile, we got fucking
Is law enforcement
porn all
officers
over
are
the
in the
fucking
house.
place.
You heard me knocking before. You
We
heard
can't
me
show
knocking
this.
The phone. I know she text messaged you and told you to shut the kids up. So you're looking at obstruction. I know you're watching the kids now, so I'm not going to ask you to take the kids up.
Okay. No, yeah,
I need to list all these parents.
I don't know all the parents' names and stuff. I don't know.
How long have you worked?
I've just been babysitting. That's all I've been told. I'm babysitting.
For how long?
For maybe a couple months.
I'm gonna turn the light on.
I don't know if that.
Let them come out of here.
Ladies, are you going to be okay with these kids for a second?
Yes,
while I
we'll
try
let
to
them
figure it
come
out?
out. How long have you guys been down here?
Not very long.
Like, how long's not very long? Give me an estimate.
I don't like an hour. Okay, maybe. Is that okay? I'm not sure.
Well,
We were like all sleeping, so.
While Katie claims they were hidden for maybe an hour, a later affidavit for Christina Chrissy Swager states that Carla told them to take all of the children inside to the basement earlier that day. While it's unclear how long the children were down there, It seems to have been longer than an hour. It appears that all of the kids had been dropped off like normal, and Carla and her staff panicked once the licensing officials arrived, followed by police. Officers now focus on reuniting the children with their families.
If you will help me get unhandcuffed, I will get all of these parents here to pick up these kids.
Okay, we can handcuff you, but if anything squirrely happens, it's not going to be good.
Nothing squirrely, I promise. Can we take care of our babies?
We're going to get the parents on the way. I don't know that you guys are fit to take care of babies because you hide them in the basement. When make sure they're okay.
Stop moving around.
We can change their diapers. We can get them something to eat.
There's two ladies there that are working. And that's what should have been happening this entire time.
They don't know these two ladies.
No, so they're
Look,
they're all freaked out.
These ladies,
Just start calling
I'll
parents.
I'll stay right here.
Just start calling parents.
Can wait for the okay. Just hear me out. I get it.
Jeez.
Okay, I get how you feel about me. Just listen. These three ladies can take care of those little guys, and I can get their parents on the phone. I can sit right there, and we can get them out the door to where they belong. Can we work as a team to do that?
But Officer Landon is not in the mood for negotiation and knows better than to give in to Carla's act.
Why are we here?
Yeah. How did we get to this point? That you're hiding kids in a basement and you're not being honest with me. If the kids had supervision and it's just that you have too many kids, that's not a crime. I don't care. But when you're preventing me from doing my job and you're creating physical obstacles for me to do my job,
And I did all of that.
that's when I care.
Okay, I did all of that, and I'm guilty of all of that.
So just go. Just go. Katie, what? Stand up for me. Okay, I'll throw you back, okay? What's your middle name?
No,
Lay forward down.
put it down right there. No.
It turns out Caitlin Nelson has a long rap sheet. In fact, there was an active warrant against her at the time of this incident. As parents receive calls to pick up their children, Carla has some news to share with them.
If you're unable to come quickly, don't worry. Just come when you can. They're closing the business down. So if you don't have to rush though.
Later interviews with parents highlight more horrific details about their children suffering from nightmares and not being able to sleep in the dark. Carla Marie Faith was found guilty of 26 counts of child abuse without injury, a felony count of attempting to influence a public servant, and another misdemeanor charge of obstructing a peace officer. She's been sentenced to 6 years in prison and is currently eligible for parole with the hearing set for August 2025. Caitlin Nelson pled guilty to 26 counts of child without injury and 1 felony count of possession of controlled substances. Though she failed to show up for her court date, something she's done for several charges in the past, Caitlin was sentenced to 365 days in jail, with credit for 135 days of time served and 4 years of probation. The probation requires her to complete a substance evaluation and comply with the recommended treatment, monitored sobriety, complete a child evaluation with the recommended treatment, and do 200 hours of community service. Christina Chrissy Swager had lied to police earlier and was actually an employee at Carla's daycare center. She was convicted of 26 counts of child without injury, a felony count of attempting to influence a public servant, and a misdemeanor charge of obstructing a peace officer. She was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison, with an additional 3 years of parole, which she is currently on. Valerie Fresquez, another employee at the daycare, pleaded guilty to 26 counts of child without injury and took a plea deal that required her to testify against her former colleagues.
Come here.
She received a 2-year deferred sentence in March 2021 that she completed in March 2023, allowing her to withdraw the guilty plea with all charges dismissed.
Oh, it's weird how they do all that shit, how it's so complicated, how some people can get their shit deleted and some people can't. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'm gonna end old cat stream, go on the game stream or something next now, you know what I'm saying?
I'm glad that they're okay.
You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm proud to be baby, you're happy, I'm American, I know I'm free. Donald Trump, oh, come on, take me, Donald Trump. Dude, I don't see Elon at the rally. Get the fuck out of here. I just skimmed through the whole thing. Or is it called scrubbing? Called scrubbing. I don't see Elon Musk ever being on that stage. Was I lied to by the internet today? I see JD Vance and a couple other people. They went all the way back to Dallas. Fort Worth Fox was there, 3 hours and 50 minutes, and there's no Elon Musk. Alright, thanks for everybody for being awesome. I'm not sipping this until the stream is started. I'm just letting it chill out, man. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, okay, but see you there. It's Saw Stuff Saturday. It's Sister T. We had number 1, Sister T, Electric Blue. Number 2, second place, and third place was. Who was third place today? Brody YYC. In the top 3. And we had other people where T Gaming was acting weird, asking some weird questions. I don't know what that was about. Brody, Miss Bungle coming in. Brody thought it was Mr. 9. Was. Hey Thomas. Mark Hopper. The last 2 of the Mohicans. We had Sister T here too at the end. We had 2 cats eat today, but they didn't eat much, and there was a weird meaty throw up mass on the concrete that I took a picture of. I showed it the stream. Tux ate from both plates, and then Momma pushed him. I guess I don't know if she even pushed him from the second plate or if he just left it, but none of them really ate very much. And then Tux threw up, came back and threw up right in front of the hole. Some clear stuff that I took a picture of and showed the stream. It had some grass in it. It was all clear. I don't know, dude. I thought I smelled antifreeze out there. Just barely thought I smelled it out there a couple days ago or something. And I didn't think anything of it because I did the alley's right there. But then seeing all that meat someone threw up this morning with the dried up liquid puddle. Like I could tell there was a lot of liquid there. That was weird. And then, yeah, then him throwing up again this afternoon is kind of weird. So hopefully he doesn't have some sort of kidney damage from eating some bullshit out there. This is starting to fuck him up. It's hard out there for these street cats, man. I don't know. I don't know if I should have trapped him and done something with him or what I should do, man. I really don't. But this is what we're doing. Alright, see you tomorrow. We'll see you on the other stream later. Go show. Hope to see you there. Later.